fact that Lando Norris was actually the one who managed to get the fastest lap of FP2. I mean, how's that?
Yes, I certainly didn't expect to see Lando Norris topping the timesheets at the end of the session, but he had some great lap time out there and was able to take that top spot against Max Verstappen. Very, very close, though, between those two drivers. 0.023 seconds splitting those first and second positions. And great to see that we do have quite a lot of competition ahead of us this race weekend, hopefully.
Yes, so Lando Norris finished in first place with a 1:11.330, whereas Max Verstappen finished with a 1:11.353, so 0.023 seconds behind the McLaren. Alex Albon finished in third there, a 1:11.599. Then it was Lewis Hamilton in fourth, Tsunoda in fifth, Gasly in sixth, Perez in seventh, Stroll in eighth, 9 was Bottas, and 10 Alonso. Bottom 10, Reese.
Charles Leclerc, Logan Sargent, Esteban Ocon, George Russell, Zhou Guanyu, Hamilton, I think is Carlos Sainz, Magnussen in 17th, Hulkenberg 18th, Piastri, and Ricciardo 19th and 20th after their crash that they had early on in the session. Unfortunately, Piastri just lost it into turn 3. He lost the rear end there, hit the rear end on the barrier, and that was his session done because he broke his front wing and I think his front suspension as well. And then coming up behind him was Daniel Ricciardo on a hot lap. He saw Piastri at the last second, decided to bail out, and himself ended up in the wall.
Yeah, I mean, Piastri, unfortunately, just lost it into turn 3, going into the wall, as Reece says. So those two, Piastri and Ricciardo, did not finish the session. Early on in the day, of course, we had Kevin Hulkenberg. We'll get there. Nico Hulkenberg also spun out into the gravel. He didn't damage the car, though, whereas Piastri and Ricciardo quite significantly damaged theirs. So they're going to need to do lots of repairs by tomorrow for practice session 3, right before we get to qualifying later. And again, be sure to subscribe to this channel and like this video as well so that you guys can be notified about tomorrow's streams as well. Now, the McLarens, obviously we've got Lando Norris right at the front, Piastri down there. I think Piastri probably would have been right up there with Lando Norris. But another team that was doing all right and then apparently has not seemingly ended all right was Aston Martin.
Yes, well, they had quite good pace in the FP1 session, and then this session they seem to have just fallen back a little bit. Maybe people weren't showing their true pace in the first session, and now in the second session we're seeing where they truly do fit in the pecking order. Unfortunately, not what we really wanted. We wanted to see Aston Martin picking up the pace a little bit, but yeah, this looks unfortunately like where they're going to be for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's very disappointing. I was really hoping Aston Martin were going to be a much, much better team come this weekend. It doesn't look like it's going to be likely. Alonso finished in 10th and Stroll in 8th in that second practice session now we've just finished. The two Mercedes, though, quite split. Russell in 14th and Hamilton in 4th. Now, what on earth do you think's happened there between Russell and Hamilton?
Well, Hamilton, I mean, he's been more comfortable in that car throughout the entire season compared to his teammate Russell. Russell much preferred the zero side pod concept, whereas Hamilton just seems to be a lot more comfortable in the side podded concept design. And yeah, I think George Russell, even though he has been in the factory trying to get to grips with their new side pod concept car, he's still really struggling to find pace compared to his teammate.
So we now also look at the Haas drivers, Hulkenberg and Magnussen. Hulkenberg, of course, after crashing out in pre-practice 1 and pre-practice 2, finished in 18th. His teammate Kevin Magnussen in 17th. Really, really poor showing from Haas today.
Yes, unfortunately, Haas, I've been saying they just have no pace this season, I think.
Will they ever have pace?
I don't think so. I think they just have too little budgets, and I don't really rate their drivers all that highly. I mean, Hulkenberg is all right in certain races. Magnussen, I think, is it's going to be quite harsh there. But I think Magnussen has had his time. I won't say that he has been. He's had his time in Formula 1, and I think they need to make place in that seat for another driver.
I think you've got a driver in mind, don't you? Probably. But that driver's never going to return to Haas, that being Mick Schumacher. But
I don't want Mick to return to Haas anyways.
He could return, though, in place of Logan Sargent. Though Logan Sargent didn't do too badly today. Finished in 12th in the second practice session. So let's see what he does tomorrow in qualifying and in the race on Sunday. Lots of teams to watch. Williams has been relatively decent so far. Alpine's Gasly finished in 6th, whereas the teammate Ocon down in 13th.
That's not looking good.
So we're just seeing now also this
Daniel Ricciardo really hurt his hand.
Yes. Daniel Ricciardo, as we saw in the replay of that session earlier today, we're seeing Daniel Ricciardo's hand really looks quite sore. And of course, he came in to replace Nick de Vries in that AlphaTauri seat. So now could Nick de Vries come back into the AlphaTauri seat in place of Daniel Ricciardo?
I don't know what's going to happen, but that does not look promising. It looks like Daniel Ricciardo has really hurt his hand in that crash. The steering wheel often in a crash just goes absolutely erratic, and you have to normally let go. And I think while letting go, the steering wheel may have come around and smacked his left hand. And he was holding it as he got out of the car. He wasn't able to use it to support his weight. So that's not looking very promising for him, unfortunately. And I'm hoping he's going to be able to race throughout the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, so not looking good for Danny Rick. His teammate, though, Tsunoda, finished all the way up in 5th. So really not too bad from the AlphaTauri in terms of time. So maybe it's actually a relatively quick car this weekend. It should be very disappointing if Ricciardo cannot participate tomorrow in the sessions. I'm hoping his hand injury will be fine. Maybe just a couple of bruises. Maybe it was just an immediate reaction to it. I'm sure we'll get more information on that as it comes for later on in the day. Now, also looking at Perez now, of course, he was one of the first drivers to set a fast lap on the soft tire, so he finished down in 7th position, but still quite a way off his teammate Max Verstappen, though.
Yes, I mean, really far off of his teammate. He's 0.4 seconds off of Lando Norris's time, which means he's 0.46 off of his teammate's time. That is a massive gap between people in the exact same car.
Yeah, I mean, really, really not great there. Perez also still aiming for a bounce back coming into the second half of this season after ending all right, I suppose, but really not having a great first half of the season as he would have liked. And lots of interviews with him and the Red Bull team about him regarding his form, and lots of chat about whether or not he could be replaced next season. Of course, Alex Albon being one of those names that could potentially be mentioned, but I'm not sure if Alex Albon will go back to Red Bull, but we don't know. All up in the air. But that was day one. Rhys, any other things you want to talk about after today?
Well, there wasn't too much that happened really in the second session other than race simulations. The Mercedes look there and thereabouts. The Red Bulls and McLarens look quite evenly matched. Max Verstappen did put in a really fast lap time at one point, but yeah, I think it's going to be quite close in terms of pace throughout the rest of this race weekend. Hopefully that means we'll get some really great racing, but we'll have to wait and see what does happen. It should be quite exciting though.
Indeed, the Ferrari is looking very slow this weekend so far. Hopefully we're going to see some major improvements with them in practice session 3 tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for joining us on Forever Motorsports. Rhys has been Rhys and I have been myself, Mark. You've joined us here. Be sure to subscribe to the channel and like the video. Turn on those notifications. Tell your friends about the channel. We are really trying to get this going. And
welcome to Zandvoort, the home of the Dutch Grand Prix. This circuit provides a challenge for the Formula 1 drivers, as it is one of the more technical circuits on the calendar. With its long main straight, undulating elevation, and high banked corners. The circuit is made up of 14 corners and 2 DRS zones. This weekend, we could see Max Verstappen equaling Sebastian Vettel's 9 consecutive race win record in front of his home crowd. Ride on board now with Verstappen as he takes you around his home circuit. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more Formula 1 content, and we hope you'll join us for our coverage of the Dutch Grand Prix. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports, here for our daily live stream where we take you through all the latest news in the world of Formula 1. It is quite an interesting bunch of articles that I've got here for you today. Please do excuse all the jets going on in the background. It is currently Brits here in South Africa, so you might hear that every now and then. Nonetheless, though, let's take you through this first article for today. And the title of our video, Keanu Reeves to Brawn Formula 1. Bit of a clickbaity title. Nonetheless, though, very interesting story. Keanu Reeves is ready for victory in the first Brawn, the Impossible Formula 1 story image. So this is a series that is going to arrive on Disney Plus later this year. It is being produced by executive producer Keanu Reeves, as well as Jensen Button is of course involved. It goes around the Brawn Formula 1 team in that year that they won the Formula 1 championship. So Keanu Reeves will host a Disney Plus documentary series called Brawn, the Impossible Formula 1 story, which examines the success of the underdog Brawn team in winning the World Championship in 2009 with just £1. Reeves will interview race car drivers and key figures involved in the team's victory, providing exclusive behind-the-scenes access to the Formula 1 fairy tale. The documentary sets itself apart from other racing-related titles by taking a historical and documentary approach, with Reeves as the perfect host. The presenter, or the series, will premiere later this year on Disney+. Keanu Reeves has had a good year with the success of John Wick Chapter 4. Kicking things off, the actor will be seen hosting a Disney Plus documentary series Brawn, the Impossible Formula One Story. The highly anticipated series will examine the success of the independent Brawn team, which won the Formula One World Championship with a team that cost just €1 in 2009. Deadline revealed that the first look of Reeves for the upcoming 4-part series, and it shows the actor next to a race car, revealing just enough to excite fans. In the upcoming series, Reeves will narrate and also interview racing drivers Jenson Button and Rubens Barrichello, former Ferrari chairman Luca de Montezemolo, and Ross Brawn himself, along with others who were part of the underdog team. What is Brawn, the Impossible Formula One Story about? Reeves will take fans behind the scenes of the Formula One fairy tale with the people who were a part of the moment, either on track, in the garage, or in the boardroom, who will provide their own thrilling versions of a miraculous year and the win for the understaffed and underfinanced team. Fans can further expect exclusive access to the Formula One archives, as well as know more about the contributions from British Formula One drivers Jenson Button and Brawn, who led them to victory. Formula One and racing-related titles have been gaining quite some traction recently, as Sony released Gran Turismo with Brad Pitt, John Krasinski, and Jerry Bruckheimer have joined hands to make their own untitled Formula One movie. However, Disney's documentary approach to the 2009 historic win of the Brawn team sets itself apart from the rest, with Reeves as the perfect host for this docu-series. The series is developed and produced by showrunner Simon Hammerson and directed by 2022 Broadcast Best Sports Documentary winner Daryl Goodrich. Executive producers include Reeves, Sean Doyle, and Neil Duncanson, while it is produced by the North One production company. It is certainly going to be a very interesting docu-series to watch. I'm sure myself and a lot of other Formula One fans will be very interested in catching all that Keanu Reeves has to bring us, and of course catching on to watch that docu-series about the 2009 World Championship with Brawn F1. Certainly a Formula One fairy tale there, with the team went bankrupt. They were able to buy it for just £1. Ross Brawn bought it for just £1. They were able to get it to the start of the Formula One series that year, and they had just some incredible different designs to everyone else. I think it was the double diffuser that they had introduced, and that just allowed that team in their first season of Formula One to absolutely hit the ground running and take that championship. So certainly going to be a very, very exciting docuseries to watch. I'm surely going to be keeping my eye out for that one when it does eventually hit the screens. So yes, do be sure to follow for more information about that. Let's run a poll here. Are you going to be watching this docu-series? Mark saying there, don't run over his dog. Yes, otherwise it could be a bit of carnage coming if anyone happens to run over Keanu Reeves' dog. I think we've seen enough of why that happens in all of his... which films are there, actually? John Wick films, that's it. Moving on to our next article, though, here today, talking a little bit about Sergio Perez. I've heard a bit that he has taken the minimum amount of leave days during this Formula One summer break and has already been in the factory at Red Bull this week. So, just reading through this article here from Racing News 365. Perez sets his goals for the second half of the season. The Mexican's second place in the Drivers' Championship is currently under threat from Fernando Alonso and Lewis Hamilton. Sergio Perez has highlighted his main goals for the second half of the season with Red Bull as he looks to improve his form compared to his teammate Max Verstappen. The Mexican is currently 125 points away from his teammate Verstappen in the Drivers' Championship, with his second place currently under threat from Fernando Alonso and Lewis Hamilton. Red Bull has yet to score a 1-2 at the end of the season, with Perez coming close in 2022 before Charles Leclerc outscored him at the final round in Abu Dhabi last year. Perez expects it to be a tougher challenge for the team heading into the final 10 races of the season as they look to continue their winning streak. Perez says, "I've had a great summer break between being back in Mexico with the family and training hard. I've been in the factory with my engineers this week already. It's been good to catch up after the break, and we've done some very good preparation for the weekend. And we're fully ready for it. I want to pick up where I left off in Spa and be consistently on the podium and challenging for the remainder of the season. Zandvoort will be a tricky race as the field is getting tighter, but we just keep pushing and pushing as a team, and we'll give it our best to deliver a good result no matter what the weather does. I will be speaking a little bit more about the weather that is forecast for this race weekend a little bit later, but yes, Sergio Perez certainly needs to keep his point scoring streak going, as there is currently a lot of pressure on the Red Bull second driver. Certainly a lot of pressure on Sergio Perez to perform, to have good qualifying sessions, to try and match his teammate as well as he can. He did quite well in the beginning of the season, but nonetheless, he was not able to keep that consistency going with the way that his teammate has been able to in the first half of the season. Nonetheless, though, hopefully Sergio Perez will be able to pick up the pace and be able to keep consistently scoring points and maybe even take a first place at some stage throughout the rest of the season, because he does have that competitive edge and he does have a competitive car under him. So let's see what he is able to do. Certainly he'll be wanting to keep consistent in order to keep his mental game just as strong, because we saw how that crash in Monaco certainly affected his mental strength, because we saw how, I think it was for 4 or 5 races after that, he really did struggle in qualifying. So he doesn't need to have any more setbacks this season. He needs to try and stay consistent, keep in the points, have good qualifying sessions. Yeah, but nonetheless, certainly he should be able to do as well as he can. It's Sergio Perez. He is quite a strong driver. We've seen him in the past being able to do quite well in the second half of the season. But nonetheless, we will see what he is able to do. A few more comments here from Mark, the miracle of 2009. Yes, and Mark saying bolder Perez to assume he will be competing on podiums for every race weekend. Well, it's not necessarily too bold. He's got the car under him, so we will see what he is able to do. So moving on, and speaking about what I did hint a little bit earlier at the weather for this race weekend, is rain set to interrupt another Formula One weekend? Rain has impacted every race weekend since the Miami Grand Prix in May. Is the same set to happen again in Zandvoort? The last time a Formula One weekend took place without rain interrupting it was the Miami Grand Prix in May, and it looks like that could continue this race weekend. Mixed weather is predicted for the 13th race of this season at Zandvoort, with the biggest threats on Friday and Saturday. With thanks to our friends at we'reonline.nl, here's the current weather forecast for the 2023 Formula One Dutch Grand Prix. Friday and Saturday have the biggest rain threats, with Friday afternoon being set to see showers as wind blows in from the west to the northwest, with a chance of thunderstorms being around 5%. Temperatures will range from 20 to 22 degrees centigrade, with an overcast day that will see occasional sunshine. On Saturday, there's also a chance of showers, with the threat a lot higher for the third practice session, with 40% being predicted compared to qualifying with 35% being predicted, with the thunderstorms still a chance in the evening. The uncertainty in the weather forecast continues with around a 40% chance of rain set for the morning of the race day, although systems predict that it could still impact the race. So once again, another Formula One race weekend being impacted by the weather. This could be interesting as, of course, the Dutch Grand Prix is set right on the beach, so it does often get affected by the rain. Not only by the rain, but also by the wind. We see how the drivers and cars get very unsettled by the gusting winds here, because of course it is set right next to the beach, and it is understandable to get rain and gusting winds when you are right next to the beach. Yes, going to be interesting. Hopefully we don't get the weather interrupting the sessions all that much this weekend, but it could still be a bit of an unknown. Nonetheless, though, hopefully it doesn't impact racing all that much, and we should be able to get running in every session this race weekend. Moving on to our next article from Formula1.com, speaking about Daniel Ricciardo. Ricciardo and his Formula One racing return, leaving those McLaren struggles behind and coming back from the summer break stronger. Daniel Ricciardo made headlines just before the summer shutdown as he sensationally returned to the Formula 1 grid with AlphaTauri, taking the place of axed driver Nick de Vries, alongside the teammate Yuki Tsunoda. Fresh from that comeback, the Australian met with the media to reflect on his performance and ponder what is to come. "I thought you would have forgotten about me already," said Daniel Ricciardo, grinning to the gathered journalists as he sat down for his Thursday press session at the Belgium Grand Prix, a week on from getting back in the saddle in Hungary. Only half a year earlier had Daniel Ricciardo stepped away from the front line of Formula 1, splitting with McLaren after 2 challenging seasons and heading back home, in inverted commas, to Red Bull, where he took on simulator and marketing duties and, crucially, had some time to think about what he would do next. But as the year went on, 2 crucial factors came together and paved the way for an earlier than planned racing return for the Australian. The first, Daniel Ricciardo getting his mojo back, in the words of Red Bull team boss Christian Horner, and then second, company chiefs losing patience over de Vries as the AlphaTauri rookie struggled to deliver the form that he had netted him a full-time Formula 1 seat in the first place. As Daniel Ricciardo's first and impressive real-life run in the RB19 at Silverstone came to a close, the deal had been done. Having missed just 10 races, the Australian was drafted back into action at the Hungaroring with sister team AlphaTauri, an operation he previously represented in their Toro Rosso days and one in need of an experienced driver to move them off the foot of the Formula 1 standings. Despite his aforementioned performance, struggles at McLaren, which prompted Horner to comment that "I didn't recognise the Daniel of the last couple of years." And despite having no prior experience in the AlphaTauri chassis, the Daniel Ricciardo on show in Budapest was confident from the outset. With a host of pre-race interviews behind him and some preliminary discussions with his engineers in the bank, Ricciardo outqualified Yuki Tsunoda, contesting his 3rd season with AlphaTauri at the first time of asking. Placing a very solid 13th on the grid and setting up the prospect of a challenge for the valuable points. With that aspiration effectively came undone during the first lap when his rear end was hit by Alfa Romeo driver, Zhou Guanyu, and was pushed back into the back of Esteban Ocon's Alpine. Ricciardo ploughed on to make the checkered flag and extracted plenty of positives from his first weekend back in action. "I definitely made a point to enjoy it all," he says of the event. "Even the media day, there was a lot I think I joked. It's like I just won a world championship. There was so much interest, but it was something that you kind of just have to soak it all up and enjoy it." I think the weekend as a whole went well. Monday I was kind of knackered, so I was very low-key and just reflected on it. I think the main thing was, yes, I was happy with my performance, but I was happy about the way I was kind of going racing again. The weekend, as chaotic as it felt, I really enjoyed it. I felt like everything was under control. It was busy, but it wasn't too much. Even me just managing things more, I don't know. It was a more enjoyable experience than I guess I'd probably just found myself in more often in the last year or so. And that was really important. It's certainly great to see Daniel Ricciardo feeling back on top of his form yet again. It's great to see the Daniel Ricciardo of old back in the Formula 1 paddock. Certainly the last 2 years in McLaren, he didn't seem to be the Daniel Ricciardo we knew and loved. But it is certainly great to see him back now in this Red Bull seat, looking rejuvenated and once again really, really happy. I have another article from Racing News 365 English Reese about Daniel Ricciardo, just saying Daniel Ricciardo is ready to attack at Zandvoort. After having used the summer break to regain race fitness, the Australian is raring to go for the rest of the 2023 season. AlphaTauri's Daniel Ricciardo has said he is looking to attack the remainder of the 23 Formula 1 season, which resumes this race weekend with the Dutch Grand Prix after a 4-week summer break. Ricciardo returned to racing 2 Grand Prix ago in Hungary, replacing the axe driver Nick de Vries, which we've already spoken about. Daniel Ricciardo then said, "I'm very excited about racing at Zandvoort, mainly to get the second half of the season going. I've only got the 2 races before the break, so I spent the past few weekends training and building up my fitness to be all set to attack the second half of this season. I've really enjoyed being back, and the 2 races with the team have been awesome. Now I'm very hungry and motivated, and I feel the way I want to feel. That's why I'm looking forward to kicking off in Zandvoort, which is a very fast track with an awesome atmosphere. Tsunoda is hoping for his first finish in Zandvoort, as Ricciardo's teammate Yuki Tsunoda scored only his and AlphaTauri's 3rd point of the season at the previous round in Belgium. And having never previously finished a Grand Prix at Zandvoort, the Japanese driver said he was itching to set the record straight. We've had 2 races in Zandvoort in the past, and I've even made it into Q3 the last year, but I've never finished, so that's something I want to put right this race weekend. I like the track because it's technical with some unique features, such as the steeply banked corners and the mix of slow and fast turns. It's physically quite demanding, but I'm not sure how we will perform here, because even if the Belgian Grand Prix went well, much of that was down to the specific nature of the track and the weather, while Zandvoort is very different, a medium to high downforce circuit, but hopefully we can have a very good race here. Because the track is very narrow, our main focus will be set on qualifying, which is something we have struggled with so far this season. So let's see how it goes. Certainly going to be a very interesting race weekend to see what the AlphaTauri drivers can do. Hopefully they'll be bringing some more upgrades this race weekend so they can get their car a little bit further up the grid. But nonetheless, let's see what they are able to do. It's going to be a very exciting race weekend. Zandvoort always provides some great racing for us Formula 1 fans. Moving on to our final 2 articles. One from Stefano Domenicali, and then another clickbaity funny article that we do have as our final article for today. So, our second to last one is from racefans.net, speaking about Verstappen's dominance in Formula 1, with quotes from Stefano Domenicali, the current Formula 1 group boss. So, nothing negative is the quotes in Verstappen's dominance of Formula 1, says Domenicali. In the roundup, Max Verstappen's domination of the 2023 Formula 1 season is not negative for the championship, CEO Stefano Domenicali insists. In brief, Domenicali says Verstappen's performance should be celebrated. Verstappen could score a record-equaling 9th consecutive victory at his home race this weekend. Despite criticism over the one-sided nature of the competition in this year's Formula 1 Championship, Domenicali believes that the Red Bull driver's achievements should be celebrated. He's quoted as saying, "I would say, first of all, I think it is the right moment to celebrate the incredible job that Verstappen is doing in that car." He said in a recent call with limited media investors, because if you see the other car and where the others are in terms of gap, it is just incredible how Max is doing an incredible job. That has been always a part of Formula 1, and I would say that this is a part of the game. I'm pretty sure that in the next couple of years, the technical gaps will be reduced, but if someone is great, we need to celebrate what they're doing. And sometimes I have to say, there's also the need to confirm the legacy of somebody who is doing something spectacular. His achievements have won many supporters in some of the regions of Formula 1 has begun visiting in recent years, Domenicali added. In certain markets, mainly the new ones, you can see that he is also putting an incredible legacy, because you know that it means something if you're able to win so many races. That means you're really a great leader. So there's nothing negative in that respect, and if you look back, I would say that this has been always a part of Formula 1 history. So, very interesting there from Stefano Domenicali. Certainly something that I've been saying for a couple of weeks. The fact that it's not necessarily something that we should be upset about, because Max Verstappen is dominating a season, but nonetheless, it's what is integral to the DNA of the sport. We've seen it with Michael Schumacher, we've seen it with Ayrton Senna, we've seen it with Lewis Hamilton. It's something that happens in the sport, and it's integral to the DNA of the sport to have every now and then a driver who's just steps above the rest, really. And yes, that is really what the sport has in its DNA. So just a few comments here from Mark in the comment section. Sargent is crying if there's rain. Certainly it's going to be interesting to see whether we do get some rain this weekend. Then Danny Ricciardo is greater than De Vries. Certainly that is true. And then being asked which of his course known, and then also asking how was that Zach Brown comment yesterday. So for those of you who didn't know, Zach Brown was doing a video yesterday. Let's just try and see this. Zach Brown comments. There we go. I found an article about it here from Crash.net. Zach Brown leaves Lando Norris shocked by dominating like Fernando Alonso on Lance Stroll remark. McLaren boss CEO Zach Brown left Lando Norris visibly shocked with the dig at Aston Martin Formula 1 driver Lance Stroll. Brown, Norris and Oscar Piastri were all appearing on the Chris Evans breakfast show ahead of the Dutch Grand Prix. During a Q&A segment, the trio were asked what they were best at outside of Formula 1. After winning the latest round of the Q&A, Brown joked, "I am dominating this, like Alonso on Stroll." Norris and Piastri were completely surprised by Brown's quip. Before Brown's dig at Stroll, the McLaren boss reveals baseball was his main talent outside of running an F1 team. I mean, certainly those two drivers were left quite shocked by that comment from Zach Brown. It was certainly quite funny to see their reactions to that. But yes, I mean, Lance Stroll has just been left in the absolute dust this season compared to his teammate Fernando Alonso, and that is what my final article is about today. I did say it is a bit of a clickbaity title, but nonetheless, quite a funny story nonetheless. It's something that really made me chuckle when I saw it yesterday. Formula 1 rumours going about. Lance Stroll is considering a switch to tennis. Yes, you heard that right. Of course, it is just a rumour, but Lance Stroll is reportedly considering a switch to tennis. Aston Martin driver Lance Stroll is rumoured to be considering leaving Formula 1 to become a professional tennis star. This is an article from planetf1.com, so take it with a bucket heap of salt. The Canadian has enjoyed a respectable level of success since arriving on the grid with Williams in 2017. Claiming 3 podium finishes and memorably setting pole position for the 2020 Turkish Grand Prix, but is yet to prove his credentials as a potential world champion. Having measured up well alongside 4-time title winner Sebastian Vettel in 2021 and 2022, Stroll has struggled alongside 2-time world champion Fernando Alonso in 2023. While Alonso has 6 podium finishes to his name this season, Stroll is yet to finish higher than 4th and sits a massive 102 points deficit behind his teammate in the driver's standings ahead of this week's Dutch Grand Prix. Stroll's commitment has been regularly questioned throughout his 7-year Formula 1 career, with rumours growing that he may be set to walk away from the sport. Appearing on the race podcast, respected journalist Ben Anderson, the former editor of GP Racing magazine, referenced rumours that Stroll is contemplating a sensational switch to tennis. And he identified AlphaTauri drivers Daniel Ricciardo and Yuki Tsunoda, plus Williams' Alex Albon and McLaren rookie Oscar Piastri as potential replacements. Anderson said, Stroll is too behind... let me try that again. Anderson said, Stroll is too far behind Alonso, but really, he's only likely to leave that team voluntarily. He's on a rolling contract in his father's organisation, and said there's been some rumours floating around that he is considering a switch to tennis. So if he makes a career switch like that, that opens up the seat. That said, I don't think he's keeping anyone off the grid who truly belongs there. I just think maybe he should be slightly lowered down. If the seat were theoretically to come up for 2024 and 25, there's probably a few ahead of Daniel Ricciardo in that queue. Albon Tsunoda has already been mentioned as somebody Honda, as that is Aston Martin's future engine partner from 2026, would potentially like to bring on board down the line. Even someone like Oscar Piastri, who's making waves as a rookie, once his original McLaren contract comes to an end, he would be someone you'd look at very seriously. Especially in Aston Martin's situation where you've got Alonso as an established team leader, but aging and not likely to continue much beyond 2025. So Ricciardo, yes, big commercial appeal and popularity, but he's got a long way to go still to restore his reputation to really compete for a top drive, although he would be a credible asset to the majority of Formula One teams. The departure of Stroll would likely raise multiple questions over the future of Aston Martin team, which is owned by the 24-year-old's father, Lawrence Stroll. Mr. Stroll rescued the Silverstone-based team, then forced India from administration in 2018, signing his son for the following season before embarking on an ambitious mission to build a title-winning force. Having rebranded the team as Aston Martin at the start of the 21 season, Stroll committed to the building of a new state-of-the-art factory which opened earlier this year, with the team making a significant leap forward in performance in 2023. However, Aston Martin's performance on track is said to be covering up the struggles of the luxury road car company, which Stroll has owned since January of 2020. In March, it emerged that Aston Martin had previously suffered losses of almost $500 million in 2022, and which is up from £230 million lost the previous year. Nonetheless, though, we will see whether Aston Martin continues to be in the sport. Surely Lawrence Stroll will be wanting to keep that team going, as they are becoming slowly title contenders, with Fernando Alonso, of course, taking multiple podium finishes this season. It's a bit of a shocker, though, if Stroll does want to go to tennis. Certainly not something that any of us would have predicted. Let's start a new poll. Would you be surprised? Would you be surprised if Stroll retires to pursue tennis? And that is now live. Yes, so that is certainly... I mean, I will be very surprised if Stroll retires to do tennis. I had a great chuckle yesterday, though, on Twitter with, of course, when this article came out, people just took the absolute mick out of, not Mick Schumacher, but the Mickey out of Lance Stroll, because no one expects Lance Stroll to go and do tennis. Someone commented and said, has Lawrence Stroll bought his son Wimbledon? Because, I mean, he came and bought his son a Formula One team. What's going to stop him from buying Wimbledon? But nonetheless, a bit of a funny article to end off our stream here today. Thank you very much for joining me. Been an interesting couple of articles here today. Be sure to go and check out all of our other videos. We've got a bunch of shorts going at the moment. Also got our Instagram page up and running. We've got TikTok now. I've got a Twitter. So please do be sure to go and check all of those things out. I will update the description once I'm finished with this to put all of those in there. So please do be sure to go and check all of those out. And subscribe to the channel if you want to see more Formula One content from us. Of course, this is a race weekend, so do be sure to stay tuned for all of the live sessions that are going to be coming to you. We have Formula 2, Formula 3, as well as, of course, the major event, Formula 1, coming this race weekend. Glad to have Formula 1 yet again on our calendar and on our screens, because it has been a very, very long 4-week break. Nonetheless, so that has been it from me, Reese. Thank you very much for joining me here for our Formula 1 News daily live stream here on Forever. London-based Enyo Law said Brazilian Massa, now 42, had been the victim of a conspiracy committed by individuals at the highest level of Formula 1, together with the FIA and Formula 1 management. It is said that Massa has lost out on tens of millions of euros in lost earnings and bonuses as a result of another driver's deliberate crash at the 2008 Singapore Grand Prix that was allegedly covered up before becoming a scandal in 2009. This was known as Crashgate, and wow, it really was a story that did shock the Formula One community. Just going on here, the crash that cost Massa vital points in a season where he ultimately lost out by a single point to McLaren's Lewis Hamilton, the first of the Britons, record equaling seven World Championship titles. Simply put, by Massa's lawyers, Mr. Massa is the rightful 2008 Drivers' Champion, and F1 and Formula One and the FIA deliberately ignored the misconduct that cheated him out of that title, said the letter. Mr. Massa is unable to fully quantify his losses at this stage, but estimates that they are likely to exceed tens of millions of euros. I mean, gosh, this is quite substantial to see a lawsuit coming for a lost championship, because of course it was due to misconduct from the FIA and Formula One bosses. So he could have a leg to stand on really here for a court proceeding. Carrying on here though, this amount does not cover the serious moral and reputational losses suffered by Mr. Massa, his lawyers went on to say. Massa sought legal advice, and after Formula One Supremo Bernie Ecclestone was quoted in March saying he and former FIA President Max Mosley knew in 2008 that then Renault driver Nelson Piquet's crash was deliberate but had not acted. An FIA spokesperson said that the governing body acknowledged the receipt of correspondence from Massa's representatives and added, "The matter is under review and we will not be providing a comment at this stage." edge. And that is a little bit of a clickbaity title to get you to watch the video, but it is also talking about the fact that Sergio Perez and Christian Horner have both had their try at acting and have done a video in Las Vegas for the ramp up to the Vegas Grand Prix. Mark, I know you watched the video.
Because they definitely chose Sergio Perez. They actually did very well, both of them. I quite enjoyed their performances. But I almost feel like there was a little underlying script thing that they said, you know what, we're going to play a little bit into the media hands.
They also offered him at one point Danny's Donuts, which was a donut box with a picture of Daniel Ricciardo on the top of it. So
and he went, no. So I did enjoy that as well. So Red Bull just playing quite cleverly then, saying, you know what, that's what media is talking about. Let's just have a little fun with that. So well done to Red Bull. And as they have been doing this entire season, they're continuously winning in all areas of their work. But guys, we're going to wrap up now. And thank you so much for watching. And of course, joining me and Reese on Forever Motorsports, not on Forever Sports. So be sure to like and subscribe. And I do mean subscribe to this channel. We're trying to build up this audience as quickly as possible to get all of you guys coming across this channel. We're going to be doing a lot more on this channel going forward. And it'll be all dedicated to the motorsport world. So you can be sure that you'll see all the videos that you want to see.
Also, be sure to check our Discord, also in the link or in the chat. It should be pinned there. So if you would like to see all the latest news for Formula One and get to know us a little bit better, there is that link in the description.
Yes, indeed. Perfect, guys. Thank you so much for watching Forever Motorsports. We'll see you in the next one. And, of course, this weekend in Zandvoort. And we'll have a preview for that as well coming up later this week and otherwise. So, thank you guys so much for watching, and you'll see Reese throughout the entire week as well, doing all of his videos and his daily shows as well. Cheerio!
Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports here for our daily live news roundup. Here today we have quite a lot of news for you. Definitely not what I've been able to say for the past couple of weeks. Glad at least that we are in a race week where there is quite a lot of news to talk to all of you guys about. So straight into it though for today is that we have Max Verstappen possibly getting taken to court and being fined for speeding in Monaco. Of course, Monaco is very, very strict about their speeding laws, and I mean, often during Grand Prix race weekends, if you speed through the tunnel that goes through Monaco, they will impound your car and confiscate it for massive amounts of money if you don't pay it back. So, just reading an article here from the sportsrush.com, Max Verstappen taken to court for move endangering lives of pedestrians. Of course, it's a bit of a clickbaity title from them, but nonetheless, the summer break had the entire Formula One community missing the high-speed on-track action. Turns out, Max Verstappen was missing it too. While leading an unchallenged charge on the grid, Verstappen might have taken it a step too far with a side quest on the Monaco streets. A recent video stormed the internet as Verstappen took his $2.7 million Aston Martin Valkyrie to the streets of Monaco. Albeit hardcore, Verstappen is seen pushing his beast to the limit. Filmed by Kelly Piquet, his current partner's cousin, the video was very soon on every fan's screen. It was definitely all over Twitter, and I mean, I was watching that all weekend long, and I did manage to spot that speedometer on his dash and thought maybe he might get into trouble for that, and he has. Additionally, Verstappen is also seen confidently maneuvering the console on the hypercar while driving with one hand. For a driver who made an entry into Formula One before getting a driver's license, the Red Bull champion knew what he was doing. However, that is no argument for breaking the law. Max Verstappen could go behind bars over reckless driving. Once again, another clickbaity title. According to the Nice Martin, Verstappen could get prosecuted for, in quotes, endangering the lives of others. It is also mentioned that Verstappen goes a daring 120 kilometers per hour on a 90 kilometer an hour road. Going viral has its cursed as a specialized cell, the General Directorate of the National Gendarmerie, definitely French, tracks down these kind of videos broadcast on social networks. While going to jail would be an extreme for a place like Monaco, it is still in the books for the driver. However, a closer look at the France traffic laws likely point towards a fine for Max Verstappen. Since Verstappen was 30 kilometers an hour over the indicated limit, he would have to pay a €135 fine instead. Surely this was not a stunt Verstappen would have wanted to pull, before returning to the grid for his home Grand Prix. But nonetheless, I mean, 135 euros is absolutely nothing to Max Verstappen. I think he had to pay 15,000 euros last season for touching Lewis Hamilton's rear wing. So, I mean, that is really nothing for him at the moment. But just Twitter is all over the place at the moment with all of the memes being shared saying breaking new Max Verstappen merch just dropped, and then showing an inmate in orange overalls. And another post that I reposted on my Twitter. Please do be sure to go and follow my Twitter if you'd like to see all of the memes and other Formula One news that I do repost. There's a video of a whole bunch of inmates dancing, and that is the Orange Army waiting to greet Max Verstappen as he goes to jail. It's just F1 Twitter as per usual. But nonetheless, that's an interesting little article there. I don't necessarily think we'll get Max Verstappen going to prison for sure for that. He'll definitely get a fine, but yes, surely he won't be doing that again anytime soon. Now, with another article here, Formula One news from FanNation.com. Nick de Vries could make a surprise Formula One comeback. Unexpectedly, Nick de Vries could soon be seen in a Red Bull Formula One car. In a shocking twist of events, you could witness former AlphaTauri driver Nick de Vries back in the team's Formula One car, or perhaps even in one of the RB19 during the Mexico City Grand Prix weekend. However, he would be racing as a reserve driver. De Vries was dropped from his AlphaTauri racing seat on performance grounds when he failed to meet their expectations. He was replaced by Red Bull's reserve driver Daniel Ricciardo. Now, though, it is Red Bull Jr. Liam Lawson who is serving as the team's reserve driver for the remainder of the season. However, Lawson is participating in the Japan-based Super Formula Championship, whose last two races coincide with the Mexico Grand Prix. Therefore, he would be unable to perform his reserve driver duties, but there is a chance of De Vries being asked to drive for the Red Bull and AlphaTauri suits as a reserve. So, after being dropped by Red Bull and AlphaTauri, he could still have to provide his driving skills as a reserve driver in Mexico City. Nonetheless, I mean, a bit difficult for him, of course. It's been a bit of a heartbreaker season for Nick de Vries. But unfortunately, when you are still technically under contracts by a team, you can still be called upon for reserve driver duties, and that is a major possibility for him in Mexico. Moving on to the next article, though, a team in transition. How Alfa Romeo are balancing short-term targets with a long-term planning ahead of the Audi switch. So, 6th place in the last year's Constructors' Championship was the Alfa Sauber run, and their team's best result for a decade, and raised hopes of continued progression ahead of Audi's arrival in 2026, when they will become a works operation. But that hasn't transpired this year, with the Swiss team down in 9th and struggling to get on terms with their midfield rivals. They've scored in 4 races, one more than rivals Williams and Haas, but there have been lower scores, leaving them 2 points adrift of the duo. The C43 has had a few peaks over one lap, with Zhou qualifying a superb 5th in Hungary, but it has largely been erratic. On Sunday afternoons, their long run pace hasn't been consistent enough, in part because they haven't been able to keep up with their rivals in the development race, or they haven't made too many mistakes, either operationally or with regards to production. It's been quite a difficult season for Alfa Romeo, who, as they say, certainly have been off the pace of their rival teams. Zhou has had a couple outstanding races. Bottas has also had a couple outstanding races this season. But really, they haven't been a team that we've been all that interested in this season. And they haven't been much of a talking point at all. As Lawrence Barreto does say, though, they have not been able to keep up with the developmental pace of their rivals this season. I mean, the likes of AlphaTauri have made major step-ups in terms of their development this season. They've gone from one of the worst cars on the grid to now battling it in for some of the midfield positions in certain races. Of course, they're still not 100% up to pace, but, I mean, if we look at the likes of McLaren, who have made major gosh, my English today is really struggling. Developmental gains this season. McLaren really does have to be the standouts this season for that, because they've gone from the worst car on the grid to second or third best now at the moment. Hopefully they'll be able to keep up that pace throughout the rest of the season. Hopefully we'll see Alfa Romeo making some big gains as well, because that would be quite exciting to see another car from the midfield making its way up into that top 3 battle. I doubt it, unfortunately, but nonetheless, it could be quite exciting if they do make a bit of a gain before the end of the season, because we want to see more teams in that top 5 battle. I mean, I don't think we've ever seen Valtteri Bottas and another team other than Mercedes fighting it out for that top 5 positions, and he's been putting that car as high as it can go in qualifying, albeit it doesn't have all that much pace, and I don't think he's made it through to Q3 many times this season. Nonetheless, though, I mean, Audi are making their way into the sport in the next year or two, taking over from Alfa Romeo. So it's going to be quite difficult for Valtteri Bottas at the moment. He's going to be wanting to show that he does still have a lot of pace in that car, because Audi don't necessarily have to stick with the current drivers that they have in that team. And there is a lot of talk, of course, about Carlos Sainz making his way into the team. A lot of talk about maybe a Mick Schumacher, because it's a German team, German name. Surely they'd love to have a name Schumacher in that Audi seat, but still a lot of time and a lot of work to do for Audi before they can make announcements as to who they are going to be signing for their major team in 2026. Of course, they do take over next year, but nonetheless, will they keep the current Alfa Romeo drivers, or will they try and bring some new blood into that Alfa Romeo Audi team? It will become Sauber Audi next year, but at the moment it is still Alfa Romeo Sauber. So on to our next article. Moving away from Formula 1 a little bit, going over to other motorsports, going to Grosjean, who compares Formula 1 and IndyCar. He says IndyCar is running 30 years behind Formula 1 in terms of technology, but this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Romain Grosjean left Formula 1 at the end of 2020, where he made a switch to the USA and IndyCar. I've just lost that article quickly. The Frenchman was a guest on the Track Limit podcast, where Grosjean pointed at the biggest differences between Formula 1 and the famous American racing class. Grosjean compares IndyCar and Formula 1. In the final years of his Formula 1 career, Grosjean drove for Haas, and in 2021, Grosjean and his teammate Kevin Magnussen had to make way for Nikita Mazepin and Mick Schumacher. Yes, that was on purpose. I'm not saying his real surname, which allowed Grosjean to switch to IndyCar. So far, the former Formula 1 driver has been on the podium 10 times in the American class. He was quoted as saying, "It was very refreshing, very different, more human and casual in IndyCar, which was good after doing 10 years in Formula 1. I loved my time in Formula 1, but 10 years in the same job is a long time. So even though it's passion, I felt like something new would be great. And I really enjoyed coming to IndyCar, having a lot of fun, and I'm excited to know that every time we go to a race, I've got a chance to win it," Grosjean says. All Indy cars are almost identical, with their chassis and aerodynamic packages being very similar across all teams. This has been something that we've been wanting for Formula 1 over multiple years. Of course, you can't necessarily make it a spec series. That does take a lot away from Formula 1, because it's a racing series where teams really do want to push the boundaries in terms of aerodynamics, in terms of mechanical engineering, in terms of everything really, as we're seeing with Red Bull. Moving on though, he says the IndyCar is about 30 years behind Formula 1 technology-wise. Grosjean begins, "Formula 1 cars are a punch faster than the cars in the American class. We don't want to push it. It is not cheap, but they're not too expensive to run. And the racing action is probably one of the best around the world on track. You keep your hands on the steering wheel more, and you're focusing more on your driving rather than changing switches. And the cars are phenomenal." I mean, this is certainly true. We see great racing in IndyCar. I mean, Indy 500 is always a staple for racing fans across the world to watch. Never mind if you're a Formula 1 fan, if you're a NASCAR fan, if you're a devout IndyCar fan. I mean, everyone loves watching the Indy 500, and there are those really spectacular IndyCar races where they just have such amazing action out on track. You don't know who's going to win the race until the last couple of laps. And I mean, that's what we're wanting for Formula One. And we haven't really had it this year. Of course, Max Verstappen being super dominant, not necessarily down to the car, but also just him being at the peak of his career and on absolute form at the moment. We don't want to see drivers and teams just blitzing ahead of everyone else. We want to see what they have in IndyCar. We want to see a lot closer racing between teams, and maybe that is because we just have these the fundamentals of Formula One. We want to see the best cars being brought forward, and we're seeing that with Red Bull and Max Verstappen, but we don't want to see it being introduced at the detriment of racing, because of course it's made it very, very difficult for other teams to catch up. They haven't been able to catch up, even with Red Bull having massive penalties this year with regards to engine testing, with regards to aerodynamic testing, of course, because of that cost cap breach from 2020, I think it was 2022, being introduced, their penalties for this year. But I mean, it does provide a bit of a spark and a bit of a debate whether Formula One should move away from being this pinnacle of motorsport and should create maybe a bit more of a spec series to allow better racing for the fans, not only for the fans, just better racing in terms of the sport in general, because it is just going to bring a lot more viewership across to the sport if we do have exciting races every single weekend. Yeah, it's something to talk about. I'm sure a lot of people will be speaking about it. Glad to see we do have PDCRL in our comment section. Thank you very much for joining us on our stream. Please do be sure to vote. I'm going to put up a bit of a poll here. Should we move Formula One to more of a spec series like IndyCar? Once again, my spelling is atrocious. Like IndyCar. And that is now live, so please do be sure to go and vote for that. Moving on, though, to our next article after Roman Grosjean. We did speak a little bit about, I think it was Liam Lawson in the Super Formula Series. I actually don't have this article up, but nonetheless, I would like to speak about it because major news about Liam Lawson over the weekend. Gosh, major accident in the Super Formula Series in Japan. Wow, that incident was just massive. Liam Lawson did start the race in first. He moved over across the racing line. I think it was in turn 3 or 4. Liam Lawson crash Suzuka. Let's see if that should, yes. So Red Bull Junior Lawson triggers frightening Super Formula crash, and the crash brought about the red flags as multiple cars flew airborne. There was even a car that went over another car and literally went up in the air, did a 180 and landed on the ground. Luckily, the driver was all alright. Reading through this article now, Red Bull Junior Liam Lawson was the catalyst for a frightening incident in the Super Formula race at Monteghi. The New Zealander entered the round level on top in the standings, but was left spinning on the exit of turns 1 and 2 after trying pass Team Mugen teammate Tomoki Najuri for the lead. His car was left sitting on the racing line and the pack behind bunched at the start of the race. Contact was inevitable. Tadasuke Makino and Yui Sekiguchi were collected, with both drivers sent flying over Lawson's car. I'm going to struggle. It is Japan Super Formula, so there's a lot of Japanese names, but nonetheless, I will try my best. Just watching a replay of this incident, though, I mean, gosh, it was really quite a high energy incident there with Makino really going over Lawson's car there and being sent airborne. Very glad, though, that the Halo did its job yet again, because we did see another car pretty much coming up towards that Halo. If there wasn't a Halo there, it would have gone into the driver's head. Luckily for the Halo, though, it did possibly save his life. Once again, the Halo proving that it does belong in motorsports. I mean, I was one of the people that hated the look of the Halo, and now I'm extremely grateful for the introduction of it, because without it, we could have had some serious incidents in the past few years. We could have lost Charles Leclerc, we could have lost Lewis Hamilton, could have lost Max Verstappen, even Zhou Guanyu. I mean, just really, really glad to have that halo being introduced into the sport and saving a lot of drivers' lives in the past few years. Our next article, though, the most wanted man in Formula One. After bouncing back from Red Bull heartbreak, Albon looks to be set as a key player in the 2025 driver market. Alex Albon currently performing at the top of his form, really outperforming the Williams car at the moment, outperforming his teammate Logan Sargent. He is just having an absolute stellar drive at the moment in that Williams car. Moving on from this article written by Lawrence Barreto, Formula One correspondent and presenter, Alex Albon is living proof that if you get knocked down in motor racing, you can get back up and be significantly stronger for it. The Thai driver's future in Formula One looked bleak when he was dropped as a race driver by Red Bull at the end of 2020. But he took the olive branch handed out by the energy drinks company with both hands by accepting a reserve role and set out using the additional chance to first rebuild his confidence, then develop an inner steel to strengthen his resolve and help efficiently utilize his immense talent on a racetrack. So, Alex Albon did get dropped, unfortunately, by that Red Bull team, but nonetheless, he was given an olive branch by Red Bull to be their reserve driver. He stuck around for that year where he was not in motorsport. Unfortunately, he went across to DTM. He kept himself busy there. He did really well there. I think coming first in the championship, first or second, he did really well nonetheless. And then he did get offered a race seat this year by Red Bull, who bought him a race seat in Williams. And since being in that Williams seat, he has really done well for himself. He's consistently gotten into the points. He's done, I mean, just brilliantly in terms of pacing that Williams, getting it into Q3. Just logging in here to read the rest of this article. Formula One don't let you read the whole article unless you do have a subscription. Carrying on though, Albon is like a different person to the one who was so mentally bruised after being axed by Red Bull. The tension he carried throughout his body has ebbed away. The exhausting mental pressure that ground away inside his head has eased dramatically. His infectious smile is back and he's living his best life. When I speak to him in the TV pen after sessions on a race weekend, he's refreshingly open and analytical, regardless of whether it's been a good or bad day. Williams are absolutely loving him at the moment. He's been a breath of fresh air around the halls of Grove and inside the team's hospitality unit and garage at the racetracks. Aside from the fact that he's incredibly funny and endearing, making him someone you want to hang around with, he's developed himself into an all-round racing driver who delivers results. When former Williams boss Jos Capito signed him up, he tasked Albon with being a leader, the first time he's held that role in Formula One. Putting the knockbacks and pain he'd suffered at Red Bull as Max Verstappen's teammate behind him, Albon delivered on his request with aplomb. His work in the simulator is like gold dust for engineers. His feedback crucial in helping the team across the board, from arriving at a race weekend with a good baseline to develop out problems quickly and finding performance as a week goes on. When he gets behind the wheel, the engineers know that near enough 100% of the time, Albon gets everything out of the car. That's the holy grail for engineers, as the driver variable is ruthlessly consistent, and that makes it easier to assess what is working and what isn't working on the car itself. His commitment on track, both in attack and defense, has been a wonder, especially as the Williams lacks downforce, and when opportunities for points are presented, he almost always delivers. The one blip was Australia when he crashed when running in the top 6, but that was quickly forgotten because they have seen enough to know that it was a blip, and one that will occur when you're consistently taking a car to the ragged edge. It is no surprise then that Williams are keen to hold on to him for the long term, beyond the end of his current deal with Williams, which is currently set to expire at the end of 2024. I'm in a good place. There's no denying that, says Albon, when assessing his current form. Firstly, this is my second year with the team, which is always a bit of a luxury in some ways. I come to every race and I know how the car felt last year. I know the areas we struggled with. Cars don't change that much. Downforce can, but characteristics take a bit more time to change. With the inherent experience, I do feel confidence in the car. It feels like we've been executing weekends very well. There have not been many moments apart from the Melbourne race that I would like to say we haven't been able to execute points when we've had the chance to. Things are going well. We do feel like I'm driving well, but as a team, we're making good progress. Albon and his management have a tough call to make. If they stay at Williams, they know it could be 5 or 6 years at the earliest before they are competitive. By then, Albon will be 32 or 33. That's still a decade younger than Alonso, but those years could well end up being his best stay. Though, and if Williams continue to improve and become a force in the future, not only will Albon have played a significant role in that revival, but he'll have a team built around him. There's so much interest from other teams though. Many of Red Bull's senior engineers are understood to rate him very highly. It is believed that there have been conversations, either formal or informal, with at least half the grid, some of which sources tell me are top teams. The driver market is wide open for 2025, and aside from McLaren, every single team have at least one seat available. So surely Albon will have a big role to play in that 2025 driver market, because a lot of teams seem to be very, very interested in signing him as their next number one driver, or possibly even a number two driver. Nonetheless, I think he'd be a great addition to any Formula One team down the grid. He is able to extract the absolute maximum out of every car. Certainly, he struggled a little bit in Red Bull, but I think that was because the amount of sheer pressure that was put onto his shoulders, being brought into the team midway through the season, replacing Pierre Gasly, and only being given half a season to prove himself, was certainly not very fair on the young Alex Albon. And he seems to be doing a lot better now in the Williams car, a lot less pressure on his shoulders, and just absolutely performing at the best of his abilities. Just watching him throughout the rest of the season, I think, is certainly going to be an absolute just pleasure for all of us, because he provides such great races for us, provides great on-track action, and I think every weekend myself and Mark really do look forward to watching what he is able to do. Moving on to the next article, Laurent Barreto says here, the pressure was on Piastri after the Alpine McLaren tug of war. So how is his rookie season going so far? Oscar Piastri ended his rookie campaign with great expectations of his youthful 2022-year-old shoulders. McLaren had thrown the proverbial kitchen sink at securing his signature, tempting him away from Alpine after a legal battle that went all the way to Formula One's contract recognition board. To have two teams turning to lawyers to sign you despite never having turned a wheel in anger in Formula One is quite something. But you earn that kind of pedigree when you win the Formula 3 and Formula 2 titles back to back. Only a feature two drivers currently have achieved, George Russell and Charles Leclerc, certainly drivers who have proved themselves in their own right. Big things were expected then, when he made his debut alongside the highly rated Lando Norris, then close to Piastri. Plus, those who have worked with him in junior Formula were confident he could cope with the pressure. As it turned out, he needed to be mentally strong when the car rolled out in Bahrain, as the MCL16 he had at his disposal was extremely woeful. I mean, we spoke about this already. The McLaren at the beginning of the season were absolutely dismal, but the team, having changed development direction late last year and thus started the season with a compromised car, he'd have to wait until Silverstone in the summer to get their real car. In some ways, that took the pressure off of the Aussie, as it was clear he didn't have the car to score the points. He failed to make it out of Q1 in Bahrain, but caught everyone's attention by making it into Q3 at the following race in Saudi Arabia. He scored his first points in his home Grand Prix in round 3 and scored another on the tight and twisty streets in Monaco. He just missed out in Baku and Canada with a brace of 11 places. If you assess his performance purely based on the driver's standings, it was solid, but not spectacular. But those inside the team who saw his data up close will tell you Piastri was making progress very, very quickly. When he got the upgraded car at Silverstone, minus the front wing, which would have cost him around a tenth of a second per lap relative to Norris, he excelled, taking fourth, which would have been a third and a first podium had it not been for an ill-timed safety car which robbed him of that third position. I remember Mark and I being quite upset during that race because he did get that third and first podium place for himself being stolen just by that safety car being ill-timed. He followed that up with fifth next time out in Hungary, where a podium could again have been on the cards had he not sustained damage. And then he secured his first top 3 finish with second in the sprint race at Spa. He accumulated 29 points in the last 3 races. Only Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Lewis Hamilton, and Norris scored more. Not bad for a rookie, eh? I feel like it's solid, said Piastri on his season so far. There's been some moments where I wish I could have been, where I wish I could have had again, but this is bound to happen in a rookie season, and some moments I've been very proud of as well. I said before the year, if I had to make mistakes, I wanted to make sure I made them once, then learn from them and not make them again. For the most part, that's been the case. There have maybe been a few more mistakes than I would have liked, but being in the world of Formula 1, not racing last year, that has to be expected. That is a tough assessment, some might have to say harsh, but that is down to the high expectation Piastri has put on himself, which is similar to teammate Lando Norris, that he has adjusted very quickly to the life in Formula 1 with a car that was initially difficult to drive and has inherent traits that Daniel Ricciardo never got a handle on. And Norris has said even he finds a challenge to tame. It's very impressive that Piastri knows he still has a lot to earn, picking up racecraft as an area in where he wants to improve, as he only has 12 Grand Prix in his career so far. That's only 12 opportunities to experience going wheel to wheel in a high pressure racing environment that is Formula 1. I've certainly been very impressed with Oscar Piastri's races so far this season, especially since he has been given a more competitive car. He's rarely been challenging his teammates, and in some races outperforming his teammates with the likes of the Belgium Grand Prix sprint race. I think Oscar Piastri is certainly going to be a driver to watch throughout the rest of the season and throughout the rest of his career for sure, because I think he is going to be one of the next great drivers for sure. If he gets given a car that is competitive enough, I think Lando Norris is certainly going to have to be a little bit careful, because if he doesn't keep the pace going, I think Oscar Piastri is going to be there to pick up the pieces. Nonetheless, moving over to our final article here for today. Why Ben Sulayem pushes on the new team process despite Formula 1 criticisms. This is an article from motorsport.com speaking about Mohammed Ben Sulayem, the president of the FIA, still vying and pushing to get 12 teams on the Formula 1 grid, despite Formula 1 teams pushing back against this. The FIA president, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, has defended his decision to open up a tender process for new Formula 1 teams, despite the unease it has caused. Earlier this year, Motorsports' governing body invited potential new teams to express their interest in joining the Formula 1 grid as early as 2025. The evaluation process of those applications is ongoing, with several teams including Andretti Cadillac, High-Tech, Craig Pollock's Formula Equal, and LKY Sons going public with their ambitions. Other teams including Roden Carlin and an entry from Asia were also linked to potential Formula 1 bids, but the move to expand the Formula 1 grid has not gone down well in the Grand Prix paddock, with Formula 1 CEO Stefano Domenicali skeptical about the need to expand the number of entries beyond the current 10 teams. Furthermore, rival Formula 1 teams themselves are not impressed about the prospect of getting more cars on the grid. They have publicly questioned the commercial implications of needing to share the revenue with extra parties, as well as logistical issues relating to the number of pit garages available. But Ben Sulayem is unmoved by the doubts about the new team entries, and thinks he and the FIA have done the right thing in trying to get more cars on the grid. Speaking exclusively to Motorsports' sister site, motorsportstotal.com, Ben Sulayem said, "We have a contract, and our contract says we have up to 12 teams, so we are not breaking the rules. We are, on the contrary, fulfilling the rules. The FIA, as a regulator, has to look at all the requests, and we did. The expressions of interest was the right thing to do. I know some of the teams are not happy because I can see the financial impact on them. Is it adding a team, or do they need to buy an existing team? That's not for me to impose on big teams, but what we have to do is the process. and the due diligence on the financial and the technical side. Carrying on with this article, the original deadline for the applications to be judged was the end of June, but this timeline has now slipped back because the FIA wants to ensure that it conducts a thorough analysis of all the entries. It is possible that a decision may come shortly after the Formula 1 summer break. We extended it because some of the teams requested some time, and you don't want to exclude them, added Ben Sulayem. We have to be flexible. We are not yet over with it because teams have to be very careful with making a decision. It is a big process, and I don't like to be rushed because the decision has to be very, very clear. Asked when a decision could be expected, he said, not far away, I think. 4 to 6 weeks. We need to do it right, and we are talking about big investment from people. We just have to wait for the next 6 weeks to see what is the plan. I have no doubt that Formula 1 management will do the right decision. They know what's better. Ben Sulayem said that there are between 5 and 6 applications made, with 3 or 4 of them being extremely serious. As the FIA closes on a decision over the new teams, the stakes involved are incredibly high. One scenario that sources have suggested could happen is that 1 or 2 of the new teams are given approval based on being technically capable of entering Formula 1, but do not get an entry because a commercial deal cannot reach that satisfies Formula 1 media and the current Formula 1 squads. Critical to the approval of a new Formula 1 team and is the level of the anti-dilution fee that should be paid to other teams to compensate them for a potential loss of commercial rights income. That is currently set at a whopping $200 million in the Concord Agreement, but it is suggested that this figure will be raised to be up to 3 times higher in the future. Should one of the interested new Formula 1 teams get rejected at this late stage, then that could open the door to potential legal action, something that Ben Sulayem admits is possible. What if one of the applying teams takes us to court? They can if we say no to them, said Sulayem. It's not about me. I am the one implementing the rules. One of the practical issues that has cropped up in the relation to the teams is that many of Formula 1's current tracks do not have enough garage spaces to accommodate them. There have also been claims that there could be safety issues in qualifying if there are more than 20 cars on the track at the same time. I think that's bullshit, as we do have a lot more drivers and cars running during World Endurance Championship races, which take place at a lot of these Formula 1 tracks. But Ben Sulayem has rubbished such suggestions, as he says that the presence of the Apple Formula 1 movie featuring Brad Pitt, which has had its own garage at the certain races, shows what is possible. We are currently running an 11 team across because of Hollywood, he said, and the tracks have been improving. The FIA is always there with the circuits and looking for constant ways to improve. So, I mean, this just shows, of course, Formula 1 teams don't necessarily want to dilute their stake in Formula 1, but I certainly think that the FIA is doing the right decision and making the right call in trying to bring in more teams for Formula 1, because it could improve the racing and improve the commerciality of the sport, bringing in more and more teams. Nonetheless, it's been a very, very exciting bunch of news. It could be very exciting to see more teams making their way into Formula 1. I see we do have Mark Sparks now in the comment section saying you missed most of the show. Never mind, it will go up once again once I end this, and you can go and rewatch all of the latest Formula 1 news and action that is going down throughout the rest of the grid. It is ramping up to be an exciting race weekend, though. Please do be sure to watch all of the other daily Formula 1 news videos, as well as join us for all of our live streams for the Dutch Grand Prix this race weekend. I've been Reese here on Forever Motorsports. Please do be sure to like and subscribe to the video and subscribe to the channel. Be sure to follow for all of the upcoming content this race weekend and a lot more content that is going to be brought onto this Forever Motorsports channel. We also do now have a Discord channel, so if you want to see even more Formula 1 content, do be sure to go and check that link in the description. Thank you very much for joining me, though, here for my Formula 1 live news video. I have been Reese yet again. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports for this, the fan forum and the preview for the Dutch Grand Prix this weekend. We've had city season over, not that it was particularly city this year. But our weeks of breaks from Formula One, I'm sure Ferrari fans are very grateful for the 3-week period in which they weren't crying every second weekend in their lives. And Dutch fans otherwise are very, very happy to be back, of course. It's returning at home in Zandvoort for Max Verstappen, who's been dominating the entire season. And for today's fan forum, we're joined by Reeves, of course, stalwart and main man on the channel. And we've got 2 Ferrari fans in Jono and Kyle joining us as well. So welcome to them. And Reese, if you just want to go over what we're going to be talking about in today's fan forum.
Yes, so we've got a few articles here, and then we'll kind of see where it goes after that. But just talking a little bit about Lewis Hamilton warning the rest of all the Formula One fans, really, that Red Bull could carry on with their momentum throughout the rest of the season undefeated, as well as a little bit of a look into the aero upgrades being brought in Zandvoort, as well as finally a rookie driver being brought in to replace Carlos Sainz for the Dutch Grand Prix FP1 session.
Indeed. And just before we do head on into the questions and otherwise, and some discussions about Formula One so far this year and what we're going to look forward to this weekend as well, let's just give you some stats about the Grand Prix that we are about to go into. So, of course, we are here in the Dutch Grand Prix Circuit Zandvoort. Circuit Zandvoort was first opened in the 7th of August, 1948. So 75 years ago. It's the 75th anniversary this year. It is currently hosting Formula One, the GT World Challenge Europe, DTM, and all other major races as well. The track length is 4.25 kilometers. There are 14 turns, and the race lap record is held by none other than Lewis Hamilton in the W12 in 2021, not so long ago, of course, in that rather famous season, getting beaten out by Max Verstappen right at the end in very controversial circumstances. But we are, of course, in Zandvoort, and it's going to be a fantastic track. It's one of the only tracks left with the banked turns, and I think that's certainly going to play a part in this weekend. So, Jono, Kyle, you guys are both Ferrari fans. Just firstly, what are we going to expect from Charles Leclerc, who's arrived with a little bit of sickness with regards to his ear pressure, if I'm right, Reese? So he's had to drive to Zandvoort rather than fly, as most of the drivers would have. But what do we think Charles Leclerc and Sainz will do? Kyle, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be easy for him to perform at the level you'd expect with ear issues. You know, affects your balance, terribly unpleasant, I'm sure, with a helmet on. And with those G-forces that your head goes, it's probably going to be hell for him, you know. From that perspective, I'm worried because Charles Leclerc, while I'm sure is an absolute fighter, and he'll be a professional about his work and give it everything. Lately, he seems not to be a very happy man, and his performances have not been as good due to that. I feel he's feels like one thing after another just keeps knocking him down. And I worry that this is another thing. Just after this break, he'd want a fresh start, and then, well, no fresh start. There's a setback already. I worry about the mental side of it, along with the physical. Especially when you're not confident in your team. It's so much change already. Your teammate there. I don't know how much he bounces off with Carlos, but in general, but I do feel it's just another added variable. So, look, just as a Ferrari fan, to be honest, more room for error. More like, it's too eventful, guys.
Yeah, indeed, it is 100%. So obviously his teammate Carlos Sainz will be missing free practice 1, and Robert Schwartzman will be taking his place, as is the rule for F1 teams. They have to make a rookie driver perform in one of the sessions during each season. So Robert Schwartzman will be taking place of Carlos Sainz in FP1. Firstly, I don't think it's going to make too much of an effect for Carlos Sainz, but Carlos Sainz so far going into this weekend, what are you going to expect from him? And we wait. Not sure if John has managed to hear the question, but we'll just wait for that to get back. But Reese, I suppose I'll just chuck the question across to you then. What are we going to expect from Carlos Sainz potentially this weekend?
Well, I think Ferrari are certainly going to want to come back off of the summer break and get a good performance. And after, I can't remember how they performed in Belgium, but I think that probably means it wasn't particularly spectacular.
In with Carlos, more so this year than last year. So it's been impressive to see him really going.
Oh, sorry about that. We're just gonna mute. Oh, I didn't mean to remove. I don't think I'd removed. I think he's automatically been removed. No, not a problem. We're going to carry on. Reece, you were saying. Sorry.
Yes, I think off the back of the Belgium Grand Prix, they'll be wanting to have another good race weekend. So I think they might have some upgrades here this race weekend. They might not. We'll have a look in the article a little bit later. But I mean, the other teams seem to be really stepping it up in terms of the pace. So Carlos Sainz will be wanting to do as well as he can as well. There's a lot of teams looking towards him for the next few years with this contract silly season up at the moment. He's been one of the big drivers speculated to go to Audi. So he's going to be wanting to carry on having a good set of race weekends in a row. So yeah, hopefully he'll have another good race weekend. I don't know if he'll have the pace to maybe get on the podium, but maybe a 4th or a 5th place.
Okay, 4th or 5th. I mean, Carl, would you be happy with that? You're not unmuted yourself there, Carl, unfortunately. So
sorry, just my bad. We're not doing well with technology. Guys, I had a bachelor party last night on a Wednesday night. Can you believe it? So
no.
Apologies if my brain isn't quite with me. But yeah, I feel I'd be content with 4th and 5th just because I feel that should be the minimum requirement from Ferrari as a team. They should feel like anything less is a problem. So I'll use the word content, but I feel that if Ferrari do not at least achieve one driver on a podium per race week, you must feel that that's a failure. You have to be targeting that podium, especially when your numbers suggest that you're the second best team, the second best car with capable drivers. You need to at least have one driver on that podium. But the way things have been going, I'll take 4th and 5th.
John, you're back. I can see that. So,
Yes,
would you agree with Carl?
What was the last thing you heard?
No, we're just saying. So, Carlos Sainz, Reece was predicting, a 4th and 5th finish for Ferrari this weekend. So, Carl's saying, any race not finishing on a podium for Ferrari is a bit of a failure. But would you agree?
To a certain extent, yes.
He's tried again and it's gone again. So no, what's happening that side there? But we're going to have to unfortunately just move on from there. We'll get Jono back, I'm sure. His device is not connected currently. Oh wait, he's coming back. Maybe you can continue. Let's just see. 3, 2, 1. Maybe not. Reece, I'll tell you what. We'll just move on from the topic whilst Jono just gets sorted that side there, and we'll move on to the next piece of news. And we will come back to Jono, of course. We will give him a chance, but he's just struggling a little bit, much like Ferrari this week, this season. So I suppose it's very apt for him to be disconnecting. It's a bit like Charles Leclerc crashing out and Carlos Sainz crashing out. It's the same as Jono. He has just had to do the same thing. So we talk about Lewis Hamilton apparently now, Reece. You've got information about that.
Yes, I have an article with a quote from Lewis Hamilton just talking about the chance of Max Verstappen winning every race this season. I mean, the quote here says, "There's a high chance that he will win every race, but we're hopeful that we can challenge them at some point, whether it's this weekend or who knows where. If there are any mistakes, any mishaps, will be right there to try and capitalize on them." And I mean, that's quite unfortunate. And that's really the prediction for the rest of the season, not only from my side, but I think everyone watching, really. We've seen the absolute pace that Max Verstappen and Red Bull have, and it just does not look like any of the other teams are able to get anywhere close. I mean, the McLarens are certainly making some big advantages and big gains in terms of their pace, but it's still Red Bull's game at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly quite an unfortunate season in the fact that Max Verstappen has gone way out ahead of the rest of the drivers. But at the same time, we've had this discussion many times, of course, with regards to whether or not it's Red Bull doing really well or if it's Max Verstappen. Now, if you look at the points, as Lewis Hamilton says there, and you talk about, he's aiming to try and finish up in a runners-up spot, which means that he'd be finishing ahead of Sergio Perez, who is Max's teammate. Now, everyone keeps talking about the fact that Red Bull is exceptionally good at the moment, and that's the reason why it's just pointless for the rest of the teams. But yet, Sergio Perez has not been doing as well. So, I mean, is it just Max Verstappen that much better than the rest of the field, or is it that Red Bull is just certainly good enough and Max Verstappen is a better driver than Sergio Perez, making sure that he makes use of that? I think Jono is properly back, so we'll ask Jono that question.
There we go. I'm unmuted. Okay. Yes, I am properly back. Sorry, our Wi-Fi dropped out.
No
That is an awesome question, and I have two ways to answer it. Firstly, the thing that I think people should acknowledge is that Max Verstappen has been at Red Bull since 2016, which is now what, his 9th season? No, sorry, my maths is horrible. 7th season with Red Bull. And so, as him being the only one who's been consistently at that team for that long, the car is being built around the feedback that he has for the team, if you know what I mean, over the last few years, even coming into the new aerodynamic change. They weren't 100% certain that Sergio Perez would be there for that long. So why would they invest time and energy into putting the car towards his liking when they know they can make a car for Max where he will win world championships? But at the same time as saying that, Max is just on a level that no one else can touch at the moment. We can't deny it, and it's been awesome to see him get to the point that he is over the years. But to answer the question from the other side, Adrian Newey literally wrote the book on ground effect aerodynamics. Like, the people who built the other cars read the books that he wrote. He wrote his thesis for his PhD in ground effect cars. And so it was no surprise to me that Red Bull would be the ones to dominate this season. I did think that Mercedes and Ferrari would be closer, to be honest, especially coming into the beginning of this season. But Adrian Newey's too good at his job and Max is too good at his job, and there's nothing anyone can do about that at the moment.
Reese, would you agree with that?
I actually read a really, just touching on Adrian Newey, I read a really interesting story the other day that in the lead up to the 2026 regulations, he actually didn't spend, as much time as you would think he would in the aerodynamic department. He actually spent a lot of time in the suspension department, which has certainly been one of the biggest problems and biggest problematic areas for all of the teams with these ground effect cars. So, I mean, as you say, he knows what ground effect has and what it entails, and he knew exactly where he really needed to focus his energy for these new regulations. And I think that's really why Red Bull have gotten it spot on from the beginning. They didn't have the issues with the porpoising like the other teams did. And I think that's really allowed them to develop the car in a way that they are now leagues ahead of everyone else.
So, leading on from that, then, Kyle, we were discussing the fact that Red Bull, then, we were saying Red Bull have been incredible. Of course, Adrian Newey's there. That car is performing very, very well. As Jono also said and brought up the fact that they built that car mainly around Max Verstappen. Now, is that to the detriment of Sergio Perez, or do you think a different driver in his chair, or seat rather, would perform better and would be a more consistent driver for Red Bull? And I hint, nudge, nudge, one who turned down the offer of going to Red Bull being that of the McLaren driver, Lando Norris.
Yeah, I think while I do like Checo as a driver and as a personality and the fight that he has, I feel he's in the point of his career where he's probably very set in his ways, and to adapt is going to be difficult. Whereas a younger driver, there's more room to learn, to adapt to different cars, different styles of driving, making the best of it with a different team. And then you throw a name in like Lando Norris, who's been one of the most consistent drivers on the grid for quite a few years now, really establishing himself as a very consistent performer. He's known for getting, in seasons past, being fourth, fifth, all the time, consistently in the points. He already brings consistency at a young age, while having the advantage of being young enough to learn things. I think it is a bit of a case with Checo of an old dog in new tricks. It's a bit tougher there. And I also think Lando is a superb driver, and we could argue, certainly at this stage in the two drivers' careers that we're comparing, that Lando is a better driver from that perspective I do think both Lando and Red Bull would be better off had that happened.
Yeah. Okay, that's very interesting. I'll tell you what, it's an interesting one because Lando Norris essentially turned it down. Red Bull wanted him. So Lando Norris turned them down at the time, and backed the idea of staying at McLaren. And again, he backed the idea of staying at McLaren. Throughout the next few seasons, he's been talked about with other teams. He's one of certainly the hot topics on the grid. Now, everyone thought that he was going to definitely move on from McLaren based on the start of their season, but they significantly improved in the last 5 or 4 races before the break now. So going into this weekend and also going to the rest of the weekend, I'm going to phrase this question to Reese first, and then we'll go on to Jono as well, is where do we feel McLaren will finish up at the end of the season?
That's a great question. I think they are certainly picking up the pace. They're currently challenging with, I think it's Ferrari in terms of points, if I'm not correct. I'll double check that. But I think they are really starting to find a lot more pace and are really getting to grips with their car. They have new upgrades for this race weekend. We didn't think they would be bringing, but they have brought some more tweaks. We've seen the aero rakes already fitted onto the cars for pre-practice tomorrow morning. And I think they might even find some more gains this race weekend. Certainly, we hope they will, because we want to see them getting closer to those Red Bulls. And I think Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri are a great driver pairing at the moment, both really hungry for points and podiums. And I think if they're given the opportunity every race weekend, they'll get there.
Jono, would you say McLaren are going to take Ferrari by the end of the season? Because they are quite close. I'm looking at McLaren 103, Ferrari 191. Now, it doesn't sound as close, but when you think about the fact that McLaren gained almost 90 of those points in the last 4 races or 5 races before the break, that's the incredible part. So, does McLaren finish ahead of Ferrari?
I would actually predict yes, that McLaren will finish ahead of Ferrari before the end of this year, purely because of the fact that I think they've been more consistent in their strategy calls. They're just more cohesive at their as a team at the moment. Ferrari, I think, are just a little bit lost, which is why they've been slightly underwhelming. But also considering how many times they've changed their team principle in the last 4 seasons, you wouldn't expect anything less. Looking at the likes of Christian Horner at Red Bull, Toto Wolff at Mercedes, they've been there for so long. And so whether or not they're doing well in the championships, there's still a cohesiveness within the team that they can maximize the performance of the car, regardless of where they are in the pecking order. And I don't think Ferrari are doing that at the moment, which is why McLaren will, I think, finish ahead of them in the constructors. I do, though, think that Mercedes will hold on to P2 in the constructors in terms of their consistency. And also, I think it's going to take a few races for all the teams, McLaren included, to get a full understanding of all the upgrades that they've been doing over the last few races, because all the teams have been quite aggressive in bringing all of these upgrades, and with all the sprint races as well, have had minimal time to actually fully understand what those upgrades have done to their car, which is why I think Mercedes are struggling with their porpoising again, because they don't know what they brought back to have now got the porpoising issue again. But yeah.
Carl, I noticed the fact that you were quite a little bit shocked by the fact that Jono is definitely predicting pretty much McLaren to finish ahead of Ferrari. I mean, are you disagreeing, or do you just think that that's just the state that Ferrari's in?
Hey, look, I think it's harsh. I think it's a big call at this stage to confidently say so. I think McLaren are going to push Ferrari, and I think it's all up to how Ferrari responds. But beyond that, I genuinely think it's Ferrari against themselves. I think if Ferrari do the basics, they will finish second. If they just get the basics right, they will finish second, because the car is the second best car. If they sort out the nonsense and they just achieve that, if they're taking 3 and 4, 2 and 4, 2 and 3 if Checo, screws up, yeah, I think they'll take second because they have the better car. And they have 2 very, very good drivers. However, do I think Ferrari are going to consistently do the basics till the end of the season? I do not. So therefore, I think it's a case of Ferrari against themselves. If they just do what they should, they will be second. If they don't, they could they could end up behind McLaren. And I am very curious to see where Aston Martin fits in all of this, because if they don't pull up their socks and get onto the upgrade train that everyone else has, they could finish fifth, and maybe McLaren could finish second. I think it's going to be an exciting second half because of all these possible permutations.
Well, just to answer your question there, Kyle, immediately, McLaren have upgrades this weekend. So do Aston Martin. They have got a big upgrade package, thankfully, for this weekend. We hope to see them maybe picking it up by a few tenths a lap, because, I mean, they've really been falling off. But going back to the Ferrari topic, I have some news, and I know as a big Ferrari fan, this may break your heart, because once again, Ferrari have abandoned another season and have already stopped developing their car for 2023. They've got a set of upgrades already planned for the rest of the year, but they're not doing any more upgrades in the aero tunnel. They're not doing any more testing. So it's going to be difficult with a aggressively upgrading McLaren. So it's going to be a difficult end to the season for them if they want to still challenge for that fourth position, or even try challenge higher.
And also on that, the interesting thing there is also the fact that, Kyle said quite confidently it's the second best car on the grid. Now, I just certainly don't think there's a dispute in that fact when it comes to qualifying. I think qualifying-wise, Ferrari have always been right there and thereabouts with Red Bull every single qualifying session. Don't get me wrong, Mercedes every now and then, but most of the time it's Ferrari that's challenging it out with Red Bull for qualifying. But when it comes to race pace, not at all. It's a weird thing, but do you genuinely think the Ferraris got better race pace than the Mercs?
Look, I think when you look at the data analysis before the Sunday starts, the data consistently has suggested that Ferrari is the second best car on the grid. Ferrari are not able to turn that data into results on the day, whether it comes down to the strategy around tires, around track position. Ferrari seems to not maximize the potential in the car, and that is what is affecting the actual pace of the car. When you should be on the right tire at the right time, you can lose all the advantage that the aerodynamics and engine, for example, the car should bring. And soon you find yourself limited to doing damage control and trying to just make sure that you get through the race with all four tires, having enough grip.
So just to bounce off of your comments there, being the second fastest car on the grid doesn't necessarily mean you have the second best car on the grid. I'll agree wholeheartedly that I think Ferrari are the second quickest around one lap. But in terms of their race pace, in terms of their tire degradation, and in terms of their ECU output as well, you see later in the race, both Carlos and Charles can't really maximize their energy because their batteries are, not recharging in the same way or as efficiently, let's say, as the Red Bulls and the Mercs. For me, I think Ferrari and Mercedes have switched places this season compared to last season, because, last year Mercedes were awesome. Well, were horrible in qualifying and were awesome in race pace, and Ferrari were kind of in the first half of the season great in quali, sure, but in the second half they kind of tailored off the front running pace a little bit, and now they've kind of switched places where Ferrari are qualifying phenomenally and then are just falling back in the race, and kind of falling victim to either Mercedes Ferrari or Mercedes Aston Martin or McLaren, depending on who kind of has their car better suited or just has it in a better window for that weekend. It's awesome to see that best of the rest battle going on, because I don't think we've seen it so close. I mean, obviously, apart from Red Bull, they will call it the F1 B team. I
don't even think you can say apart from Red Bull. I think it's everyone apart from Max Verstappen has been really exciting this season, but it's just Max is leagues ahead of everyone else. As you say, though, that car has been tailored around him from him being in that team for multiple years.
So I thought it was an interesting topic to chat about, the fact, we talk about best car on the grid. So I put a poll up, so be sure to go and participate in that poll. Go and let us know, who do you think is the second best car on the grid? Is it going to be Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren, or one of the others? I didn't include Aston Martin because I thought their last 5 races have been really shocking. So hopefully the upgrades this weekend will maybe change that. So let's go a little bit closer to home rather than long distance. Let's go straight to this weekend. We've got, of course, Zandvoort coming up. It's a normal weekend, practice 1, 2, 3, qualifying, and the race on Sunday. Now, Lance Stroll was pictured earlier today, funny enough, arriving at Zandvoort with a patch right behind his ear there. We don't quite know what it is yet, but he's got something there, as well as I'm now reading some more details about some other things with Lance Stroll. The fact that he is apparently struck down with an infection ahead of going into the Dutch Grand Prix. Now, he's also started the season, don't forget, with that bicycle accident, which he's been praised for coming back out of, but he just seems to not get a break. And I mean, is that something that's concerned? Because there's lots of news this weekend with Lance Stroll. Maybe he got a tennis injury from his infection. Maybe that's what it's from. I don't know. There's a couple of rumors saying that he's going to decide to give up his F1 career and go to tennis. I mean, Rhys, tell us what's happening with Lance Stroll.
Well, Kyle and John are kind of looking a little bit confused there. Yes, you heard that right. Lance Stroll is supposedly, it's a rumor from planetf1.com, who probably can't be trusted at this point, but nonetheless, it is a hilarious article about not Lando Norris, Lance Stroll wanting to quit Formula One and go and play tennis professionally instead. So good for him if he wants to do that. People have been saying maybe his dad's going to buy him Wimbledon. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's. I'll tell you what. I think, without being harsh, I mean, I don't think Lance Stroll's a bad driver, not at all. But I think most of
people
the
just
F1
love to hate him,
would very much welcome the idea that Lance Stroll is out of Formula One. So I think the concept of him leaving, I'm sure, has probably definitely sparked the interest in many a fan. So, yeah.
Okay. Now, with Lance Stroll, it's always been a bit of a love-hate relationship also from my side, because he does have an awesome driving style. It's actually very cool to watch his onboards, because he does these tiny movements of the steering wheel. Instead of like fully committing into a medium speed corner, he actually tweaks the steering wheel to get through. And it's very interesting to see how he uses that driving style in the wet. He's a phenomenal driver for me in the wet. It's just he makes silly decisions when he's in the race. And I think that aggressive driving style, that, not caring who comes out of the corner, he's just taking the line whether he wants to or not, even with his own teammates. And I think that's what's kind of given him a bit of a bad rep. But there are so many drivers on the grid who are similar to that. Esteban Ocon for me is one of those. He's a brilliant driver. I don't obviously talk anything bad about him, but he's one of those aggressive drivers that he will go into that corner, and if you make it out alive on the other side, well, that's your responsibility, not mine. Let's say it that way. So I think that's why Stroll's gotten a bit of a bad rep. But if he wants to go play tennis, I think a lot of people wouldn't mind.
Yes. Well, then, so you'll be backing Lance Stroll this weekend, Jono, because it is actually being predicted that it may rain for the majority of the sessions this race weekend. Another Formula One race with weather affecting it. I mean, we haven't had a dry race weekend since Miami in May.
Yeah, it's all the European races.
Precisely.
if you look anywhere other than the Middle East, has just been rain. Which has been great, because for me, I think the rain is a great equalizer. Obviously, Red Bull, dry or wet, that car is still phenomenal, but it kind of closes up the field and makes it a little bit more up to the driver. Like if you saw at Spa last year, George Russell, in 2021, he took the slowest car on the grid and put it P2 on the grid. Kevin Magnussen last year in Brazil put it on pole for the sprint. It's really awesome to have these races in the wet, because you really just have no idea what's going to happen. But there's a lot of drivers who are brilliant in the wet.
Yeah, no, exactly. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. It's just I assume there's an interjecting point. So, Kyle, you've not spoken for a little bit. I think he's just having a good thought process. So, whilst you're thinking about things going into this weekend, we've got wet weather happening. We've got, of course, a long break and lots of upgrades for various teams. So, everyone knows Max Verstappen is probably going to finish number one at his home Grand Prix, break the record, the wins record, get up to 9 straight wins in a row, beating fellow Red Bull stalwart Sebastian Vettel. Now, I'm assuming you're going to say Max Verstappen wins this Grand Prix as well, but I want to start off and ask you first, Kyle. Who is your top 5? Predict for me out of nowhere who's going to finish in the top 5 and whereabouts.
Yeah, well, first place is the easy one. I do think that'll be Max. It's really hard to place Checo, isn't it? But I do feel that, and what I love about that guy as a driver is back against the wall, he finds some fight and he pulls some. As soon as he's under the most criticism and under the most pressure, he pulls something out the bag. And I feel like we will finally have that double Red Bull podium that the car seems to have deserved. I think Checo is going to come back strong. The final podium spot, I think, is going to be a fight between the McLaren boys, to be honest. 3 and 4 there. I know that puts my hopes of at least a Ferrari 4 and 5. The math doesn't add up there. But I think Charles will be ahead of Carlos. Possibly a 5-6 there, because I do think the McLaren guys might be ahead there. So I guess what I'm saying is I think it's double Red Bull, double McLaren, and 1 Ferrari after that. And before we move on, and I will allow the subject to be dropped quickly just for context around what I was saying about the Ferrari numbers on being the second best car. If I quickly look at the numbers in front of me from the Monaco race simulation pace after the practices, the numbers are that Ferrari were 2 tenths behind the Red Bull on race pace. It's not quali pace, in race pace. The Mercedes 500ths behind that. The Aston Martin then 700ths behind the Mercedes, and then McLaren at 400ths behind that, and very quickly onto the same numbers, but from Spain. Ferrari were 3 tenths behind Red Bull on that analysis. Aston Martin 200ths behind that, and they had an even worse time, didn't they? Mercedes just about another 10th behind Aston Martin on the race pace analysis, and McLaren were actually quite further behind that there. So I think we are seeing that more than before, teams are having a big effect on how they strategize and access the potential in the car. But I'll leave it at that.
Well, then, yeah, so basing it off that, Reese, then, so Carl's going and saying Ferrari's got the second best car on the grid. So are they going to go and get a second and a third in the podium this weekend? Because, if they get their strategy right, which they'd never do, that's certainly possible. So, who's your top 5 and reasons why?
To be completely honest, I don't see the Ferraris in the top 4. But, yeah, I mean, that's being realistic. Max should be very strong this weekend. I agree with Kyle that Sergio Perez should also bounce back quite well after the summer break. He's had time to kind of just digest the first half of the season. He's had time to relax. I think one of the major problems that he was having at the end of this first stint is that it just did get really repetitive and very tiring, of course, with multiple back-to-back races. And I think this break has been very good for him. He's been in the factory already from Monday this week, working quite hard to get back up to pace. And I think he's going to hit the ground running. And I agree with Cal, it will be a Red Bull 1-2. Then I agree as well, it will be a bit of a fight between the McLarens for that third place. We might get a bit of a surprise maybe by Ferrari, but I don't really see it coming off the back of the rest of the season.
If it rains, I think both Mercedes drivers will finish in front of the Ferrari drivers.
Yes.
I will say that as well.
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I was about to say, nobody's mentioned the Mercs, which I think is surprising. So, Johnny, your top 5 here.
That's what I was about to bring up. I know you mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast that I'm a Ferrari fan, but in actual fact, I'm not really a team's supporter. Well, I am in the sense that I support all the teams, that I want them all to grow because it's good for the sport. But I prefer to support the drivers, and my driver is actually George Russell.
Russell, dear.
Russell, the love muscle, man. I've been following him since GP3. And yeah, it's my thing. But anyway, I think most of you guys are excluding the fact that Brazil and Zandvoort are Mercedes' 2 strongest tracks with this generation of aerodynamics. Last year, George came second comfortably in the dry. So I think you guys are underestimating what the Mercs are going to do. I see there being Red Bull, obviously, Max coming P1, which will equal Seb Vettel's record. It won't break his record, not yet.
Yes, I understand.
Um,
Yes.
yeah, but yeah, I think Mercedes are going to be 2-3, and P4 and P5 are going to be a scrap between McLaren, Aston Martin, and Ferrari. Whoever has better tire deg and who gets the strategy calls right, obviously barring any what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, any like safety cars or red flags or anything like that. Any interjections by fate.
I think the only reason I left out the Mercedes is because of the back of Belgium with their porpoising. I'm quite worried with Zandvoort with having such a long straight here. I think that with bringing even more upgrades this race weekend, they might not get it right and might still be struggling with those porpoising issues. And that really does cost you quite a lot of lap time around a short circuit like this.
Absolutely.
And the wind as well, I'm sure doesn't help.
Yes, the wind as well, for sure. They're right next to the beach.
Yeah, and I suppose
I agree.
I'm just gonna go very, very quickly and give my top 5 as well. I thought I'd try to participate at least. So I'm gonna go and say Max Verstappen 1. I reckon number 2 will probably be Lando Norris, funny enough. I just back Lando and that McLaren. I really do. I think McLaren are going to come back here, and they're certainly looking to try and end the season on a high. And I think they're just going to keep it going.
He loves all the orange fans in the crowd. He always says
exactly. It's going to be great for him. He's going to love seeing all the orange. So I'm going to go very quickly. It's going to go Max Verstappen 1, Lando Norris 2. I'm going to say Lewis Hamilton 3. I'm going to say Charles Leclerc 4 and Perez 5. That's going to be an odd little thing there. I reckon Perez only finishes
left out Piastri. I see.
Yeah, but I think Piastri's probably going to have the same issue he had last time, where he's probably going to go and be too brave, and I think he's going to see a bit of a problem with that. I think it's a very tricky track, and it's very easy to lose it. We've seen, especially coming around those at the final corner there. It's very easy to lose it in that section there. I do reckon Piastri probably makes a couple of mistakes or two. I reckon he finishes in top 10, but I think he will probably rue his chances there. So I definitely think Max Verstappen wins, but after that, I think, yeah, it's so exciting to see the rest of the grid, what happens, because every Grand Prix we go and say, oh, this is what we think is going to happen, but we really don't know, other than first place. And the problem is everyone's so fixated on first place. And whilst we're on that topic, I'm going to open up the floor here and say, are F1 fans in general too obsessed with who comes first and not the actual race that happens? And I'm going to go to Reese first, and then we'll go through.
Well, I mean, we say this all the time on our race streams, that it's not necessarily about the one in first, because we see so many great battles throughout the rest of the field that are equally as exciting as we'd see for a battle for first place. Of course, we want to see battles for first place. We want to see the fighting going on until the last lap. That is always a trait of a great Formula One race, but it's not always possible in an era where we have a dominant driver, which we can't say it's never happened before in Formula One, because we've had Lewis Hamilton, we've had Senna, we've had Michael Schumacher, we've had all the greats come through, and they've all had they've all had their period of dominance. And I think it's just Max's turn at the moment. It might not go in for as long as some of those other greats, but it's still a bit of an unknown at the moment.
Carl, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. And to bring some new points in, I think the casuals might be more obsessed with first place, while the more invested fans are enjoying the midfield battle, and even the battle just for 1 point, and then just the battle to not be last as well. Personally, I've been enjoying that a lot this season. Gatekeeping warning. Sorry, any casual fan out there. I don't mean to throw any shade there. Feel free to let me know in the comments if I'm completely wrong as well, if you consider yourself a casual fan. But I also feel like the point system, I'm giving away my age now and when I started watching Formula One, but since winning a race has gone from, being a difference of 2 points from second place to now being worth 25 points, 7 points more than second place. And as it goes down the tier list, the podium places being that much more worthwhile than anything else in the top 10. I feel like that is why the podium, and in particular first place, has a bigger obsession. Back in the day when it was just 2 points difference on the podium, and then everything else was 1 point different chronologically from there. You had to be more invested in the rest of the point scoring positions, because winning didn't give you a free ticket to a championship. If you've won the next race, but the following 2 you were fourth, you could be behind to the guy that just consistently finished second for those 3. You can check my maths afterwards. I haven't done the quick mental maths there, but I think you guys get my point. And
Yeah.
So back in my day, in the 2000s, early 2000s, through that whole era, you had to be invested in every single scoring point because it mattered more. And since the point scoring has changed, I don't think the midfield matters as much.
Jono, your thoughts?
I completely agree with Carl in that sense. I feel like they've made victory too important with them actually making such a big difference in the points. Having 2 points, I think consistency, even if the winner got 4 points more, and then the rest of the grid got, 2, and then maybe the last 3 finishers got 1 point, or they could switch it around, do whatever they want. I mean, the thing with Formula One is it's about innovation of technology and sport. If the sport is not changing, it dies. Because anything that stays the same and stagnates will eventually come to an end. So if you look every 7-8 years, they change the aerodynamics, they change the point systems, they change the penalty systems. I just think we're in a stage at the moment where, like Carl says, they've made too much out of coming first. And so as we've seen from 2010 already, like when Vettel's era started going into Lewis's and now Max's, the points difference between first and second, other than 2010, obviously, when, Seb didn't even lead the championship the whole year. But from then onwards, it's like ridiculous points margins, because if you win, even the guy who's coming second is getting 7 points less every time he comes second to you. In 3 races, that's 21 points. How do you get that back?
That's exactly that. And I think, leading on to this, a very good little conversation we can have, and I think that's something that can certainly be discussed in a greater sense, is why is it, and this is leading on to this and slightly different, but why is it that you only get points for the top 10 places? I've never understood that. I have never understood the concept of only handing out points to the top 10, because you have then teams who are sitting 17th and 16th going, oh, you know what, let's just retire the cars. Pointless. We're not going to get points today. Let's just retire. And it's boring for the rest of us. You want to see those cars still out there. And I've never understood why they don't set up the points in a way that gets points all the way down to 20th. 20th being the only one that doesn't get points for me. And surely that's something that we need to have as well. And, it's an interesting thing to talk about. And I think, try and come up with a solution right now if you can, or otherwise just lead on from somebody else's. What should the points scoring system be? I mean, how should we be looking at it in terms of making it more exciting, especially further down right at the back there? As Kyle said, he's been enjoying seeing who's not come last in each race and who's battled not to come last. But I mean, that would be far more exciting if there were points up for grabs as well.
Yeah, I think from a radical perspective, almost like a reverse grid, like what F2 does. You have a reverse grid of the points. So the person who finishes first gets 20, all the way down to 19th, which would get 2. And then obviously if you finish last, you don't get a point because, well, you finished last. But I think that would be interesting. Not to say that it's realistic or even sustainable, but, they need to do something to change it up, because they're losing a lot of fans with the way that they are going about running the sport at the moment.
And before somebody else also gives an answer, just got a comment here from Brittany. A very good, interesting idea here. She just says, I'm sure one of the reasons they brought in the sprints idea was to reduce the points difference for those winners. But we've seen most of this season that Max Verstappen has won a lot of those sprints. So, I mean, is that still stopping it? Because in the sprints, you've got 8 points available for the top 8 positions in the same order that John has just gone and said, the reverse points. So now, is that not just adding more and more to that winner, especially if you have a dominant driver like Max Verstappen? I mean, that's the problem, I suppose. The sprints also bring up. It's a good idea to try and spread points across different things, but the problem is when the same people are winning it, it just takes that margin even further away.
I think sprint race weekends and sprint races should be, as Jono says, in the Formula 2 style with the reverse grids. But I think they should actually start them reverse style. They have a specific sprint qualifying. Why not do something a little bit different? It allows people from the bottom of the grid maybe to score some points. It allows more opportunities for lower scoring teams in a race on Sunday to actually get some points on the race weekend. I mean, we've still got the likes of, Daniel Ricciardo has only done 2 races, but he's still got 0 points. The majority of the AlphaTauri team has barely any points to their name. Haas doesn't have a lot of points. Of course, Nico Hülkenberg's had a few good races, but it would just allow those lower scoring teams to get more of an opportunity. And it also would, I think, just make racing quite exciting as well.
Kyle, and I see you nodding and agreeing. So what would be your sort of solutions, both to sprints, the points, and to the race itself? And also concepts, as Reeves says, he goes and says, why isn't it that we have a reverse grid order for the sprint races where we make those really top teams fight through the grid by the end of the sprint to try and get as many points as possible?
I think it'd be very exciting. I like it from a fan perspective. I'm not sure from a practicality perspective how they'd make that work, but I like the idea. And Mark, I really do like your idea of having points all the way through to 19th and last place not getting a point. And I think that would be really cool to bring into the sprint races as well, to make sure that playing field is leveled as well. Because currently, and correct me if I'm wrong, gents, it's only up to 8th place in the sprints that gets any points as well. So
that's correct.
The effect is even worse there. But man, it would be exciting to see a reverse grid. I think if there were, goodness, it would make it. I might be suggesting a bit of a dog's breakfast for how points would add up and work and stuff. But what if we, goodness, and I can't believe I'm saying this on a Formula One forum, goodness me, but what if we did a reverse grid, but like NASCAR? So sorry to bring up that name with Formula One here, but like with NASCAR, if we had points for overtaking and not just for final positions, then with that reverse grid, I think that would be exciting.
I think the score a lot of points, though, unfortunately.
Yeah,
very impractical.
So, Johnny, you're going to say something there.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, motorsports in general. If you look at NASCAR, yes, a lot of people say it's turning left a lot for 500 laps, but there's still a lot of engineering that goes into what they do and into actually making the sport sustainable for them, and also to maximize the longevity of it, to make sure that they have enough fans to keep the sport moving forward and growing. Like if you look at NASCAR, it's still to this day the most watched motorsport in the world, as far as I know. Correct me if I'm wrong. If someone claps me over the head, I'm sorry. But there's a reason for that, and I think yes, Red Bull would also get a lot of extra points for overtaking, but then so would everybody else. If you look at Logan Sargent, I saw statistics this morning. Logan Sargent has made 16 positions on the first lap so far this season. He's made up 16 positions. Can you imagine if Logan Sargent had 16 more points than he does at the moment? Which is zero.
It's exactly that sort of thing. And his teammate as well, Alex Albon, who's been doing so well in the midfield, many overtakes and otherwise, especially in the beginning of laps. So, it's. I think the immediate problem though with the point scoring when it comes to overtakes is that you will then have completely different strategies, which is probably a bit too different to prior Formula One seasons and the history of Formula One, which has been going on for so long. Of course, is the fact that you then have teams maybe opting not to try and finish at the top and just go around like Max Verstappen without a single overtake because he just stays in first place. So you might then see Red Bull, for example, deciding, we're going to try and aim for 8th or 9th, and then we'll make 8 overtakes, and then we've got first place in the bag as well. I think that's the other problem that you'll have with the overtakes option. But I do love the idea that, you get rewarded for overtaking people. But I also think, we go back to the sprint race weekend and reversing orders in ways we can make it more exciting and give points out more that sort of makes it a bit more entertaining. You guys are more than welcome to tell me I'm an idiot here, but I reckon don't have a sprint race weekend the way we have it right now. what we should have is practice 1, practice 2. Qualifying is for the race and the sprint. For the race, you'll obviously start up the grid where you do finish, obviously, in qualifying. But in the sprint, as Vries suggests, a reverse order there. And you've got 20 points down to 1 point at the bottom there. And then for the race itself, then double those points, because I think it's more important. Then you go and say 40 points, and then you just minus 2 points each place. I mean, Rhys, your immediate thoughts. Tell me I'm an idiot, or is that something that's fun? Or, I don't know.
Well, I don't think any opinion at this point is stupid, because I think we need something to make the sport a little bit more exciting. Of course, I mean, these new regulations have made the sport a lot more exciting. If we think back to Lewis Hamilton's dominance era, the cars really did struggle to follow each other, and we had so little overtakes throughout a race. Already with these new regulations, we're getting a lot more overtakes and a lot more inter-race battles, which at least makes things quite exciting for a Formula One race. But I think we do need to give the teams further down the grid more opportunities to score points.
Yeah, Car?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. John is going to speak in. Yes, John.
That's cool. No, so, I agree with Reese from that perspective. The turbo hybrid era was probably one of the most painstaking to watch, because the cars were so difficult to follow each other. You just saw a driver try to overtake for 1 lap, and if he didn't get right, fall back to 2-second gap so that he didn't munch his tires behind all the dirty air. So from a racing perspective, they've already improved the sport exponentially, I would say. We've seen so many more overtakes and a lot of close battles, people following each other side by side into corners that, just weren't possible to do previously. But what I think Formula One and the FIA need to realize is that it takes more than just a racing spectacle to make a sport attractive to fans. Like you say, we need to have something more involved in the point scoring process that gives more teams an opportunity to, like you say, actually get a chance at scoring points and making those battles from P1 all the way down to P10 in the constructors never a sure thing. I don't think it should ever be a sure thing the way that it has been over the last couple of years.
Carl?
Look, I can't help but just agree with all the points that you gents have come up with. Some exciting ideas. I think the practicality side of things is where we'll struggle to see how it can work. Make sure that, I think it's balance, I think, is the word here. I mean, Mark, the voice of reason, correctly pointing out the problems with my plan, and fair enough. I think it's finding a balance between having points for position, certainly in the scenario we cooked up of reverse grid plus overtaking points plus, I think, points for where you do finish. But I think the reverse grid helps, because now if you do finish higher up qualifying for that, you're going to be reversed, end up for the back opportunity to overtake, etc. Look, I don't know, smarter people than me would have to figure out how the numbers together would work and make sure there's a balance in the sport and value for genuinely being the best car and driver. I do agree that the sport needs to find something to make it a bit more exciting for the, not only for the viewer, but for the other teams that are on the back end of the grid. Give them something to fight for more than just 10th place. I feel like you can't come away with being 11th and have the same amount of points as 20th. That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest points as well is the fact that this point scoring system possibly scares away so many other teams from wanting to even join Formula One. Because if you're going to be at the back of the grid for multiple years while you try get up to pace, there's no opportunity of you ever scoring points. You're going to get the minimal amount of money you can get from the Constructors' Championship, and your team's just going to fizzle out and die.
I think money is a good point you bring up there, Reese. Yeah, didn't even think of that. And that's what small teams need to survive and stay in the sport. And how do you get sponsors when you're showing 0 points for your 11th place and try to convince investors, but no, we're almost there. And then they're like, but you have the same amount of points as 20. How do we invest in
how's it going to work when we have 11 teams on the grid, 12 teams on the grid, do we then extend points down to 12th place or 14th place? Because we're going to have 22, 24 drivers on the grid. It just does not seem like a system that is working correctly.
Yeah, I must agree on that.
Yeah, so John, yeah, I was just going to say, you've got something to say.
Yeah, no, I think, financially speaking, how do you, as a business person, justify spending £200 million in a year and, not really having much to show for it? Whether you've actually, obviously, in the Constructors' Championship, even between P9 and P10, there's a massive difference in what you get back from the championship itself. But how do you justify spending £200 million to get, let's say, £50 million back? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's exactly that.
And I
And
mean,
that's the problem with Formula
yeah.
One. It's always been a massive monetary problem.
And that's why we've seen so many teams go bankrupt. We've seen Minardi go well, wasn't Minardi? There was also Toyota left because of, I think it was also financial reasons. Then it was Force India. They also went bankrupt. I mean, it's just a very expensive sport. Of course, they've tried to get that under control with the cost cap era, but it's still a ton of money if you're not going to score any points and benefit from it at all.
Yeah, and you know what? I think we've had a really, really good conversation. You had some very good ideas shared amongst us all. And I think certainly, quite frankly, if I ever happen to stumble upon our little conversations, there's certainly ideas that we're not actually unique in having. I'm sure many, many thousands across the world in Formula One have also thought of very similar sort of ideas and otherwise. But I'd certainly think it all speaks to one main point, which is the fact that change is needed. And we know that the system right now, whilst good, could definitely use some significant improvement, especially for those lower teams, which should also affect the higher teams as well. The lower teams are always going to remain to be a low team because they just do not have the means to compete, especially with the points basis and the budgets that your top teams have. But we are going to start wrapping up the show now. So I just want to go back to that point we made up much earlier in the show, and I just thought I'd tell Kyle this, and of course, the stats will say otherwise, but just people's personal opinions. I just had a laugh at the poll, which says, who do you think has got the second best car on the grid? So we had 50% say McLaren, 25% say Ferrari, and 25% say Mercedes. So Ferrari, for quite a while, they didn't actually have a single vote, which was quite funny. I think that just speaks to the fact that Ferrari's strategy in races has been so poor that nobody's even backed them in terms of a car point. So we're going into Zandvoort this weekend. We're about to end off the show here. I've already asked for your predictions with regards to who's going to finish up top there. So let's go to the rest of the season. At the very end of the season, who are our top three drivers in terms of points? Who do you think will finish 1, 2, 3? Let's make it really, really quick. Let's just give a very short explanation for each driver. Very, very short. And let's just go 1, 2, 3. Rhys, start for us.
Well, I'm going to be quite calculated here. I've been watching Lewis Hamilton slowly scraping back those points throughout the first half of the season, and I think he's going to be able to take it to Sergio Perez. I know Sergio Perez is having a bit of his comeback as well, but I think Hamilton is just able to keep a lot more consistent. So I'm going to say Max Verstappen will be first, of course. He's comfortably in the lead. Then I'm going to say Lewis Hamilton second and Sergio Perez third in the Drivers' Championship by the end of the year.
All right, cool. Kyle, your predictions.
I want to inform myself quickly and look at the current gaps, but my instinct is Max first, Checo second, just because I'm rooting for him. What can I say? I like the guy. I want him to have a great comeback. The final spot, I think Fernando is going to drop out of that. I think the Mercedes consistency might have Lewis there by third. I'm not going to write off a McLaren driver snatching it from Lewis, though.
So you're not backing your boys. You're not backing Charles to come in there in that third place position. So
I'll always back my boys, but I can't back the team right now.
Indeed. Jono, your predictions.
Okay, so Max obviously first. I thought it was interesting bold and obviously also very plausible that Lewis can surpass Checo in the driver's standings, but I don't think he'll do it. I think Sergio will be able to hold on to P2. I'm being optimistic in saying that I really hope that George can have a much better second half to his year. He's had 2 DNFs at the beginning of the season, which has put him a fair whack behind Lewis. So I'm being very optimistic in saying so, but I'm going to put George for P3 in the constructors just to be the nail in the haystack.
Right. Okay. So we pretty much all of us, of course, got Max Verstappen 1. Is then an argument over either Perez or Hamilton in second, but Jono's backing George in third. So I'm going to go and just quickly say, I'm going to say Max Verstappen 1, Sergio Perez 2, Hamilton 3. I think I'm just going to go with what is probably the most likely scenario. Fernando Alonso, I'm sure, will probably drop out of that top 3, which is very sad because he's probably my favorite driver on the grid. But I just don't see that Aston Martin, as much as they're bringing
my favorite driver on the grid too. Look at
us. I'll tell you.
Same as well.
So as much as I'd love Fernando Alonso to finish up there, I don't think Aston Martin will have brought enough upgrades for the rest of the season to back him with that. But never count him out. Maybe I'll just put him in a cheeky 4th ahead of Charles Leclerc still. So, guys, thank you so much for joining us today for this fan forum and the preview to Zandvoort, the Grand Prix getting up this weekend. You can catch all of the action live here on Forever Motorsports as well as Forever Sports. Me and Reese will be commentating throughout all of the sessions throughout the weekend, and I'm sure we're going to have some great action as well. So from Reese, Kyle, Jono, and myself, Mark, you've been watching Forever Motorsports on this fan forum. Be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you again very, very soon. Cheerio.
Welcome to Zandvoort, the home of the Dutch Grand Prix. This circuit provides a challenge for the Formula 1 drivers, as it is one of the more technical circuits on the calendar. With its long main straight, undulating elevation and high banked corners. The circuit is made up of 14 corners and 2 DRS zones. This weekend, we could see Max Verstappen equaling Sebastian Vettel's 9 consecutive race win record in front of his home crowd. Ride on board now with Verstappen as he takes you around his home circuit. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more Formula 1 content, and we hope you'll join us for our coverage of the Dutch Grand Prix. could affect his balance. We've seen how he's had multiple lockups already this race weekend. Hopefully he's going to be all right. He's had to drive all the way from, as he says, the south of France, Monaco, all the way to the Netherlands, which is a 14 to 15 hour drive, which, I mean, from that already he'll be exhausted. Hopefully someone would have done the drive for him. But yeah, hopefully that will not affect his balance today, and he can hopefully have a good qualifying session. They showed that they did have some pace at the end of FP3, but whether that's pace enough to get on the top step of the podium, I don't necessarily know just yet.
Yeah, we're just about to get going with the first qualifying session here. Max Verstappen looking very calm and collected in his Red Bull racing car, that number 1 shining there. And we can see all these cars out on the grid there. Sergio Perez has already joined them before Max Verstappen's got out. So Max Verstappen just waiting as long as possible. So the opposite to what we've seen from him for quite a few races, as I think we're about to get that green light, and we have just got the green light. Q1 is underway.
Yes, qualifying 1 session is underway. Thank you very much to all of you who have been hitting that subscribe button to this new channel. Please do be sure to hit it if you want to get notified when we go live for race weekends, as well as when I upload lots of Formula 1 news and content. 215 of you are subscribed at the moment. Let's get that number up a lot more, though, before the end of this race weekend.
Yeah, so Albon is leading out the entire pack. Here's the first one out there. He's on intermediate tires. So everybody seems to be on the intermediate tires. They're going to try and make those work for qualifying. And let's see, a whole lot of cars making their way out into grid now. Albon, Sargent is there as well. I think both Mercs are there, and Alfa Romeo, it looks like, possibly for some Ferraris as well. We'll see every single car pretty much. It's going to be a very, very busy track straight away as everybody tries to get in some laps before that weather system hits.
We now see the Ferraris making their way to the end of that pit lane. Not as much spray being kicked up by the cars as I thought there would be, so it is quite dry out there. Hopefully there will be a dry line forming very quickly, and we could see some dry tires being put on by some of these teams. Whether that rain system makes its way over the track again and upsets all the teams, that will be we'll have to wait and see whether that does happen. It is sunny though over the track at the moment. Max Verstappen will be loving that though, because it means that he's able to see every single one of those fans sitting out in the grandstands, and there is a lot of them for sure out there.
Yeah, so Max Verstappen completely contradicting what he's been doing for the second half of that first half of the season, where he decided he wouldn't be caught out again by going out very early and getting some banker laps. And he's going out late today. He's literally being overtaken already as Albon starts the first fast lap of the day. So he's coming out in between all of them, and he's going to try and find a gap there for him to start his fast lap. So we'll see how that goes.
Yes, we'll see how that works here today. Max Verstappen making his way round turn 3 now at the moment. That is where we saw Daniel Ricciardo crash out in FP2 yesterday. Unfortunately, he has broken his hand, so he will not be participating in any of the sessions this race weekend. Very disappointing to have Danny Rick out, but it is unfortunately what happens in Formula 1 at times, because, yeah, it is a very tricky circuit. He was avoiding a crash there with, I think it was Oscar Piastri yesterday, and unfortunately, yeah, he just lost it and ended up in the wall in turn 3. And he has broken his metacarpal on his hand. Very disappointing, but nonetheless, glad that Daniel Ricciardo is all right, and we should have him hopefully making his way back to Formula 1 in the next few weeks, because he has got one of the absolute best surgeons. He's flown across to Barcelona today already to go and see one of the MotoGP surgeons who does all of their surgeries, and they normally are able to get back on the bike within weeks. So hopefully that will be some good news for Daniel Ricciardo in the next few weeks.
Yeah, we'd love to, of course, see him back before the end of the season. Of course, just coming back into Formula 1 as Albon sets our first fast time of the day, a 1:31.3, which has already been beaten by his teammate Logan Sargent, a 1:29.5. So quite a bit quicker than Albon. So I think this track is going to, it's completely changing. As we get more cars going around, every single car is on the track right now. So Hamilton's coming around as well, just finishing up his lap here to see what sort of time he puts in. He moves himself into only second place as Bottas has gone quickest with a 1:26 dead. And yeah, I mean, Vries, take us through this.
Yes, just watching a replay of Alex Albon at the moment. This is why he was quite far behind his teammates in terms of time. He locked up in turn 11 and had to cut the chicane into turn 12. Getting a little bit of gravel on his tyres. Hopefully he would have been able to slow down there and just set up another hot lap. Ooh. We're seeing, I think that's a Haas into turn 1. Yes, it is a Haas into turn 1. I think that may be Hulkenberg. And now watching Max Verstappen as well coming into turn 1. Does he also have a lockup here? Just watching it. Yes, he does. He has a big snap of oversteer. Goes into the gravel. Lucky to keep it going. And he's back onto that runoff zone. Just waiting for these drivers to start some more fast laps. Oscar Piastri now goes fastest with a 1:15.4. Let's see what he'll be able to do throughout the rest of the session today.
Yeah, Piastri, as I say, currently number 1, 125.4. So currently leads the pack in this.
Sargent, though, beats that with a 1:24.7. Very interesting to see Logan Sargent finding some great pace out here on track.
Yeah, I think the track is evolving very quickly. So the later you get these laps in, we're going to see these times tumble slowly but surely. Verstappen on the radio saying, mate, what is going on with the car? I have no grip. I'm spinning everything everywhere. So some early problems for Max Verstappen at his home race.
Possibly just struggling with some tyre temperature, struggling to get it up to temperature, as he's now being caught by someone behind him. Oh, hopefully he doesn't get in the way there. I think that may be an Alfa Romeo starting a hot lap, and now he's starting his hot lap with Hamilton in front of him. That's not going to make him very happy at all.
Well, you could try and follow him and see if you can get a bit of drag there, but it's going to be a bit more of
backed off.
Yeah, you see, the spray is going to prove a problem. Has he backed off?
Yes.
Yes, he has. Yeah, he has indeed backed off.
Norris goes fastest with a 1:23.2, 1.5 seconds up on Logan Sargent's fastest time at the moment. As you said earlier, this track is evolving incredibly quickly. We have Albon on a hot lap, fastest first sector by him. Also a purple mini sector in the third sector. Let's see what he's able to do. 0.4 down on Norris's time, but much better from Alex Albon on this qualifying attempt. Not cutting that chicane in turn 11 and 12, making his way through that final bagged corner now through turn 13, where we saw Zhou Guanyu end up in the gravel last time out, and then they decided to cut away from him, of course.
The Trent Holly just saying, is track limits ever a problem here? Not usually. Though,
because if you go over track limits here, you're going to end up in the gravel.
Yeah, exactly that. So people try not to extend the track limits too much here. It's very much a cautious track. It's very easy to spin out in this track, as we have seen in all the sessions so far this weekend. And we've already seen a couple of cars go off in this first qualifying session, which still has 11 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Sergio Perez on a fly at the moment. Fastest first sector of all right now. Let's see what he's able to do throughout the rest of this lap. Charles Leclerc also starting himself in the hot lap. He's quite far up in that first sector, 500ths up on Lando Norris's fastest time at the moment. He should be able to pick up a lot more time than that. Sergio Perez only 0.2 up in the middle sector, so Leclerc got a chunk full of time up on Sergio Perez right now. Sergio Perez will take that pole position, and then Charles Leclerc, who is really storming behind, should be able to take that quite comfortably.
Now, let's see if Perez does actually get that pole position. I'm not sure he's going to be quick enough. He's coming round here. Is he going to beat Norris's time? I don't think he is. And he goes just a little bit slower. He goes into second place. But Leclerc is coming ever so quickly. Let's see how he fares. Although
he's lost his first sector to Russell.
Oh, and
he has a big snap coming through turn 12. Coming through that final banked corner now through turn 13. Oh, another snap of oversteer through turn 14 now. It just shows how tricky this track still is. It is drying out. DRS zone now won't be opened because it is still wet. Crosses the line. He goes into first, even with all of those moments. Faster than his teammate Sainz, who has made it into second.
And again, he had to, after finishing his fast lap, dives off in that first corner. Doesn't manage to make it stick. So he clearly just late on the brakes there again. Hamilton, though, is setting a brilliant time there. Down in 19th position. He's got the purple first sector and he's improved the second sector very well. This could be a new fastest lap here.
What can Stroll do now? He crosses the line. He goes up into fourth, waiting on Russell as well, who's finishing up his lap. Russell goes fastest with a 122.9, 0.16 up on Charles Leclerc as Alonso now takes provisional pole for Quali 1.
Yeah, Alonso still got a lot of time left here. Hamilton goes into third fastest, so he lost some time in that third sector. But fantastic lap there from Alonso. And now Max Verstappen goes quickest. Only just Alonso so close to his time. 0.007.
Norris, though, is up in that middle sector. What can he do now? He's getting a good slipstream from Zhou Guanyu in front of him. He goes and takes away that pole from Max Verstappen by quite a margin.
And now look at
300ths
this.
up.
Albon.
Piastri is also on a hot lap. Albon's fastest in the first sector. These times are tumbling so quickly. Albon is very wide, though. He actually goes over the grass there in that middle sector. Oscar Piastri's up in the middle sector. Albon is coming through that middle sector marker now. What can he do? He's 0.3 down on Lando Norris's time. Now, Oscar Piastri is coming through that final banked corner. What can he do? Let's see what lap time he's able to put in. Will he be able to take away that fastest time from Lando Norris? He comes across the line now, and he does take it away from Lando Norris with a 1:22.059. Brilliant from Oscar Piastri. I said he would be on form here today, and he's certainly doing it already in this session. Albon puts himself ahead of Max Verstappen into third. We see how quickly this track is evolving.
Yeah, indeed. So we can't take these, you can't count your chickens until they've hatched, unfortunately. We're looking at the times here. Piastri currently sits on top, but we've still got lots of time left. Max Verstappen finishing up his lap here. He's got new personal bests in all both first sectors here. Let's see if he gets a better third sector. He's usually very quick in the third sector. Here he comes across the line and a little bit slower, only into fourth. Still slower than Albon, Norris, and Piastri. There's still lots of time left, and I'm sure we're going to see these times tumble as Lawson is now improving his times upon Magnussen. Lawson sitting right at the back of the grid. Not the greatest start for qualifying for Liam Lawson, of course. But let's see if he manages to break himself out of those bottom five. Right now, it's Lawson, Gasly, Sargent, Magnussen, and Bottas. Lawson...
Tsunoda moves himself up into 11th now with that AlphaTauri machine, as Perez now puts himself in between the two McLarens, up in second with 1:22.296.
Lawson not having the best of times, still not able to get out of that elimination zone, only moves himself into 16th position. So he looks like he's going to have an early elimination here. Sainz now coming down the main start-finish straight. Where does he put himself? All the way up into 7th. Not the greatest run from him, but Russell's got a first sector. It's purple that's been taken away already by Lando Norris. So, yeah, I mean, it's just tumbling times right now. It's just 7 minutes and 35 seconds left.
Do not dare to jump into the pits right now because this track is evolving so quickly. There's 7 minutes and 30 seconds left of the session, but it is all still to play for. We do not know who is going to be eliminated. Gasly, Sargent, Magnussen, Bottas, and Lawson currently in that bottom
Alonso
elimination
is
zone.
so close to Piastri's time. Sorry, Reese, just seeing here, he's literally right on his time. So if he manages to get this last sector absolutely nailed, he will move into provisional pole.
Gasly being told we're expecting rain in about 5 minutes. Russell goes provisional pole for now with the 1:22.052.007 up on Piastri's time. We now have Alonso crossing the line. He only puts himself up into 5th. Norris is on a very hot lap coming out that banked section. He is approaching that start-finish line. He crosses and goes even faster. 600ths up on George Russell.
Yeah, indeed. Normal qualifying format, for those asking in the comments, it's a normal qualifying format, Q1, Q2, Q3. Pretty much going to be running inters and the entire time, as we do see rain is coming in just by 5 minutes, which is right at the end of this Q1 here. Right now, let's look at the danger zone in terms of the major names. Leclerc, Hamilton, Sainz, not looking very safe right now, though the rest of the big names pretty much set. Verstappen all the way down in 7th at the moment as well.
He is still out on track, though. I would expect him. He is on a hot lap. As I say that, I was going to say I expect him to go on another hot lap, and he is setting those timing boards alight yet again. But so is Oscar Piastri in that middle sector. He's got a purple middle sector at the moment, doing personal bests in the final sector. Leclerc coming through that final sector now, exiting that banked corner. He moves quite close to the inside to cool down his tires, and he finishes up in P4.
Yeah, indeed. Not a bad lap time from him at all. The Verstappen is going...
Piastri. Sorry, Mark. Piastri goes even faster with a 1:21.2. Now, George Russell crosses the line, puts himself up into 3rd, but Verstappen is also on a bit of a flyer at the moment. Ocon moves himself out of that bottom elimination zone into 12th place. Gasly also puts himself up into 9th. Alonso finishes the lap, puts himself up into 4th. Max Verstappen now coming across the line. Where does he put himself? He puts himself comfortably into 1st.
The McLarens are not that far away from Verstappen, though, so it's great to see these two McLarens doing very well. I do enjoy the comment here. I just want to just go note from Jeffrey saying, you know, the Brits are used to it. So, indeed, so Piastri and, Norris and Russell doing very well so far. Both of them British, of course. Piastri, though, the Australian, competing very much with Verstappen.
Andrew Crozier, one of our regulars here, asking, have we ditched the hard, medium, soft format for quali 1, 2, and 3? Yes, we have. It was purely a test format that we used for a single race weekend, and we are back to the normal format now. People can use whatever tires they want. Hamilton saying he got blocked. I don't think so. He got a nice slipstream there. Saying he got blocked was a bit of a overreaction. Oscar Piastri, watching a moment from him.
Oh my word!
Blocked. That is getting blocked. He got blocked by Carlos Sainz there. That should be a penalty for Carlos Sainz for sure.
Piastri did very well to stay out of the way then. As you say, he's coming around. I think this is the last
This
corner.
is the first corner.
First corner. Coming out of the pits is Sainz, and Sainz gets in the way of Piastri, comes right into his racing line.
That is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous from Carlos Sainz. He will get a penalty for that. I'm calling it right now. He comes straight out of the pits and moves over onto the racing line. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, Piastri, his lap there, unfortunately, rather ruined by Sainz there. And just watching a moment here from Max Verstappen.
On his push lap.
Yeah, and still managed to go quickest. Although, I think Albon is doing something very magical in the background here. Let's see what Albon can do. Race Control has noted that incident involving Hamilton and Stroll for impeding. I don't think that's going to result in anything, as Albon does go quickest.
What is going on here today? It just shows how quickly this track is evolving. Magnussen now comes across the line. He gets himself out of that bottom 5. This could be crucial because we could have some rain moving it over in the last few minutes of this qualifying session. Sargent moves himself up now into 6th place as I think Max Verstappen starts another hot lap.
Indeed, and it's pretty much as we predicted right now. The Alfa Tauri's, the Alfa Romeos, and the Haas the ones very much in danger, though Hamilton is also sitting in 15th right now with just 3 minutes left. Russell's got a first sector that is purple now, so let's follow his lap as well. And you guys are joining us. We've got almost 350 viewers. Hit that like button right now for your favorite driver to get through. And then, of course, hit that subscribe button as well.
Russell ever so slightly up in that middle sector. Will he be able to take that fastest lap time now? As he crosses the line, that goes across the line with the 122.1. Yeah, I got a little bit too excited there, but we should have him crossing the line quite soon. We have yes, race control, turn 1 incident involving car 81 Piastri and 55 Sainz noted for forcing another driver.
Russell messed up his last sector big time. Unfortunately, he did not improve upon his time, messed up that last sector. Very disappointing for him. Yuki Tsunoda moves into 6th. Great little lap there from him.
Verstappen finishes up and does not go faster than Albon.
I'll tell you something. Albon is doing magical things yet again. Gasly moves into 6th now. Great little run from him. Magnussen now finishing up his lap. Where's he going to put himself? Currently sits in 17th. Driver at risk, of course, is Sainz right now. Magnussen is going to move into 11th position.
My words then, I guess. He goes up to 11th. Hulkenberg also on a hot lap. Sainz on a hot lap. Perez puts himself up into 7th. What can Hulkenberg do throughout the rest of this lap? I'm quite surprised that we haven't had any yellow flags or red flags yet this session, especially in a wet session. Carlos Sainz not doing too bad in the first sector. Personal best, Lando Norris moves himself up now into 4th place with a 121.2, 0.3 down on Albon's fastest time. Sainz 0.1 down on Albon's time in that middle sector. Verstappen saying line
I was just going to note, we've got to be careful here. Hamilton and Sainz are very much in the danger zone, literally currently not making it into Q2, and the rain is just about to start falling. And
Hulkenberg moves himself up into 7th. Sorry, Mark.
Yeah.
After that next qualifying attempt.
So Sainz needs to do well here, and Hamilton as well, because the rain is about to set in. So I think we might see our fastest time. Sainz gets himself out very comfortably. Now Leclerc's been pushed into that elimination zone. Alonso also dangerously close.
Race control, turn 13 incident involving car 44 and Alonso noted for impeding. I didn't know there was a moment between those two. Yuki Tsunoda moves himself out of that bottom 5. That puts Leclerc in that bottom 5 point positions. We don't want to see him getting eliminated. Hamilton moves himself out. Hamilton's currently at risk. We've got 1 minute left. So if you cross the line, this is your last qualifying attempt. Hamilton now finishes.
Another minute.
Yeah. I'm saying if you finish a lap and have to do a warm down lap, that is you done pretty much. Lawson is unfortunately down in that last position. It is where we expected him to be. Zhou currently on a good lap for himself. Stroll crosses the line. He puts himself up to 7th.
Where's Alonso?
Exactly. Where's Alonso? He's
and
driving at
Leclerc.
risk. Yeah, this is getting quite tense in the last few moments here.
Leclerc, I think he's just started a fast lap now, Leclerc. So let's see if he can get himself out. Alonso goes into 10th, so not too secure. Perez also down in 13th, not looking very, very good there either. Leclerc has started a new fast lap here, but the rain is starting to come down a little bit more, so could these times be beaten or not? It's going to be right down to the wire here. Don't go anywhere as we get to the end of the session. Just 15 seconds left before they cannot start another lap.
Yes, it is looking... Ooh, big slide there from Zhou Guanyu in that final sector. Or was that Valtteri Bottas? I don't know. They're both on the right at the moment. It is Zhou with the green on his helmet. Zhou comes across the line now. Where does he put himself? Only 15.
I don't think it's enough.
Done from this first qualifying session. Bottas crosses the line. He only finishes in 18th. That's very interesting that Zhou qualifies or out-qualifies Valtteri Bottas. Leclerc is on a hot lap at the moment. He needs to have a really good lap here. Any mistakes, and that is him out of qualifying. What will he be able to do in this second and third sector? He's making his way towards that second sector marker. He's 0.004
just up
on
on
that
Zhou.
driver risk time. Yeah, he needs to have a very, very good final sector in order to keep himself out of that elimination zone.
The only good thing is that Zhou did have a bit of a moment in Sector 3, so if Leclerc doesn't have a moment, he should make it up. Oh, he makes the same mistake. He has the exact same moment. So will Leclerc make it out with the... let's see. He's coming down the start-finish straight. Does he move himself out of it? I think he will just... He does, into 14th position.
My way too close for comfort. But there are multiple drivers still behind him on hot laps. We'll see whether that is the end or whether he is safe. Robert Schwartzman looking on, he just nods his head to go, well done. I guess you got yourself out of the bottom 5. That's not brilliant when your teammates all the way up in 5th.
I think that is pretty much the end of our session there. I don't think Magnussen's going to get quicker, and I don't think Zhou, of course, has another ability to go around. So we have confirmed our 5 drivers eliminated. Liam Lawson, his debut in F1, has started terribly, down in 20th position. Bottas in 19th, Magnussen 18, Ocon 17, and Zhou in 16. We've lost both Alfa Romeos, we've lost a Haas, an Alpine, and an Alfa Tauri. Notably, though, Pierre Gasly right up there with Tsunoda as well. So the Aston Martin's also safe, both Ferraris safe, and both Williams safe on either end. Albon in first, and Sargent, the last one to make it through, in 15th. Albon, how's that for a time?
Yeah, very good time from Alex Albon, certainly showing that he has just a brilliant understanding of his car at the moment, and just really is a good talent in Formula One, because I think rain is the great equalizer. We've always said it. Everyone really says it, that rain is the great equalizer, and he's ahead of Max Verstappen as well as those 2 McLarens who have been so competitive in the wet.
Yeah, Alex Albon certainly putting up his hand for some major teams next year, because he's been doing so well.
Sargent's in 15th.
That's what I pointed out earlier. I was saying Sargent all the way down to 15th. So it just shows you the driving ability of Alex Albon there. Just reading all the comments, everybody very much getting involved with this and saying, so proud of Albon and Sargent. Looks like Hamilton is out. Well, he just made it in, as he says, so close for him. Perez also quite close to the end there, and so is Leclerc. So very dangerous for those two. Yeah, lots of regulars in the comments. Great to see you guys all back here. Please be sure to like the video right now. Hit that like button, and your favorite driver will likely make it into Q3. That's my little voodoo for the day.
Joffrey taking his second attempt at spelling Lando's name. Don't worry, I understand what you're talking about. And he asks here, do you think Lando will finish in 3rd or 4th at the end of the year? It's certainly possible, because they're having a great turn of pace at the moment. Will they be able to challenge with the rest of the top teams? We'll have to wait and see what happens over the next couple of races. It's going to be a bit of a tall order for him to get himself a bit higher up in the Drivers' Championship, especially after the first half of the season where they didn't have all that much pace until around Spain after that. So we'll just have to wait and see what they're able to do.
So yeah, guys, if you guys are joining us for the first time on this channel, be sure to subscribe right now. Hit that subscribe button.
There's only 215 of you subscribed to this channel. Be sure to hit the subscribe button a lot more as Mark hits his knee on the desk.
I was about to say, hit that subscribe button just like I hit my foot on the desk here. Yeah, let's keep those likes coming in. They're suddenly rapidly coming in. Let's see if we can get to 50. We're so close to that there. And a whole lot of you guys watching. Don't go anywhere, as Q2 is just around the corner.
Randy asking what you guys think about Hamilton's performance, because it is not as good as expected. Well, I think the rain, of course, makes things a bit tricky here. His teammates certainly seem to be finding a lot more pace than himself, but I think we can't discount Hamilton all just yet, because he does normally have some great qualifying pace, especially in the wet. I certainly don't want to discount him all just yet. Patrick Visser just saying Albon and Max in one team never will happen. Well, they were. They used to be teammates in Red Bull. And then, of course, Max Verstappen just completely outshone Albon. And unfortunately, they dropped him from that team after only 6 months. I think it was a bit too harsh for him, because he was brought into that team halfway through the season. I think he should get another attempt at being that Red Bull safe driver.
Exactly that. And I think he's certainly putting up his hand maybe to replace Carlos Sainz in that Ferrari position, because, of course, Sainz is being heavily linked with the Audi car when they should come in. And that will leave a gap there for somebody else to fill. And I think Alex Albon would certainly relish the opportunity to go into that Ferrari seat. I know it's obviously maybe not as good as the Williams seat these days, you know, so we'll see if he takes it up. But obviously it's Ferrari. I'm sure Alex Albon might well be considered for that seat if Sainz should leave.
Thank you to Edward Lake for listening to all of our ramblings on and subscribing to the channel. Thank you very much. If you do subscribe to the channel and I get a notification of your name, I will read it out. So just all the more reason to subscribe to us. As well as, of course, we bring you a lot of Formula 1 based content and motorsports based content. Just waiting for this qualifying 2 session to get underway. It should not be all that long now until it does get light green for that session. But let us know who you were most surprised by in that qualifying one session. I mean, myself for sure was very much surprised by Alex Albon taking that number 1 spot.
Yeah, indeed, exactly that. And yeah, I mean, Verstappen was having a few problems there. I mean, sorted it out. But looking at Lewis Hamilton getting held up not once but twice by 2 different Aston Martins. That time, very much so. So that was, I think, Alonso. Or was that the Stroll incident? I don't know. It was Alonso? He said Alonso.
It was Alonso.
But the same board has come up saying the stewards are investigating Stroll and Hamilton. So yeah, anyway. Just seeing now another replay of Kevin Magnussen missing that first corner again, like many drivers have done so far today. So very, very interesting. F123 saying Alex Albon was the surprising one. Patrick also saying Albon. Well, that's so Patrick. That's just earlier
Max
comments.
Verstappen's already at the end of the pit lane, just waiting to get going here because he does not want to be caught out by any extra rain. He'll try and get a lap done. Oh, there's very dark clouds as we both kind of react to that. I mean, yeah, hopefully we don't get the rain impeding on the session all that much, but it does look like those clouds are very, very dark overhead. We won't talk about them too much. Hopefully we won't entice them. Thank you very much to Wayanda Mujula for taking that. I'm just seeing what you're doing here. For taking that comment and saying that you should subscribe and we'll read out your name. There you go. You get your name read out on chat. Thank you very much for subscribing to the channel. Mark has now put a comment saying he subscribes to the channel.
Damn right.
We have 322 of you watching alongside with us and only 217 of you subscribed. So do be sure to hit that subscribe button to get that ratio a little bit more to where we would like it to be.
Exactly. Just as we start Q2 now, what's going to happen in Q2? We're going to lose a big name driver. I can guarantee you that we've seen it pretty much every race so far this year. We have lost a big name driver in Q2. Who do you reckon it's going to be, Reese?
The one dropping out? Big name dropping out, you said. It's difficult. I think
I have a name in mind.
I have a name in mind too, but I don't want to see him eliminated because I'd like to see him further up. But off the basis of Q1, I'm going to say Leclerc.
Leclerc. Ooh, it's very interesting. My name, funny enough, is Perez. I think Perez is going to drop out. I just think that he's going to somehow mess up this session a little bit. I don't think Perez will get through yet again. And just because we keep talking about the Perez revival in the season, and every single time he's supposed to, he starts very far down. But then obviously does well in the race, so it's not too bad. But I reckon Perez doesn't get there. Likes, we've just reached over 50 likes. Thank you very much for that, guys. Let's keep it going. Let's get to 60 and then 70 and onwards, of course. So let's see what happens there.
Yes, our track map, you can finally see people going around because the session has gone green. Just looking at the moment at the track dominance between Albon and Verstappen. Albon is faster down all the long straights, really. Max Verstappen a little bit more dominant throughout some of the more technical sectors of this track. Max Verstappen is currently out on track. He has not started his hot lap just yet, but he is ramping up now, coming through that final sector. He's backing up, giving himself a bit of space to Sargent ahead of him, and then he will get going.
Indeed, yeah. So let's see what happens. And we're reckoning Leclerc or Perez could be danger men here. Also, Hamilton.
You reckon Perez, I reckon Leclerc.
Yeah, but Hamilton also was very close to getting eliminated in that previous session here. Now, I think the rain is going to have a bit more of an effect in this Q2 than it was in Q1 because we only had it right near the end here, but those clouds are right over the track now as Verstappen starts the first hot lap of Q2 with just 13 minutes left.
Andrew Crozier saying it's chucking it down with rain in England right now. We could very well get the same thing in Zandvoort quite shortly. Max Verstappen starting his hot lap to try and get a clean lap in before that rain system does make its way throughout there. Turn 13 incidents involving Hamilton and Alonso reviewed and no further investigation necessary for impeding there. I think it was a bit unfortunate. Alonso got caught up by a lot of traffic, and then that, of course, affected Hamilton's lap, of course, as well. Verstappen now through that first sector with a 29.071. Sargent has set the fastest middle sector right now. Max Verstappen, those mini sectors are light. George Russell with a few mini sectors, Sainz with a few mini sectors being purple, but not able to match Verstappen's first sector at the moment. Perez not able to match Verstappen's first sector either.
Yeah, I think just going back to that Alonso incident, I think also one of the main reasons why there was no further investigations because Hamilton did get through to the next session as well. So no real harm done. So they're not going to try and impede on other drivers because of that. They're trying to make it as fair as possible for everyone to race.
Sorry,
no,
Verstappen with a bit of oversteer coming through turn 12, now making his way through turn 13 and 14. A little bit of a correction into 13, now making his way through that bank corner in 14. Coming down that long main straight and he crosses the line and goes first quite comfortably with the 121.921. That will be his banker lap for this session. Hopefully, he will be able to hold on to that top spot. Perez goes behind Sargent. What? 125.0 for Sergio Perez on his hot lap. Russell goes 122.654 for second place. What is going on with Perez?
Well, I did say.
Hamilton goes behind Perez, though. Hamilton also in the 125.
And I said about him as well.
Sainz also 120. What is going on?
I think maybe the rain is having an effect.
124.4. I think it may be. You may be very right.
I think the rain is maybe having an effect here because we're just seeing all these
No,
times.
but Albon goes 122.6 up into third. 0.7 seconds off the back of Max Verstappen's fastest lap at the moment. Tsunoda goes up in sixth with a 124.3 ahead of Leclerc, Perez, and Hamilton and Sainz. Norris only up into the 124.3s, up in seventh right now. Piastri, no time set by him, but a big Max Verstappen even faster
Max Verstappen's going absolutely blitz around this track here. He's got purple sectors in sector 1 and sector 2 as he comes towards sector 3. Sargent is about to put in the quickest lap of the day, though, just before Verstappen comes across the line. Here goes Sargent, indeed. Number 1, 121.7. Fantastic little drive there from Logan Sargent.
Is outperforming Stroll, Russell, Albon, Piastri, Hulkenberg, Tsunoda, Norris, Leclerc, Perez, Hamilton, Sainz, Gasly, and Alonso.
Everybody.
What the hell?
Everybody. So Verstappen has just gone quickest, though. 120.69 is the quickest lap of the day. So we're just watching a replay here of Pierre Gasly losing it, going very wide. Can't quite see which turn this is. I think it's possibly turn 3. I was about to say, just seeing the bank there and then obviously going into that grass as well and hitting that
floor damage. Yes,
comes right across the
damage
curves there. Luckily, not too much. It doesn't look to be.
In the middle of the floor on the barge boards, it may cause some damage there because I did see that leading edge hit into those curbs. Oscar Piastri currently on a hot lap. What will he be able to do? He's up in the middle sector, 0.5 down on Max Verstappen's time though, but he could claw back at it in that final sector where he has shown he is quite competitive. Making his way through turn 13 now, and then we will see what he is able to do in terms of pace. Hopefully he doesn't get caught out by this AlphaTauri ahead of him.
I think he's going to use it actually.
Let's see if that will impede on him. This is, I think, Yuki Tsunoda ahead of him. Oh, yeah, there's only one.
There goes Piastri using that very nicely and moves into second place there. Unfortunately, lost a bit of time in the first and third sectors there, but I think managed to make it up in that second sector there. Moves into second place ahead of Logan Sargent. Verstappen, Piastri, Sargent, our top 3 right now. I see we have hit 400 viewers. Thank you guys so much for watching. Please be sure to subscribe to the channel and hit that like button right now.
Katarina Vega saying I think some of the cars are set up for the wet, others are set up for a dry race. I certainly don't think so at the moment. I think that everyone is really set up for the wet because it's supposed to be wet tomorrow as well. We are going to turn on subscriber only mode in the comments so that you all have to subscribe to our channel. We want to see more of you subscribe to our channel because we have a lot of exciting stuff being brought up throughout the rest of the year. We'd love to get more of you as well in our fan cams. Please do be sure to join our Discord as well. We have that, I think, in our comment section pinned at the top. Be sure to join that so we can at least get to know you all a little bit better and possibly get you in some live reaction shows in the future.
Indeed.
Max Verstappen currently leading the session, followed by Oscar Piastri, Stroll in third, and Alonso in fourth.
So currently right now, big names in the elimination zone, Norris and Sainz. Although having said that, I think we're about to see Norris move out of it as he crosses the line. He moves into the quickest position. He moves into first at 120.6. He beats Verstappen's time. And yet again, Norris has been challenging Verstappen all weekend. I cannot wait to see what happens tomorrow because I think Norris has got a car that's as quick as the Red Bull right now.
Hamilton, fastest in the first sector. I think because of this sunshine currently shining over the track, it is drying out a little bit more before this rain system does make its way overhead. Hamilton, as we said already, finding quite a lot of pace out there on track. Let's see what he can do through the second and third sector. Leclerc also on a hot lap at the moment. What is his first sector at the moment? Just looking at 28.1 versus a 27.9 for Max Verstappen.
Yeah, so Leclerc needs to get a move on here.
Verstappen goes even faster with the 120.2. Sorry, Mark.
No,
but
I'm just laughing at it.
once again, blitzing it out on track. Hamilton coming through the final corner now. He exits that banked corner. He crosses the line. Where does he put himself? Only up into fourth.
And here comes Hamilton, though, as he's coming down the start finish straight. Where does he go?
Russell.
That was Russell. Hamilton moves to third, so 120.7, still behind McLaren and the Red Bull of Max Verstappen and Lando Norris. Leclerc now finishing up his lap as well as he's coming onto the start finish straight. Let's see where he goes. He went slower in the second sector, and I think this is going to be quite a slow lap time still, only up into sixth. Not brilliant from Leclerc.
Still out of that, at least elimination zone. Perez currently in that elimination zone, alongside with Yuki Tsunoda, Nico Hulkenberg, Pierre Gasly, and Carlos Sainz. Not necessarily who I thought would be in those bottom fives. Oscar Piastri up yet again in that middle sector, 0.5 down on Max Verstappen again. Let's see what he can do through this final sector.
Science is on the radio saying the track is drying super quickly. We need a new intermediate tyre right at the last lap. That's what Science is saying to the team. So we'll see whether or not the Ferrari team listen to their drivers, like they don't like to do.
No.
We'll see whether or not they do. But I think that's quite a brave call from Science. It's going to leave it right down to the last minute. But Piastri crosses the line, moves into 4th position.
Good lap time from Oscar Piastri, the rookie this season, currently behind Lewis Hamilton. Not very bad at all for himself. Let's see what Carlos Sainz and Nico Hulkenberg can do on their current laps right now.
Yeah, indeed. And guys, if you guys are joining us for the first time, let us know where you're watching from. We always love to know where everybody is tuning in from. We've got 56 likes. Let's get that up to 60. Just 4 more. We just need 4 of you to hit that like button right now. And a few comments coming in. Jeffrey saying Lando will be P1. Well, I think that would certainly be interesting. He's been challenging Verstappen the entire weekend, so certainly possible. Sainz now coming into the 3rd sector here. He is up on Logan Sargent's time, so he should get out of the elimination zone. But where does he put himself with regards to the rest of the field? We'll find out now as he comes to that final banked turn now. And Hulkenberg is following it also just about 4 seconds behind him. So we're going to see the Haas come across the line as well. Sainz now crosses the line with a 1:22. Quite slow. He messed up in that last sector, big
Doesn't
time.
improve his time at all.
No.
That was a 1:22.4. He's got 5 minutes left to improve on his lap time.
I think the track's too dry, maybe, because looking at this track, it's very dry in a lot of sectors here. It might even be worth risking it with a soft
I
tire.
don't think so. I think a soft might be a little bit too risky at this point. You might just end up in the barriers.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. It's still, there's a dry line, definitely, but there's too much wet around, perhaps. But I think these intermediate tires are perhaps losing time because they're not able to get them cooled down.
Yes, that's certainly one of the biggest problems with their intermediate tyres because, of course, it has those grooves. Sorry, Sergio Perez is up, though, in that 1st sector.
Only on Sargent's time, only just. So not that much quicker. So that's why I say I think these intermediate tyres are struggling now with this weather. So that's why Science is saying we need the intermediate tyre fresh ones right near the end because he basically wants them as cool as possible, perhaps.
Yes, precisely. He wants a set of tyres with the most amount of grip on them as well. But as you say, this track has dried out a lot. We're not seeing spray being kicked up by these cars anymore. Maybe someone just ventures out on a set of softs.
We know one driver likes to do it, and that's, of course, Alex Albon. Would he try and do it again? I don't think he needs to.
Verstappen goes even faster. What is going on? Yeah. He goes almost a second faster than Lando Norris's time. Up in every sector except for the middle sector, he sets his fastest lap. Perez now coming through the final corner of that banked turn. He's got a little bit of a slipstream from the AlphaTauri ahead of him. He crosses the line and he moves himself up into second.
Okay, so we're still getting time here. It's not as bad. The intermediates are certainly still keeping their time, but just looking right now, Sainz is in the pits getting those new tires on. It's going to be a real difficult one for him. He's the major name currently in the relegation zone there. But Alex Albon, meanwhile, has set a purple sector. 1st sector is purple to Alex Albon. He's up almost 3.3 seconds up on Verstappen's time. He's motoring well.
I'm so impressed once again by Alex Albon. What will he be able to do through the 2nd and 3rd sector there? Coming through a little bit of water. Will he be able to set the 2nd sector fastest yet again? Yuki Tsunoda also not putting together a bad lap right now. Pierre Gasly ever so slightly up on Alonso's time, which is the driver at risk right now. What can Alex Albon do though? He's coming close to that 2nd sector mark, and now he's ever so slightly behind Max Verstappen, 0.035 down on Verstappen's time. This will put him in 2nd place though, very comfortably.
Yeah, come on Albon, let's go. Maybe he makes up some time in the last sector and goes into 1st. He's right behind Verstappen's time, literally almost identical to it. Let's see where Alex Albon goes in this final sector. Is he going around the final bank turn? He's motoring in that Williams. I cannot wait to see what this time is. As Albon crosses the line and he goes fastest. What a boy. We love Alex Albon. It's my favorite driver on the grid at the moment. Absolutely adore this man.
He's taking a Williams.
Marry
Yuki
me.
Tsunoda goes 3rd. Yuki Tsunoda goes up into 3rd now behind Max Verstappen. Verstappen is in the pits. I think he's called it for the day maybe.
That's a brave call. Let's see where Gasly goes. Not too bad there from Gasly. Let's see what Alonso and Russell can do as well following them. And yeah, let us know in the comments. How impressed are you with Alex Albon? I mean, brilliant. Russell moves to 2nd. He goes quicker than Verstappen. So I don't think Verstappen can afford to stay there. Yeah, he's gone in for new tyres. So he's coming back out. Alonso moves into 4th. So great little run from Alonso there in that green machine. His teammate, though, Stroll, is currently in the relegation zone, as are both Ferraris.
520 of you watching alongside with us. Thank you very much for joining us. Please do be sure to hit that subscribe button so you can chat to us in the comment section and let us know your opinions, as well as let us know who you are backing for the race tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, Sainz now starting what will be his last fast lap here, so absolutely crucial that he cannot mess this up. He comes around turn 3 here and looks to be all right so far. Let's see what his times are. Looking at the board here, I don't think he's going to go quicker in this first sector.
I do see, though, Piastri setting the timing boards alight as he does go now fastest overall with a 1:19.392. He goes faster than Albon, faster than Russell, and faster than Max Verstappen.
I'll tell you something, that McLaren is beautiful to watch, but I'm very much worried about these Ferraris. Sainz is now coming around in Sector 2. He's already down in Sector 1 on Hamilton's time, which is the time to beat to get out of the relegation zone. I don't think Sainz is making it out. I don't think either Ferrari are making it out. Leclerc, though, having said that, has set a purple sector in Sector 1. So Sainz is going to maybe have to give up on this lap and just go one more time. He's going to have to get round to the end there, give up and start again. He's got one attempt.
Yeah, he's got one attempt. I can see a little bit of graining on the front left.
This is Leclerc's
up, though, in that first sector. What will he be able to do throughout the rest of this lap? Finally, we're seeing a purple sector for a Ferrari. What will he be able to do? F1 23 just saying, Oscar, get in there. I agree. Brilliant from Oscar Piastri. Leclerc's down in the middle sector on Oscar Piastri's time, but he is up on that drive at risk time. He should be able to get himself out of that bottom 5, but will he be able to challenge for that top spot?
Yeah, let's see. Sainz has now, I think, just about started his new fast lap now, so he's going to have one last attempt as it's just 20 seconds left of Q2. Here comes Leclerc across the line. Where does he move himself? He looks like he's going to do a very good time here, right up into 3rd position. Great lap there. He should be fine going into Q3. So we have not lost Leclerc, which is what Reeves did predict. Let's see whether or not my drivers will make it out. Hamilton is certainly at risk there in 9th position. Let's see if he gets into Q3. Sainz still down in 15th. Will he be able to improve across the entire time here? Just looking, he's got a personal best in Sector 1 so far. Will he improve in Sector 2 and Sector 3 to get himself out?
I agree with Patrick Visser. They're saying the final lap will be crucial. It certainly will be, because this track is evolving. Every single lap it's getting ever so slightly faster. So if you're the last driver out there on the track, you may very well get the best conditions. There's a massive dry line forming, though. Seeing currently Nico Hülkenberg coming through the final turn 14. He exits that banked corner down the main straight. Where will he put himself? Will he get himself out of that bottom 5? He puts himself up into 10th. He's still the driver at risk. Will someone kick him out of that bottom spot? Yuki Tsunoda coming across the line now. He pushes Hülkenberg out. He puts himself into 10th. Verstappen goes even faster once again. Do we even bother at this point?
Here comes
Gasly comes across the line. He puts himself up into 9th. Hamilton is at risk, though.
All right, here comes Sainz as he finishes up his lap. He's obviously right now in the relegation zone. Will he get out? It's going to be quite close. I think he's done very well here. Sainz, yes, he has.
Well done. Finally, Carlos Sainz puts himself into P8. And Norris now puts himself into P7.
Stroll very much at risk right now. Let's see. It's Logan Sargent's coming across the line. Where does he put himself? We'll wait on that time.
Not improving on his time.
No, Hamilton's not. I think Hamilton's out. And Logan Sargent just pushes Stroll out. So Stroll is out. Hamilton is out. There's the big name. We said we'd lose a big name. Hamilton is out.
That is the one I wanted to say, but I was very nervous. I kept saying I want to say him, but I don't, because I don't want to discount Lewis Hamilton. But he has really been struggling here this weekend.
Oh, my word. I cannot believe it. Hamilton is out. Hamilton is out. He will start the race all the way down in 13th position. His teammate George Russell, though, up in 6th. And Stroll is also out, unfortunately.
Logan Sargent, though.
Still,
Q3.
Yes, I think that's the second time now he's done that.
I think so, yes.
So not too bad. Logan Sargent's dramatically improved this season, and we're very, very happy to see so. As we're almost up to 600 viewers. Guys, keep liking the video, please. We've got almost 600 of you and only 60 likes. Just go smash that like button right now. And again, be sure to consider subscribing to the channel. We've got lots of awesome F1 and otherwise motorsports news on this channel. Reese does a live show every day, which you can go and join in and, of course, give your comments and your thoughts about what's happening in F1. Andrew saying, unlucky 13, Hammy lol. Yeah, so not a lot of people are always very sympathetic towards Hamilton.
No.
But Hamilton is out. And only just 0.08 seconds between him and the cars above him. So, I mean,
yes. Rod Shepard saying, I'm dreaming of Williams. What a finish from Logan. Brilliant at the moment. Still qualifying 3 ahead of us, so we could see him possibly getting even higher up on the grid. There are currently 530 of you watching alongside with us, but only 235 of you subscribed. So please do be sure to subscribe so we can get you in the comment section, letting us know who you support. what you thought of that qualifying 2 session, which was just absolutely incredible. Some people saying that the qualifying sessions are more exciting than the races. And I mean, I don't disagree with you on that.
Well, there's certainly a lot more action to follow in the qualifying because we do just see major names drop out regularly, and you see small names like Alex Albon go and punch way above their weight in terms of the Williams car, competing with the likes of McLaren and Red Bull and even Aston Martin, Ferrari, and the likes.
I mean, Knox is saying, is this real Formula One or are they just making it up? I promise you, this is as real as it can be. Our top 10 currently are Verstappen, Piastri, Albon, Alonso, Leclerc, Russell, Norris, Perez, Sainz, Sargent in that top 10. Absolutely brilliant. So, just carrying on, we have a few minutes left to get going until this qualifying 3 session gets underway. It's going to be quite exciting to see who takes that top spot. Currently, Verstappen looking like he is the one to have that quite comfortably, but you never know. We could get that rain system moving overhead, and it could just take things a little bit out from where we expected. Our top qualifying poll, 60% saying Verstappen would take it. Hamilton with 16%. I think all of those people will be in the corner having a bit of a cry at the moment. Lando Norris with 15% and other at 8%. Hopefully those other 8% were voting for Alex Albon because he has shown some phenomenal pace out there on track today.
Just setting up a new poll here. Sorry, because of course we've just obviously finished that one. I'm taking it off because, of course, Hamilton was one of our options. He's out in Q2, so certainly not an option anymore. So we're going to have Supermax. We're going to have, I'm going to laugh, I'm going to have this in for fun. Alex Albon, because why not?
Because he's very competitive here today in the wet.
And we're going to have Piastri for the fun of it as well.
Certainly one of the ones to watch.
There we go. Other. So go and let us know in that poll now. We've just put up a new poll. It's a very odd poll. You're seeing some names that you wouldn't normally see in that top 3 there, but just based off Q2, Verstappen, Piastri, and Albon were the top 3 there. So go and vote there. Who will finish poll out of those whole lot? And of course, other is any other driver that's still in. Noting the drivers that we lost in that last session there, just to reiterate: Hülkenberg, Tsunoda, Hamilton, Gasly, and Stroll. So, on our final top 10 here, we've got both Ferraris, we've got both Williams, we've got one Aston Martin, we've got one Mercedes, we've got both Red Bulls.
I like the comment from Reaper Darko 6, Alp Goat. Yes, I agree. It's not Goat Tiffy anymore, it's Alp Goat.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Goat Tiffy was a bit of a laugh. Albon is genuinely the
He
goat.
really is. Absolutely performing phenomenally at the moment. I'm so impressed by Alex Albon. He's in a Williams, putting it up on pole position at some parts. I mean, just phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
You know what I never like about these polls is people are far too realistic and they want to give the real answer. Come on, have a laugh. Let's be hopeful here. Why is nobody voting for Alex Albon? Back my boy. My boy is going to go and finish in first place. He's going to beat Verstappen. He's going to beat Piastri. He's going to beat the lot. He's going to finish at the top of the poll at the end of Q3, which will get going in just a couple of minutes.
71 likes at the moment on the video. Please do be sure to hit that like button. It does actually help us get recommended more by YouTube. And we're currently seeing that it is quite clear overhead. So hopefully that means
Soft tires.
soft tires. Let's see what happens.
Which sort of doesn't really help Alex Albon. But nonetheless, we could see that. Just watching a replay here of Lando Norris, he wasn't particularly good in that session. We are safely through, they say. And he says, oh, thank God, but that was my bad. If you wanted to take a big risk, I reckon you could try a slick, to be honest with you. And say, he says so. I'm interested that they said that you're safely through because he was only got out right in the
made a mistake on his last hot lap. So I think we could see those slicks being put on now in this next session. We'll have to wait and see. But it's certainly been one of the most exciting qualifyings of the season.
Yeah, very much. And we say this pretty much every qualifying.
I know.
I think so. It just shows how exciting these qualifying sessions are. I think this is certainly the one that you do want to watch. These likes are going very, very quickly, guys. Keep it going. Smash that like button. We're going to get very close to 100 as quickly as possible. And again, subscribe to the channel. And otherwise, also check the linked video, chat there, the pinned comment rather, from Forever Motorsports there. Join our official Discord channel. It's the channel where we'll be sharing a whole lot of news, and otherwise you guys can chat with other like-minded people about Formula One and all the content there. We will be improving the channel a little bit, but for now it's got its basic structures there, so be sure to go and check that out as well. Reaper Dark, I've never seen that one before, says, when was the last time the Williams had both cars in Q3?
I'm busy researching it for you now, Reaper, so I will try and get a stat for you, whether that is even available to buy.
So tell you what, that's exactly what you need to know. It's been that long. I mean, unbelievable work there from both Williams drivers. Sargent, I don't think will match up too well though in this final session, especially if we're coming out on the soft tires. But you know what? Fair play to him. He's in the top 10, which is fantastic for Williams. As we do have the start of Q3, but notably, nobody is making their way out except for one car. Is he on softs? Let's see. Hang on, a couple of cars now making their way down the pit lane. What tires are they running? I think a lot of teams are just maybe waiting to see, is it dry enough for those soft tires? The sun is definitely shining here in Zandvoort. No rain. Looks like it's going to be coming.
I think the last double Q3 was 2008.
2008 was the last time.
2009. I don't know if that's an actual stat, but that's the top news article coming up for me. That says 23rd May 2009. Both cars in Q3 for Williams.
Boom, boom, boom. We've got Piastri and Perez made their way out on intermediate tyres, though Albon, Russell, Sainz and Sargent have made their way out on the soft tyre compound. Let's see how it fares. I think we might see somebody on the wall if they happen to hit a little bit of a wet patch there. We can see still a lot of wet on the track, though there is a very wide, dry line. So if as long as they stay inside that line, they'll be fine. But just note, you see some of these parts here as Russell's going through. Just still a little bit wet there, so quite dangerous if these on these soft tires. You have to be very, very careful.
Yes, you certainly have to be very, very careful with your throttle pickup. That is when you are most likely to lose it. Max Verstappen decides, nah, I'd rather wait for it to dry out a little bit more. He goes out on a set of intermediates. It might be the safer call for now, but George Russell has decided to take the gamble.
Well, not just George Russell. There's 6 cars.
Yeah,
five cars.
Albon, Alonso, Russell, Sainz, and Sargent have all taken the gamble, waiting to see what Lando Norris decides to do. He's still in the pits at the moment. George Russell ramping up to start his first hot lap on a set of softs.
Yeah, and you see Piastri's immediately come back into the pits, so he does not back the intermediate tyre. He thinks it's definitely for the soft tyres. So I think we'll see everybody on softs very, very soon. And I think Verstappen will probably need to come back into the pits ASAP, because I'm sure if somebody gets a soft tyre running, it will probably be the best tyre.
Yes, seeing now the McLarens changing Oscar Piastri onto a set of softs. George Russell coming through turn 3 now, looking very neat and tidy through there, looking quite hooked up. Much better than looking on a set of intermediates. So what will he be able to do throughout the rest of the session? He should have some great pace on a set of softs, sorry, I should say.
Yeah, of course, he will be setting purple sectors as he goes around, as he's the first driver to go around, but I think all eyes will actually be on Albon.
Albon's the first driver to go around.
No, it's not. Albon has just stolen the first purple sector from Russell, so...
Sorry, I see they are behind each other on track.
Very, very interesting here, as Russell's already gone slower than Albon. Albon's still motoring. And, yeah, let's see what happens here. I think Verstappen on the radio just saying he needs to come back in for those soft tyres, as everybody's on the soft tyre now, and you can see those soft tyres times significantly improving upon those intermediate tyres we saw earlier in the session.
Verstappen does come into the pits, as you say that. So, good call there. Alex Albon. I'm so impressed. He's going faster than George Russell in a Mercedes. What is going on?
It's brilliant to watch. It's absolutely brilliant to watch. Come on, Alex Albon. Go and win it for us. Go and win it.
George Russell finishes his qualifying lap. He puts himself in provisional pole for now with a 1:15.7. But we have Alex Albon coming up close behind. Sorry, that time from him was a 1:18.2. Albon crosses the line though and goes fastest now with a 1:15.743.
And Logan Sargent, his teammate, also comes across the line in almost a very, very quick time as well. Just a second down his teammate, a 1:16.7. Still quicker than Sainz and still quicker than Russell.
Yellow flag.
We have a yellow flag.
Sargent is off the track.
I think he's coming back on though, maybe. Or is it a red flag? Let's see. Red flag has been called.
Damn it.
Oh my word. No, this could work. Because Sargent has put himself there. Oh my word.
That is a massive cut. That car is completely destroyed. The entire front wing is gone. His front right tyre is broken. He does seem to be moving around in the car though, so hopefully he's alright, but he's taken way too many risks here.
I'm confused. He just finished a fast lap. Why is he spinning out?
He says he's okay. Glad to hear that. Very interesting sector where he's gone off though.
What on earth happened
I
there?
think he may have just caught a slight bit of wet patch. That is so disappointing for Logan Sargent though.
So of course the time has stopped with this red flag with 8 minutes and 13 seconds left. Sargent is out of this session. Very disappointing. He just finished a very good lap there.
Hopefully he won't need a new gearbox because that does look like a high energy impact there for Logan Sargent. Not great for the Williams output. One of their drivers in pole. There's one other driver in second, but he's now on the barriers as well.
Now, very, very disappointing because we have hit those 600 viewers, so very grateful to have all of you here. Again, consider subscribing. Subscribe to the channel. It's a motorsports community like no other. And let's keep those likes going, guys. We're so close to 100. Come on, you're 14 likes away. It needs 14 of you. Wait, 13 of you. Wait, now you're going to click it. Now it's 12. You see, that's how easy it is. So let's keep going here. Red flag, the medic car is already there collecting Logan Sargent. That car will be removed by the recovery vehicles very shortly. I just want to wait for a replay here to see what exactly happened.
Greetings from New York, it says World Famous Foods. Thank you very much for commenting and being subscribed to the channel. If you want to comment in our comment section, please do be sure to hit that subscribe button. We have 250 of you on our channel at the moment. Ooh, just watching a replay, that was a high energy impact for Logan Sargent. Glad that he's alright.
It should be fine, though.
It should be fine. He hit the front first. But yeah, not great for him there. Putting himself up in second and then losing the car.
Yeah, I think I just want to note something very interesting there from his race engineers, which shows the big difference between him, the race engineers, and him and what we saw with Ricciardo and McLaren last year. Is immediately he had an accident and they've asked, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay?" Basically making sure the driver's all right. He says that's okay. It's quite a contrast, of course, to Ricciardo last year when he had that big shunt. I think it was in Canada, wasn't it, or somewhere? Can't quite remember. But where he had that big shunt, and they said, "Is the car okay? Not that we care much about you." So
I think it just kind of shows the atmosphere and the environment that he was having to put up with in McLaren. Of course, they seem to be doing quite well now with their two younger drivers, Norris and Oscar Piastri. But we don't want to see drivers getting hurt, and when they do get hurt, we don't give two shits about the car, to be very honest. We care more about the human inside.
Yeah. I mean, I really do feel sorry for Sargent there because he just put in a really good lap and the Williams were performing so well. He did so well to get into Q3. And as I can't remember, it was Reaper was asking when was the last time two Williams were in Q3. Reese went and tried to find. It's not an official stat. We don't know if this is true, but we seem to find only in 2009, which is ages ago, of course, 14 years ago, that was the last time we reckoned that might have happened. So he did so well and then put in a very good lap time, beating both Sainz and Russell in the first attempt, but then unfortunately spinning out as he finishes his lap and gone into the wall. He's broken his front left. He's definitely broken the rear of the car as well. It's a bit of a bad accident there. He's okay though, luckily, but the car is now being recovered. You can just see that right tire just hanging at the front of the car. We will get going with the session again. Just 8 minutes and 13 seconds left still.
Yes, so we have two Williams in Q3. Unfortunately, one of those Williams is now done for the day because his car is in pieces. He will be doing the walk of shame back to his garage. Luckily, the time does get stopped, though, when we have a red flag in qualifying. So we do have 8 minutes and 13 seconds left on the clock. Just watching a Mexican wave going through the Dutch fans at the moment. Max Verstappen still leading that poll at the moment with 57% saying he will take pole at the end of this Q3 session.
Now, F123 saying, when was their last front row lockout? I don't think Williams have ever.
They definitely
they probably have. Yeah, the dominant stages probably. But even then, it was a lot more competitive, of course, Formula 1 back in those days. Just a whole lot of comments coming in. Tracer Gaming saying, greetings from India. Great to have you here. Reaper saying, poor Logan indeed. McLaren deserves pole, according to Tracer. Yeah, they certainly asked the question a lot. I'm not sure anybody deserves pole. I certainly think a lot of people can get pole. And I'm very keen to see what happens here. Lando Norris's tyres are getting put onto the car, getting ready for the session to resume. So we should be very close. I'm sure we'll get notified of when the session will resume. Guys, we're 4 likes away from 100 likes. Hit that like button right now. Right now. Hit it right now. And also subscribe to the channel. Yeah, we're very, very close to seeing what happens for the rest of the session here. Now, Verstappen, of course, came out on the intermediate tyres and then we immediately backed into the pits for the soft tyre. Just seeing here the problems with backing the soft tyre in semi-wet conditions. You can just see Logan Sargent here loses it, just hits a little bit of a wet patch.
He touches the white line.
And you see.
I think that's it. Unfortunately, with a tiny little bit of water still around on track, if you do touch those white lines, they are so slippery and they can cause a massive incident like this.
Magic Clown saying, I hope Oscar gets pole. Well, I think a lot of us are sort of hoping for that. And there you go, guys. We have hit 100 likes. Thank you so much for doing that. And now that you guys have done that, subscribe to the channel.
Hey, someone unlike it. Like it again. It was on 102 and now it's back on 101. Come on, just hit that like button.
Indeed, guys. Thank you so much for watching, though, guys. We really do appreciate it. And I'm hoping you guys are enjoying the stream. And let us know in the comments what you guys would like to see in the future as well. We're very open to ideas and otherwise. But join Reese during the week for all of his live shows and for all the live, breaking news stories as well. Reese is doing this full time. This is his job. So support him doing so. And come and participate in the community. Also, we've got our Discord now open. Go join the Discord and we can have some chats there as well. And you can chat directly with us more or less in text over the week.
Just watching this replay from Logan Sargent, I can only imagine that it was quite a sore impact when you got hit into those barriers. But at least he has not hurt his hands like Daniel Ricciardo did yesterday. Still super upset for Daniel that he was not able to race this weekend because he broke his metacarpal in his left hand yesterday in free practice 2, avoiding an incident with Oscar Piastri.
Indeed. And I've been just asking, I'm hoping I said that right, saying where are all the subs gone, guys? Well, just so you guys are aware, we have come from a Forever Sports channel. So we are a Forever Sports subsidiary channel. We normally do our streams on the Forever Sports channel, which has got many thousands of subscribers. We have
40 now.
Yeah, almost 40,000 subscribers. We have now gone on to a dedicated Formula One channel, which we're trying to grow as quickly as possible. So be sure to go and share it with all the original guys that were on the other channel. So if you guys were wondering if this is like a good channel to be supporting of, well, we were 40,000 subs on the other one. We're trying to change across to this for some more dedicated content so that you guys don't see other sports that you don't want to see. So please subscribe and share with your friends so that we can keep it going and get it back up to that sort of state again.
Patrick Visser asking which corner did Logan Sargent lose it. He lost it in the second turn, unfortunately. So if you look on that track map, it does the big loop and then it kind of kinks a bit to the left and that's where he lost it. So just where it starts to kink again to the right for that second turn, that's, really where he lost the car, unfortunately. Yeah, but his car has now been recovered. We should get a green flag, hopefully quite soon again, for this qualifying 3 session.
Yeah, indeed. And Prem just saying nice commentary and celebrating it. Thank you
you
very much. And I've been up saying, oh, nice. Love the work, guys. Keep at it. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate the messages of support. So if you guys do enjoy it, please let us know as well. And again, please do share it with as many people as possible. Let's try and get this community back up to where it should be. We've had more than 100,000 view streams multiple times. So please, we want to try and get back up there as quickly as possible. And the only way we can do that is by getting all of you guys to subscribe and share with your friends and like the video. Seeing Jeffrey here comment just saying, hi from London. I would like to know when was the last time 3 Brits were in the top 3 at the end of the year. Also, do you think we should bring back refueling? Well, I can tell you right now,
refueling.
I love the concept of refueling. You'll never see it come back because of how dangerous it is. We saw many, many bad incidents in Formula 1 with refueling and being left in the car and sparking fuel in the pit lane. They don't like it anymore. So we're definitely not going to see refueling, especially as we're moving to eco-fuels as well. Which is, of course, we don't want to see more fuel being used, essentially. So
yes. Well, and then also asking about that stat. Unfortunately, I'm not a stat machine, so I don't really know about those stats. I can try and Google it, but it will take some time and I won't be able to focus on the commentary. Some more comments coming in here now. F1 is very unkind to Ferrari fans. I disagree. I think Ferrari is unkind to Ferrari fans. They've had so much opportunities to score points and they've just really not been able to do all that well. Are you trying to decide if you want my water?
Well, I was just looking at it. Yes, I was just looking at like there's definitely something else in here. So
no, I have washed it. It is just water.
Yes, indeed. As we said, Lewis Hamilton out in Q2. Major name. We said we'd lose a major name in Q2, and right we were. Just not the ones we were thinking. Looking here, only 4 people have set times, of course. Piastri, Alonso, Verstappen, Leclerc, Norris, and Perez still.
Sorry, do you want to try that name again?
Perez still yet to put times in here. As we still have a red flag, 8 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in Q3. We still do not have a tentative time as to when we will restart the session. I'm sure we'll get
They're busy working on fixing the barriers at the moment, so it could take a few more minutes. Those Tech Pro barriers do kind of come apart when a car goes into them. That is their design, of course, to dissipate all of the energy that gets put into a barrier from a crash. Instead of it going straight into the driver's body, it gets put into the barrier rather. Magic Clown saying Ferrari has skill issues, yes. And then Taya just laughing at my comment there about Ferrari being unkind to their own fans. VV Larkin saying, why can't you show the actual cars? Because it is illegal. It is all copyrighted by the Formula 1 group. They will take our stream down and we will not be able to use this channel pretty much ever again.
But you know what's very unique about our channel versus watching the streams live is the fact that we can engage with you guys. You can ask us questions and we'll try and read them as we see them. Sometimes we do get a bit overloaded with them. And again, if ever that should happen, you can just send us a super chat. We can't get super chats quite just yet because this channel is no longer monetized like the other one. But otherwise, be sure to comment and ask us questions. We're very happy to answer them as we see them, if we should see them, of course. And if they're appropriate to answer, because some of you are weird.
Yes, still waiting for a green light time to be released by the FIA. I am going to go and show now, going to go and look now on my Twitter to see whether the FIA documents bot has released the document just yet. Some people asking why there's a red flag. It is because Logie Sargent has put it into the wall.
Logan Sargent has put himself in the wall. No, but shame. He was doing very well so far today. I was really impressed with him. His teammate Alex Albon, even more impressive though. Yeah, that's why he's one of the options for the poll as to who could potentially finish on pole. Just seeing a Dutch flag there, very big Dutch flag on the beach. So many people, of course, coming out to support their number one man, Max Verstappen, here in Zandvoort for 2023. Max Verstappen could go and equal Vettel's race win record this weekend at home, which is quite special. So will he be able to do it? Most likely, unless something major should happen tomorrow in the race.
Yes, hopefully he will be able to equal that record. I mean, as Michael Schumacher said, records are meant to be broken. But I'm sure all of these Dutch fans will be rooting for their home champion to take that win and equal that record tomorrow afternoon. Whether he'll be able to do that, we'll have to wait and see. It looks like the Williams mechanics are getting ready to release these drivers.
Not really.
No, he's standing there getting ready to release them, but we still do not have a T0 time for when the session can get underway again. Patrick Fisser has asked, are they almost ready clearing the track? We haven't seen those cars where they were earlier working on those barriers, but hopefully they will be able to get underway very soon. That beep means that it is, I think, the end of load shedding here at our house.
I think it is the start of load shedding, but nonetheless, we don't lose it. We've got all those things preliminarily done. Rennie was asking a question, says, will Verstappen, what?
Get on pole.
Get on pole, change the fate for him winning the Grand... not getting on pole.
Oh.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. Second language, just not quite understanding. Sorry, I've got your question now. Basically, what you're saying is, will Verstappen not getting pole position change his fate for winning the Grand Prix tomorrow? No. Very simple. No. Race Control has just announced that there's a delay due to barrier repairs. So they're still trying to repair the barriers. At least they're letting us know that there's no estimated time just quite yet. Max Verstappen's been inside this car the entire time. So he must be quite tired and then just getting a bit bored.
Not really. Those cars are so comfortable. We've often seen drivers falling asleep in their seats.
That's why I say he must be tired. Because he must be just feeling very drowsy going,
I don't think you can get tired at your home track. I think the atmosphere there is just absolutely electric. Still seeing a lot of this work going on those Tech Pro barriers. There's a lot of work going on this inside of those. Possibly just taking quite a lot of damage. It is an exposed section of the track. Because you can get released by the turn before that. So they do want to get those barriers repaired correctly. And hopefully it should not take longer than about another 5 to 10 minutes, hopefully.
Yeah, for everyone at home and for me and Reese, of course, we'd like to see it hurry up because it's getting a little bit late on in the day. It's still...
Lando Norris is having a sleep in his car. He has fallen asleep. I did tell you those drivers do get so comfortable in those cars they sleep. Lando Norris is proving me correctly, and he is fast asleep in his car. And me shouting will do absolutely nothing to wake him up.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally about that right now. Lando Norris is fast asleep. Or maybe his eyes are fluttering a little bit. Maybe he's just closing his eyes for relaxation. But nonetheless, I'm sure he's very comfy in his car. And Alonso is busy sipping on lots of water, getting all his hydration in. Probably shouldn't be sipping on water because, of course, it adds a little bit of weight.
The bottle normally sits in the car. Either way, he's going to sweat it off in the next few minutes. Either way. So, yeah, nonetheless, he should be fine there, drinking his bottle of water, just getting ready to go for this qualifying session.
I was just being funny, Just being funny with regards to the fact that, they're so precise, Formula One, and all the teams about anything and everything, including weight, literally grams of weight. So, you're having a little bit more water in the system, the engineers will be saying, oh, you're making the car slower. So, yes. People just saying, don't think anybody other than Verstappen will win unless someone pulls off Lewis Hamilton. Magic Cow just saying, this is the rare chance that I hope Max wins just to see how far the win streak goes. Well, I think it's exactly that, yeah. I think people are very intrigued to see how long it can go on for because, quite frankly, I can't see a reason why he can't go on to win every single race for the remainder of this year, provided no major accidents or otherwise happens.
Yes, and, I mean, the rest of the other drivers have been saying exactly the same thing. Lewis Hamilton said, I don't think we'll see anyone else taking a race win this season. We do see those barrier repairs are finished now. They're walking away from those. We should get a T0 very shortly. Thank goodness.
I think maybe by 10 past, we'll see those cars come back in. Those barriers are definitely repaired. They're all happy with them. So I think maybe they'll say,
Let's wait for these cars to get off the track, and then we should be able to get running. Yet again, for qualifying 3, it should be a very exciting end to qualifying here this afternoon. Peter Van Breda saying, let it rain, let it rain. I agree, it makes things very exciting. We don't want to see a dry end to qualifying because Quali 2 and Quali 1 were so exciting in the wet.
And Liam Lawson are getting interviewed about his first qualifying session. Not quite sure what they could ask him. How was qualifying? Well, it was garbage. I came last. So there you go. We have got confirmation. Race Control has said Q3 will resume at 11 past 4 local time. So in just
time for this
3 minutes time, we will get going. So we're so close to getting resumption of Q3. Resumption of Q3. I do apologize. I'm stumbling over my words a little bit. You know what I need? Some more Forever Sports water.
I thought you didn't like it because it tastes like coffee.
It does, but it's fine. It's water.
So just waiting now for the session to get underway. Liam Lawson, he should be all right with his day. I mean, he only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's only 6 places behind Yuki Tsunoda, who knows that car very well. And of course, he only got put into that car this morning.
Yeah, I mean, literally last night got the call and saying, hey, we need you for tomorrow. And this weekend he's going, oh. So Liam Lawson will, of course, be taking over for a couple of races. Vincent just saying, great energy, guys. Well done. Well, thank you very much, Vincent. Very much appreciated. Just reading Akshay's comment there. Can't quite understand. We need Guy. I don't know.
Either way. We have 2 minutes left to go until we get underway yet again. Oh, he's saying we need Go TV back in Formula 1. I think we're fine. We've got Sargent, we've got Hulkenberg, we've got Max.
Not the same excitement as Latifi. Go Latifi was brilliant in making a race interesting. Max Verstappen would certainly not have this win record if Latifi was there. He probably would have taken him out under blue flag conditions.
No, that's what Ocon's for.
True. But Latifi was better, let's be honest. We missed the Latifi, we really do. Oh well, we've got a couple of people who are trying to fight for his position. Even Lance Stroll these days making a little bit of a havoc, a menace of himself rather, in terms of, especially in qualifying and not getting out of the way of cars. Very close to coming to blows with some of them. So all of the cars are now lined up in the pit lane as we're just under a minute left until we will resume Q3. Of course, it'll be 8 minutes and 13 seconds that we'll resume from. And let us know in the comments who you're backing to top qualifying. And if it's not Max Verstappen, if it is Max Verstappen, who do you reckon will come second?
Yes, and who do you think will have another crash in this qualifying 3 session? There's still 8 minutes, plenty of time for someone else to have a crash, especially with these interchanging conditions between wet and dry. Everyone has decided to go out on a set of full dry tyres now, it could be very interesting seeing what happens in the remainder of this qualifying 3 session. Under a minute left to go. We have 260 of you subscribed to this channel, and we have 500 of you watching. Please do be sure to subscribe so you can catch all the latest Formula 1 news and content from me and Mark. I was going to say me, myself, and I, but Mark does also make an appearance every now and then.
Hi. Yes, please do subscribe. Please. We really want to get a good community going here. I'm stumbling on my words so much right now. I think it's because I'm waiting so long for the session to resume, as it has finally, I think, got the green light. So I think we have finally resumed, have we? Let's see. Are the cars going? Green light. There we go. So we are finally resumed in this session. So yeah, please do subscribe to the channel, guys. It really means a lot. And I think you guys will be better for it as well. Lots of news will come your way. All the things you want to see.
Renew Tag is saying, I think Mercedes are going to ask George to do something to Red Bull. You can guess it easily. That maybe puts Merc on the podium. If they did that, I think they'd be DQ'd from an entire season.
Not quite an entire season, but it certainly would be a race.
For purposely taking out another car, I think you should deserve to have your team DQ'd from an entire season.
Yeah, maybe he'll just be able to say the actions of mine alone, and you got paid many monies to do so.
Sure.
So we've got our cars coming out. Of course, Max Verstappen now leaves the pits. Let's see what he can do. Logan Sargent, of course, out of the session now. He was the one who caused the red flag. A long stoppage here. Very disappointing, unfortunately. He did manage to finish a lap. He got himself a time of 1:16.7. Though this track is a lot drier now, we're going to see these times much closer to the 1:12s and 1:11s, I reckon.
Interesting to see here. Verstappen has taken the last 2 poles here, and then his father-in-law, future father-in-law, has taken 2 himself. So Max Verstappen could beat his father-in-law's amount of qualifying wins here in Zandvoort. That's certainly something he can go back home and tell Nelson Piquet, hey, I've got more qualifying pole positions than you in Zandvoort.
So yeah, indeed, that's exactly that. I think it's quite a fun thing he can go and bring back to the family. Just reading some comments, Reaper saying Albon P2. I think that could be quite a hell of a shout. Train's just saying, let's go Lando, Norris or Piastri in second. And Barrett's saying, too much water and not enough Ricciardo.
I agree. Really, really sad we don't have Ricciardo here this race weekend. Of course, we lost him yesterday to a broken hand, broken metacarpal on his left hand due to a crash when avoiding Latifi, because you've been talking about Latifi the whole time. Come on, Mark.
Piastri.
Because Piastri unfortunately lost it in turn 3, and then Daniel Ricciardo put it into the wall to avoid hitting Piastri's car.
So,
Sainz is up in the first sector at the moment. 0.8 up on Max Verstappen's fastest time. Albon's fastest time. Let's see what they're able to do throughout the remainder of this track. This qualified session, yes.
Just 6 minutes left, of course. Alex Albon has now set that new purple sector in sector 1, so he's stolen it back from Sainz already. So Albon continuing left, although now Norris has taken that purple sector away from Albon as well. So it's going to be very interesting here. Albon, I'm still backing to be right up there amongst the top 4, I reckon.
Me Van Color are saying we want them in India again. Yes, I completely agree. The Indian Grand Prix was quite exciting and quite sad that we lost it from the Grand Prix calendar. Would be great to have Formula 1 back in India again. But do you know where we really need them? Tell me, Mark, where we really need Formula 1 to come back to.
Down the road.
Just literally about 2 kilometers away from where we are right now in Kyalami. That would be the absolute ideal situation to have them back in Formula 1.
And the worst part is they were supposed to be. Everything was gearing towards South Africa getting their Grand Prix back. But then, unfortunately, people wanting more money and things has stopped that. Russell now goes to the top of the tables here. A 112. I told you we could get to the 112s, 111s. 112.5. Leclerc goes second fastest, so 112.66. And here comes
Lando Norris, 112.049. Half a second faster than George Russell's time. Piastri matches his teammate just 0.2 seconds slower than his teammates at the moment. But Verstappen is coming through the final sector.
I don't think he's going to go faster. I think he's going to go slower than both McLarens here. He goes across. He is still slower than both McLarens. These McLarens have been so quick this weekend.
This is great to see, though. Could Max Verstappen be denied pole? Fernando Alonso is up in the first sector. What will he be able to do throughout the rest of his lap? There's a yellow flag, though. I see a yellow flag on our screens.
No, it's Leclerc. It's Leclerc. It's Leclerc. Is Leclerc in the wall? I think Leclerc's in the wall. Oh, dear. Oh, my word. We've got another red flag.
I think he's got an engine issue.
Come
on, Leclerc.
No.
Why Ferrari? Red flag. I just want to go have dinner.
I know, at this point, I'm starving. I want food. And now Leclerc has just caused another red flag. And he's hit the wall. His back left is very much damaged.
That's a broken gearbox. That's his 5th gearbox for the season then.
Man, what is with Ferrari? They are so garbage. Honestly, find a new team. Find a new team, people. If you're a Ferrari fan, find a new team.
Or just go cry in the corner, like we all do.
No, you're doing that anyway. Just find a new team. You'll still be crying.
Just watching this moment here, he goes so wide, and that's a massive shunt, to be very honest. That's not a Tech Pro barrier. He's going to be hurting from that.
I cannot believe this. I'm just astounded at yet again. Ferrari are in the wall. Oh, my word. What happens there?
He got a snap of understeer, tried to correct it, and he ended up in the back.
Oh, he was angry there. Did you see him throw his hand forward there? Very angry.
Ferrari has been difficult, though, the entire weekend. Even Robert Schwartzman, when he was in FP1, he was really complaining about the snaps that you get. Magic Clown saying there should only be 1 Grand Prix per country on the calendar, unlike USA with 3 Grand Prix. This would allow more goated tracks to come back. I certainly agree with that.
Bring back Kyalami. I mean, Kyalami is an awesome racetrack.
I think Leclerc saw, Leclerc looks very, very much in pain. I think not only mental pain, but also physical pain at the moment, because that did look like a quite high energy impact.
Yeah, I mean, really, I cannot believe it. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes, of course, will be left when we resume yet again. F123 saying, I'm going to watch a movie. I'll be back once the movie over.
I don't think it's going to take too long, so don't go anywhere, because luckily he didn't cause any damage to the barriers. They should just be able to drag that stupid Ferrari out the way and get the session back underway. I say stupid because I'm very frustrated with that.
I think Tia is getting very upset with me in the comments because I'm saying that Ferrari fans need to find a new team. Indeed, Ferrari fans getting very, very, very passionate about this. But quite frankly, you can take it outside because that's pretty much where Ferrari are always, outside the track. Never in
outside the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, dear. Really, really shocking from Ferrari at the moment.
Renew says Leclerc is clearly in love with the walls. Yeah, this is clearly a better love story than him and Max Verstappen.
Yeah, Ferrari did a Ferrari thing. I do agree. Very much so. Red flag session here. Sainz is in his car being wheeled back into the pits.
Ferrari, why are you doing this? I'm hungry. I want to go have a beer and just have dinner. Leave me alone now. Just, can we get the session over and done with? It was ramping up to be a very exciting end to the session. Now we have to wait again for the session to get resumed.
Boring this right now. Let's go.
Come on. Let's get this session over and done with. We're just waiting for this session to get resumed again. Hopefully that they should not take too long for that car to be recovered. F123 saying heaps of memes are going to come out of this weekend. Of course they are. Jeffrey saying, Jeffrey saying we should have a format like British Touring Car Championships format. Lando is in the top 3. Yes, he is currently in the top 3. Great to see from Lando Norris. Watching another replay of Leclerc's moments. He looks quite neat and tidy though as he approaches there. Then just hits the apex a little bit. I mean, he hits the apex fine. Gets a massive hand of understeer. Isn't able to keep himself on track and just goes into the wall. Very, very weird characteristics and weird behavior from that Ferrari.
I mean, I'm sorry. I can't harp on about it more because we need to move on. Yeah, Peter's just saying, Kaya long.
3 minutes. 3 minutes until we get the session resumed.
Finally, thank goodness. But yeah, I mean, I just can't believe Ferrari. I mean, can they ever have a weekend without problems? It just doesn't seem possible.
They just want to make us all cry, to be honest.
Christian Horner, just rename Red Bull to Ferrari, and then you'll see a good Ferrari team, I tell you. But yes. Reese, apparently we'll send you some food.
Please,
yeah, well,
I'll happily take it.
Our address is
No, don't do that.
Of course, wouldn't do that. But yes, so Ferrari deserves better. Indeed, I think they do deserve better. But really, they're just their own problems at this moment. So McLarens are both right on top. Norris and Piastri both ahead of Verstappen at this point in time. Norris 0.3 seconds ahead of Verstappen, whereas Piastri only 0.1 seconds ahead of that Red Bull. So the McLarens have been doing fantastically all weekend. Will they finish on top yet?
Well, Luna is going to be happy if they do because she or he is switching back to McLaren because they give up on Ferrari, which I think a lot of people are doing now because their last world championship was in 2007.
Yeah, it's quite ridiculous. 2007.
2007 with
16 years. No, it was not later. No, it was Raikkonen.
Yeah.
Cool. 16 years ago.
Can we all just go cry now? What is the point in watching the rest of this qualifying session?
And Vettel came close in the Ferrari seat. He came
but
close, but
they made bad strategy calls for him. Ashley is saying at this point, crying through the weekend has become a routine for Ferrari fans, me included. Yes, you're going to be losing a lot of weight though from all the crying. You might be a bit dehydrated.
I said, make sure you have a water bottle on you.
Ren, you saying can Albon and McLaren be a pain in the ass for Verstappen tomorrow?
Yes.
I think so. I think it could make some great racing for us though.
Especially.
But we might just get Verstappen once again running away.
Especially if we have both McLarens ahead of him. If both McLarens start on the front of the grid, I think Verstappen will probably struggle to get past the two of them if they just play the strategy correctly. I don't doubt Verstappen will still go on to win, but they'll make it a bit more difficult for him.
Yeah, Jeffrey just saying sack him. I'm assuming that is with regards to Charles Leclerc. The session has now been resumed. We have the Red Bulls leaving the pit boxes. Is the other Ferrari going to make us cry too? May as well. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, Sainz could well put himself in the wall as well. Maybe we'll see somebody else in the wall. Yeah, I don't know. But at least we've got only 3 minutes and 35 seconds. We really are counting this down. I mean, it's been a very exciting session up till now, and then we've had these two red flags, which is really slowed us down.
At this point, I'm excited to just go and cry.
Let's go. Let's get those cars round. If you're not quick enough, oh well. Let's go and see who's going to finish on pole, guys.
Will Norris and Piastri be able to stay ahead of Max Verstappen at the moment? They have a 0.3 second gap from Verstappen to Norris, who's in provisional pole. Will Norris be able to hold on to that top spot, though? We will be able to tell in the next 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Lando Norris holding on to that top spot, but will he have done enough with that 1 minute and 12 second .049?
I really enjoy that comment from F123. I am stupid. I am stupid. Yes, indeed, Charles Leclerc, you are stupid at this point in time. Sorry, you're not saying you are, but like, he's in the wall again. Yeah. So we've got Max Verstappen getting ready to come out onto the track. We've got just 3 cars out there. Max Verstappen not leaving the pits. He'll be the 4th. So I think they're going to basically try and do only 1 lap, it seems like, for most of these guys, because they're only coming out with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. So pretty much as lastminute.com as possible.
Trying to get the best track condition, of course. It is drying out by the second, as well as being rubbered up very quickly by everyone else going around on track. Perez starting his next hot lap. Verstappen leaves the pits though.
Yeah, as I said, let's see what happens here with these laps. Let's follow on board now. I think Perez is starting his hot lap, as Reese says. So let's see how he fares. Will he get a first sector that is purple? He's coming around turn 3 right now, and let's see where he ends up. Leclerc has found himself a camping chair and is deciding to watch the remainder of the session from the grass banks with some of the
he is channeling his inner Fernando Alonso there. But to be honest, he deserves to say that.
That is meme-worthy.
But yeah, it is going to be meme-worthy, as I think Joffrey or someone else said a little bit earlier. Yeah.
Telling you right now, there's going to be a caption. It's going to have Charles Leclerc there. There's going to be Charles Leclerc watching Red Bull.
No, it's going to be Ferrari versus Red Bull. Red Bull's on track, Ferrari's in the seat.
Yeah, literally watching.
Perez has already abandoned his hot lap by the looks of things. He was way too slow in Sector 1. Maybe trying to do a double warm-up lap for his tyres and just get a little bit more of that fuel out of the car before he does attempt to do his hot lap.
Yeah, so we're only going to have 1 lap attempt from everybody, as I think it is Max Verstappen about to start his hot lap. Here he goes, DRS wide open. This will be the final and only lap for Max Verstappen and for everybody. So we're going to come right down to the wire here in the session Q3. So do not go anywhere.
Brilliant traction though through turn 1. The change of direction in this Red Bull is just absolutely incredible. Coming through turn 3, where turn 2, where Logan Sargent lost it. Now through turn 3, where Oscar Piastri and Daniel Ricciardo lost it yesterday. Let's see what he can do throughout the rest of this lap. Coming towards that first sector marker. How fast will he be through this first sector? He has a 24 to beat, and he is up on that time at the moment. Quite high up, 0.7 up on Lando Norris's fastest time right now.
I will say this though.
Able to match him.
I will say this though. Norris has now taken that first sector away from Verstappen. Norris is on track to go on pole if he should finish off the rest of this track, the rest of this attempt very well here. Verstappen still going very well. I think he's going to purple the middle sector, but can Norris improve upon that? Piastri right on the hot heels of Verstappen as well.
Verstappen up a second at the moment on Lando Norris's previous time, but Lando Norris is currently on a flying lap. Max Verstappen is normally a lot faster in the second and third sector. Will he be able to get a good enough lap time in to be able to match that fastest lap? Lando Norris not improving on his middle sector. Max Verstappen now coming across the line, and he does take pole position. A provisional pole for now with a 110.5.
I think he'll be safe.
That's brilliant.
He'll be safe. I mean, a 110 is brilliant there. 110.5. Here comes Piastri across the line.
Provisional second place for now. What will Lando Norris be able to do now? He comes across the line. He takes second place away from Oscar Piastri. We have a Verstappen, Norris, and Piastri provisional front pole. Let's see.
I want to see what Alonso can do, as Alonso's going round very, very quickly in his lap time here as well.
Perez flips the 2 McLarens. He puts himself now into third place. What will Albon be able to do? Alonso puts himself up into third, though.
So I'm saying Alonso's been brilliant. So Alonso's up into third place. And what's Alex Albon going to do?
Albon! We have a Williams on the second row for the Dutch Grand Prix. Sainz now comes across the line. He only finishes in 5th.
I mean, brilliant end there. Russell's still going round, I think. Let's see where Russell goes. He moves into third.
He takes away Alex
Albon's still in the second.
Still brilliant, though, for Alex Albon in a Williams to be on the second row in qualifying.
Very unlucky for Piastri there, who's actually dropped all the way down into 8th as a result. So Logan Sargent, I don't think, decided to go and even attempt it. So Logan Sargent sits in 10th, Leclerc 9, Piastri only in 8th, Perez 7, Sainz 6, Alonso 5, Albon 4th. Russell 3rd, Norris in 2nd, and Verstappen, of course, at the top.
What a qualifying session that was today. Our top 6. It's all completely different constructors.
Fantastic.
That is absolutely phenomenal to see. We have Max Verstappen in the Red Bull on provisional pole now. Lando Norris in the McLaren in 2nd. Then we have Russell 3rd, Albon 4th. Alonso 5th, Sainz 6th, Perez 7th, Piastri 8th, and then the 2 DNFs that we don't really care about, Logan Sargent and Leclerc.
Yeah, indeed. And so our poll was very accurate in terms of who we were watching, not necessarily for Piastri, but Norris, who finished up 2nd there. Max did, however, win that poll, and he did indeed get onto pole for tomorrow with 51% of the vote and a 1 minute 10.5. Norris, very good though, 111.1. Great racing though from Russell, Albon, and Alonso, who are third, fourth, and fifth there. So great racing, especially from Alex Albon in that Williams. Beautiful.
Smart and dummy, living up to the name, asking if Charles Leclerc is out. He is, because I assume you're a Ferrari fan. That's maybe why you have that username. Yeah,
Shame.
he unfortunately crashed out. I'm sorry, I'm being really nasty to the Ferrari fans there. I'm a Ferrari fan myself, but yes, disappointing is the verdict for Ferrari this afternoon.
Indeed. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Be sure to hit that subscribe button right now for more news and otherwise articles and streams. Of course, we will be doing the Formula One tomorrow as well. So hit that subscribe button right now. And from me, myself, and Mark, and from Reese himself and everything else, he's been Reese. We will see you again tomorrow and very soon. Thank you so much for joining us. Cheerio.
Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports for our review of the Dutch Grand Prix qualifying, and what a qualifying session it was. Certainly it went down to the wire with, I think, two red flags there at the end. Quali 1 and Quali 2 were actually really quite neat and tidy compared to that Quali 3 session where we lost Logan Sargent as well as not Carlos Sainz, gosh, I'm tripping over my drivers here, as well as Charles Leclerc we lost in that final qualifying session, unfortunately. But nonetheless, Qualifying 1 and Qualifying 2 were certainly very exciting. Qualifying 1, we started with the wet session, and Qualifying 2, it started to dry out, and then Qualifying 3, we got full dry conditions. But to start with Qualifying 1, who were those drivers that we lost in that session, Mark?
Yeah, so of course, debutant Liam Lawson was useless.
Shame. That's horrible.
First time ever in the Formula One car being called upon, of course, due to Ricciardo's broken hand yesterday. He only managed to finish in last place and quite a bit slower, almost a whole second and a half off of the next car, which was Valtteri Bottas, with a 122.26. That was Bottas. Magnussen, Ocon, and Zhou were the other drivers that we lost in Q1 there. So, yeah, normal drivers that we expected to lose there.
As I said before the session, it would be expected for, I want to say Logan Sargent, for Liam Lawson not to finish too well in the qualifying session because, of course, he's only had a single practice session in that car. He is still a rookie. He hasn't had the plethora of experience as everyone else has had in the rest of the field. But the rest of those drivers that we lost, of course, Liam Lawson down in 20th, Bottas 19th, Magnussen 18th, 17th was Esteban Ocon, and then our last driver that we lost from that session was Zhou Guanyu.
Yes, and then we moved on into Q2. And Q2 was very interesting. We literally said right before, we said we're going to lose a major name. Who are we going to lose? And that major name was Lewis Hamilton out in Q2. Really not great performance from him at all. So let's just go over those 5 drivers that we did lose. Nico Hulkenberg, Yuki Tsunoda, Lewis Hamilton in 13th. Gasly in 12th and Stroll in 11th. Also, not great from Stroll. He should have been up into the top 10 there, especially when you consider his teammate Alonso. But very competitive up to that point. And Albon did very well and topped Q2.
I have been so impressed with Alex Albon this season. He has been just the absolute form of the field. He's no Williams. And I'm just going to spoil what happened in Q3. He's put his car on P4. I mean,
yeah,
what is going on?
Exactly that. So let's go and talk about Q3. So Q1 and Q2.
We missed Q2 already.
Well, I mean,
yes.
Q2, there wasn't much to talk about other than the fact that it was very competitive between everybody. And anybody could have vied for positions there. It was right up down to the wire there.
And the drivers that we did end up losing in Q2 was Hulkenberg in 15th. As we've said already, Tsunoda 14th, Hamilton 13th. The big name that we did lose in that session, 12th was Gasly and Stroll in 11th.
Indeed. So we moved to Q3, which we had our top 10. Now, Logan Sargent did brilliantly to get into Q3. And we were so appreciative of his efforts. And Logan Sargent, Alex Albon, I think it was Sainz and possibly Russell. Yes, were the 4 cars that came out and
were able to put in laps before the red flag caused by Logan Sargent. Unfortunately, he came out on a set of softs, put in a brilliant lap, put himself up into provisional 2nd place, and then on his warm down lap lost it and crashed into the wall. Caused about a 15-minute break with the red flag, and then we went for another few minutes, and then we lost Charles Leclerc.
3 minutes. We had 3 minutes of driving after that, for waiting ages, and then Charles Leclerc decided to go and put himself into the wall, and a very odd one at that. Slight bit of understeer, and the car just refused to come back. I don't know why he didn't slam on brakes or something.
He completely was not able to keep the car on the track in, I think it was about turn 8. Very weird situation there where the car just did not want to turn in, and he went onto the grass and he was a passenger. Into the wall, looked like a bit of a high energy impact there. Hopefully he's all right. But unfortunately, we lost another Ferrari.
Yeah, so that was Logan Sargent in 10th, Leclerc in 9th, of course, both of them causing red flags. We then had a race right to the end there because, of course, it got much drier and we saw much quicker times being a possibility right near the end. So pretty much everybody had one attempt to put themselves where they will start tomorrow in the Grand Prix. We saw Piastri finish in 8th position. Unlucky, he was close to getting right near the top there, but he was one of the first drivers to cross that line, and each person that went over after was a little bit quicker. So
exactly.
Go over the top 8 there, Reese, for us.
So, of course, we said Piastri finished there in 8th position. Sergio Perez not having another great qualifying session. It's not going to go down well for Perez. Carlos Sainz in that Zeta Ferrari, he did not crash out, but he put himself up into P6. Not where we'd expect the Ferraris to be this race weekend, but we'll see what they have in terms of race pace tomorrow. Alonso not doing too badly, putting himself up into 5th position. Definitely out-qualifying his teammate Lance Stroll, who only sets himself into 11th. Albon, spectacular. I am really rooting for Albon. I hope he gets another race heat. Don't go to Ferrari. Do not go to Ferrari. And then we have George Russell in the Mercedes up in P3. Lando Norris on that front row next to Max Verstappen in P1.
Yeah, indeed. And I think what was also great to see, and you made mention to, is the fact we've got 6 different constructors in the top 6. So we've got a Red Bull, a McLaren, a Mercedes, a Williams, an Aston Martin, and a Ferrari before we should start repeating teams. So that was brilliant to see. Really, really was brilliant to see. So it's going to gear up towards a very exciting race tomorrow in Zandvoort, where Max Verstappen can, of course, equal that win record with Sebastian Vettel.
Yes, and do be sure to join us for the race tomorrow, where I think we could get a few upsets, not only from some competitive cars down the field, but also from the weather. It's still a bit of an unknown as to what the weather will be doing tomorrow afternoon. There's lots of predictions for rain. There could be some interchanging conditions going from rain to dry, but it should all still be to play for tomorrow. And if it isn't, Max Verstappen could also equal Sebastian Vettel's 9-race win streak record. Very exciting. Please do be sure to watch us on our streams tomorrow on the Forever Motorsports channel. We do look forward to having you alongside with us. But that has been it for myself and Mark for this Dutch Grand Prix qualifying review. Thank you very much for joining us. Cheers. Welcome to Zandvoort, the home of the Dutch Grand Prix. This circuit provides a challenge for the Formula 1 drivers, as it is one of the more technical circuits on the calendar, with its long main straight, undulating elevation, and high banked corners. The circuit is made up of 14 corners and 2 DRS zones. This weekend, we could see Max Verstappen equaling Sebastian Vettel's 9 consecutive race win record in front of his home crowd. Ride on board now with Verstappen as he takes you around his home circuit. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more Formula 1 content, and we hope you'll join us for our coverage of the Dutch Grand Prix.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports. We're now live for the Formula 1 Grand Prix here in Zandvoort, and we are very much looking forward to seeing what happens today. Of course, Max Verstappen is starting right at the top there, but some other surprises right near the top as well, though.
Yes, of course, we have that McLaren of Lando Norris right up there with Max Verstappen on the front row of the grid. Then we also have George Russell in third, Alex Albon starting from fourth. He's certainly one of the biggest outstanding drivers that we didn't expect to get there, as well as Alonso up in fifth.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. We talked about it yesterday with regards to the different constructors across the whole grid. So we've got a Red Bull, a McLaren, a Mercedes, a Williams, an Aston Martin, and a Ferrari, all making up our top six.
And we have Andre Rieu playing the anthem here in the Netherlands.
Yeah, well, he's not playing it. He's just currently conducting. Oh, my word. As per usual, and we talk about this every single time, the anthems are always somewhat of an interesting thing, and as some people are making lots of jokes about this weekend and saying, not only do you have to hear the Dutch anthem once this weekend, you're going to have to hear it at least twice, because of course they expect Max Verstappen to win yet again. So yeah, could hear this anthem twice today. Yes,
very, very likely here at Max Verstappen's home Grand Prix. That anthem is currently being sung. It's the new Formula 1 anthem, apparently. The Dutch anthem. But we'll see whether that race win streak can be stolen away from Max Verstappen this race weekend. Well, I'm sure that the McLaren boys will be wanting to try and make that happen here. It's going to be difficult, but nonetheless, it's going to be a very exciting race ahead of us.
Yes, and thank you so much to everyone who's joining us live now. Of course, we are live, so you can ask us questions. You can otherwise let us know your thoughts about what's going to happen today. We see some of our regulars in the chat. It's great to have you all here. Let's bump those likes up as quickly as possible, guys. Hit that like button. And also, again, this is our channel that we're going to be using going forward for all of our races and otherwise. So please hit that subscribe button right now just to support the channel and tell everybody else about it as well.
Yes, it's certainly going to be very exciting, the amount of coverage we've got coming for you and the amount of different videos we've got coming as well. We want to also incorporate a lot of your ideas, and we want to hear your reactions to all of the racing, and want to hear about your favorite drivers and opinions on all things Formula 1.
Well, there you go. Shelby's asked us a question. Sorry, I was just going to say, Shelby say McLaren 1-2. Do you reckon that could be a thing?
Could be quite difficult for McLaren 1-2, especially with Oscar Piastri. I think he's starting down in 7th. So a bit of a difficult day ahead of him. His fight, I think, is going to be with Sergio Perez, who is not too far ahead of him on the grid.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. I mean, just looking at the grid right now, we've got, of course...
8th, sorry.
Yeah, no problem at all. So I think that's going to be an interesting battle, because we've got, of course, a Red Bull followed by McLaren in two parts of the track. We've got Perez and Piastri in 7th and 8th as well. So it's certainly going to be interesting to watch there. Hamilton's down in...
Just my word.
I know.
All of them making the massive...
Dutch flag, basically.
Flag, in the grandstands. It's absolutely incredible. We don't see fans like this every single race weekend. I mean, the fans are incredible at certain tracks like Silverstone, Spa. But I mean, it is absolutely another level here in Zandvoort.
It's exactly that, as we said, just another level here in Zandvoort. Now, it's going to certainly put some pressure on the teams that don't really like the Dutch, that being Mercedes.
Well, if you don't like techno music here, I think you may as well go home, because they've been playing techno music since Friday morning until now.
It's exactly that. Now, Hamilton is starting all the way down in 13th today.
Yes.
What do we think is going to happen there?
Well, certainly if we do get some rain, I think we'll get him fighting throughout the grid. It's going to be difficult though, nonetheless. He's got a lot of work to do making his way through from 13th place. It's not going to be easy. Other news, we've also got Nico... Was it Magnussen or Hulkenberg that I said is now all the way at the back of the grid? It's Magnussen. Who will be starting from the pit lane as he takes multiple different new units on his car. So clearly, because of the bad qualifying he had yesterday, the team decided, let's rather just write this weekend off a little bit and take some new power units, gearboxes, and everything else.
Yeah, it just shows you right now, just looking at this these interviews here, it's so loud on the grid here. They're interviewing Toto Wolff right now, are some of the F1 crew, and they can barely hear each other because they're having to lean in because it is just so loud. The atmosphere is incredible here in Zandvoort, which surely means we're going to have an incredible race as well. The only thing that I worry about with these fans, because they are so passionate, is we could have a couple of stoppages due to their orange flares, which will likely go off.
So we've seen one so far this weekend, and that is it. They've been a lot more strict this year. I did make a video about it in the run-up to the Zandvoort Grand Prix. They have banned them outright and are checking pretty much every single person when they come into this track. So we may see 1 or 2, but hopefully those fans keep it in the grandstands and don't throw it out onto the track, because we saw in the past that can cause red flags and stoppages.
Yeah, it's exactly that. I mean, the wind is also blowing at a hectic rate here at the beach. So
I was saying to you before the show starts, we've got a big weather system moving its way from the ocean over the track. I mean, we can barely even hear what Andre... Is this Andre Rieu?
Yes, it is, yeah.
What Andre Rieu is playing, because it's just so loud.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's unbelievably loud right now in the on the track there, in the pit lanes, and otherwise it's packed Zandvoort, so it's going to be a very, very, very cool Grand Prix. Again, guys, please go and participate in our poll as well. Who's going to take the W today? And ask us some questions in the comments. So I was going to go back to it now. Shelby, yes, exactly. I was going to go to that question right now, which of course is, what is our opinions on Liam Lawson, and also how do we reckon he's going to do today?
Well, I think it's going to be a bit of a tough day for Liam Lawson. Of course, he is a rookie and we're not expecting all that much from him. But, yeah, I think he just needs to keep his head down, have a clean day. Just maybe make a few overtakes, because that may impress the team in his first race, of course.
Well, just try not to get lapped, I think,
Exactly.
as well, because
I
that's
think
going to be a
that
difficult
as well,
one.
for sure. And if you do get lapped, keep out of the way of Max Verstappen, because you do not want to upset the team by pretty much taking out your main team's driver.
Yeah, it's exactly that. I mean, he could find himself in the big bad books if he should somehow manage to take out Max
Christian Horner
Verstappen.
might just end his career at that point if he does that. Either Christian Horner or Helmut Marko, either of them are ruthless enough to do it.
Ruthless enough, exactly that. So we also just want to talk about the fact that Franz Tost, of course, who is the director of racing there in AlphaTauri, he is the main man there. He pretty much was interviewed very, very short and sweet, saying, what does Liam Lawson need to do today? He says, well, he needs to enjoy the race and don't make a mistake. Very, very simple. Don't make mistakes.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much what I said. He needs to have a clean race out there, mustn't make any mistakes and damage the car, because, of course, that's quite costly in this cost cap era. Yeah, we'll see what he's able to do, though. It should be an exciting race ahead of us.
Now, I do actually think, funny enough, as Lucas is saying in the comments, just as a question, saying, Norris Verstappen crash. Now, funny enough, it's actually going to be a very interesting start, because the McLarens, we know, get away very quickly. They're probably one of the quickest cars to get away on the grid when we start the races. Ferraris also tend to be quite quick, but the McLarens have, especially since their upgrades, been very quick in the restart. Now, we've got obviously Max Verstappen on the outside, because he starts on the left. So it means that that McLaren of Norris could come up on his inside, and if it doesn't take the turn well, Max Verstappen and him might have a bit of contact going into turn one, which should be devastating for both drivers.
Yes, sorry, I am listening to you. I'm also just looking at this weather system that is moving towards this track. It does look quite angry. Hopefully it will hold out for the majority of the race, but it could make things quite interesting if we do get some wet weather running here. I mean, I'm not necessarily going to hate it if we do get some rain.
I would love to have some rain go and affect our Grand Prix. It just makes for some interesting dynamics in terms of what the drivers and the teams do. Who decides to come in for those intermediate tyres first? How long do you stay on those soft tyres and otherwise? Because you can see some teams make huge mistakes, like Fernando Alonso in Monaco it was. But luckily that wasn't a costly mistake.
Fortunately for himself.
Yeah, but I think, you'll see teams do that sort of thing here. So just looking at replays and highlights of Zandvoort over the years.
Such a beautiful track. I mean, this old layout of the track was a lot narrower than what we have now, and it's just, the fans were just as incredible back then. I'm really excited for this race this afternoon. It's been a long 4 weeks without racing, and I think all of you are just as excited as I am here today. Very disappointing, though, to have Daniel Rick out of the race because of him breaking his hand on, was it Friday afternoon? Yes, it was Friday afternoon. He had a crash into the barriers in turn 3, and very, very disappointingly, he did break his metacarpal on his left hand. So he is going to be out possibly for the next 2 to 3 weeks. We'll see what happens, because he has gone to one of the best surgeons, I think, in the world, really.
Yeah, basically.
For hand surgeries. It's who all the MotoGP riders go to, and we often see them back within a month. So hopefully Daniel Rick will be able to have a quick recovery, and we'll see him yet again. Maybe not by Monza, but possibly Singapore.
So we are just about 5 minutes away from the Grand Prix setting off, and we can just see just highlights, I think, of the flares last year, so we shouldn't see that too much this year, as we alluded to earlier. We're almost up to 300 viewers, guys. Please sure to share it with everybody and anybody you know. Let's get up to 50 likes as quickly as possible as well. We're on 42 right now. And again, subscribe to the channel. Lots of Formula 1 content coming here, and other motorsport content. Of course, it's very much dedicated only to motorsports here, so be sure to subscribe. You'll see all of our streams. You'll be notified about all of our other videos. Reese does a live stream every day of the week. You can go and join him in that news stream and ask him questions about what's happening in the F1 world. Just going to our comments right now. I do enjoy Andy's comment. Just a little bit of a fun one.
I've got a camera kind of blocking it. So
yes, no. So it just says, I feel the whole Sainz, Perez, Piastri, Leclerc, Sargent, Stroll, and Gasly lineup, all right next to each other, is just an accident or crash waiting to happen. Lots of very aggressive drivers in that entire thing, and otherwise drivers that might cause a few issues. I think we definitely will have contact, obviously.
It's going to be a scrappy first lap. I think if they're able to keep it clean, it's going to be a bit of a miracle at this track, especially with these banked corners. The cars are able to get so close to each other. But maybe it could provide some really exciting racing for us.
That's exactly that. And again, guys, if you guys are looking for a way to watch the F1 for free and legally, go and check the description of this video. It's got a 3-point explanation there. And I think that link might not be quite working quite just yet. Give me 2 seconds and I'll make it work right now as well. But yes, go and check that out. Yes.
I'm going to go and thank all of the people who have been subscribing. We are now up to over 300 subscribers on this new channel. Thank you very much. Our goal for today is to hit maybe 400, 500 subscribers. That would be great. Even more would be just the cherry on top. As it is a new motorsports dedicated channel, we have moved across from our Forever Sports main channel just to try and get these numbers up on this new channel. And hopefully you guys enjoy all of the content that I am putting out for you. It is now my full-time job, which is so exciting to say that I get to do Formula 1 as my full-time job. It's incredible. Something I'm super passionate about, and I hope you'll all join me for that. So just to thank, let me see who has subscribed most recently. Justin Schultz, Hans Ho, and who else here? Edward Lake, Wayanda Mujula. Yeah, thank you very much for subscribing to this channel. I will hopefully read out some more of your names throughout the rest of this live stream. Indeed. Just waiting for this action to get going on the track today. This is not the longest circuit on our calendar, and the tire compounds for this race weekend are the C3, C2, and C1 compounds. They are the harder of the compounds that we get used on these Pirellis, because it is quite a high degradation circuit. It may be short, but with these banked corners, it really does eat away at those tires. So looking at our starting grid now, starting from the pit lane, we have Kevin Magnussen. Liam Lawson in his debut Grand Prix will be starting in 19th. Valtteri Bottas in 18th, alongside Yuki Tsunoda, who has a penalty in 17th. I would assume that was for impeding during qualifying. Esteban Ocon in 16th, Zhou Guanyu 15th. Not too bad from those two. Nico Hülkenberg 14th, Lewis Hamilton 13th. Not the greatest qualifying session for himself yesterday in that Mercedes. Pierre Gasly in the Alpine 12th. Lance Stroll 11th in the Aston Martin. Then next up we have Logan Sargent having a great day yesterday in the Williams. Never mind that he crashed it at the end of Q3, but nonetheless he is followed by, I didn't see who was next to him. Oscar Piastri is in 8th, Sergio Perez 7th, then 6th is Carlos Sainz, 5th is Fernando Alonso, 4th will be
the one and only Alex Albon.
Yes, brilliant for Alex Albon. George Russell in 3rd in the second sister Mercedes. 2nd is Lando Norris, another brilliant qualifying session for him, and then Max Verstappen. Yeah.
I think it's going to be a very busy start here in Zandvoort. We're almost up to 400 viewers, guys. Keep it going, and thank you very much. We've got up to 50 likes. Now let's get for that big number, 100 likes. So go and smash that like button right now, guys. I bet you right now, if everybody who's watching went and smashed that like button, we'd surpass it very easily. Charles Leclerc just very much wincing in the car. They're just trying to see out of his helmet there. He starts out in 9th. Not a great qualifying yesterday.
I think they are actually expecting rain. All of the drivers right now have clear visors on, which says that they are expecting rain later on, because if you have a tinted visor in the rain, it's really difficult for you to see. George Russell sitting in his car on 3rd in the on the grid. Lando Norris also in his car. They've had to change a bit of their livery for this race weekend. They have a sponsor called Velo, which I think is a nicotine product. So in the Netherlands, you're not allowed to advertise that at sporting events. So they've changed on their side pods. It doesn't say Velo anymore. It says Love.
Yes. Love it.
Workaround, I guess.
And we are just about 20 seconds away. Actually less. All the drivers are there. Everyone's getting off the grid.
Is moving over the circuit, though.
It is getting very close. And that's why everyone's starting on the soft tire, because they know the rain's coming, except for Hamilton, who's starting on the medium tire. Very brave strategy call there. Although Alonso's radio's message messages are coming through. So I think there might be a couple of small issues there, or maybe just talking about that weather system that's coming up.
Alonso might be talking about the rain. I'm going to jump on multi-viewer on my phone and just try and see if I can get all of those drivers' transcripts so I can let you know what they are all saying in their cars. And now we do have the green light for the formation lap. Max Verstappen leaves his pit box, followed alongside by Lando Norris.
Yeah, so we've got the formation lap underway here in Zandvoort. Going to be a very, very exciting race, I think. And also, I think this might be quite a lot of contact in the first thing. Yeah, people making jokes in the comments about the fact that we're going to see every single flag used in this race weekend. And I wouldn't be surprised, funny enough. I think we could very well have our first red flag in ages for a race. And I'm sure we'll definitely have yellow flags and safety cars. And otherwise, we've seen so many cars cause stoppages in the sessions leading up to this race already. And I'm sure we'll see some more of that as the race gets going here. Max Verstappen lead them all out. He's coming through the middle of the track now, exiting sector 1. And the fastest pit stop this season, of course, was on Sergio Perez's Red Bull, a 1 second 98 there in round 12. That was in Hungary Grand Prix. So will we see that also improved upon today? Good idea to see whether or not that happens. Looking at the comments here, I've got John Rispe joining us from Cape Town. How are you doing? And as starts the trend there, let us know where you're tuning in from. And again, be sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video right now.
Yes, up to 330 subscribers now, slowly climbing up. That is great to see. Thank you very much for all of you for subscribing to the channel. Our attendance here at this Dutch Grand Prix this race weekend is 305,000 people. Brilliant. I mean, those grandstands are absolutely packed. There's not a free seat at all. If you wanted to go to the bathroom, now is not the greatest time. You're going to be stuck there for quite some time, I think.
Indeed.
Is that a bit of condensation on Max's visor?
It is indeed.
It is. It's starting to rain.
Yeah, I think the rain is already coming in. So will people maybe try and... I'm sure you'll start on the soft tyre as we start off here. Just doing some couple of burnouts on that start-finish straight here. But I think it's going to be a brave call here because we're going to see some early pits here probably for the intermediate tyre.
Drivers are possibly going to try and go as far as they can on the dry tyres. But who knows how long this rain will last. I mean, we're looking in, I think this is Lawson's helmet right now, or this is Albon. And you can see there's condensation, there's rain on his visor now. The rain is starting to come over.
So why is Hamilton on the medium tyre? Who knows? He's the only one on mediums. Everyone else starting on softs, knowing that the weather system is going to play a part and they're going to come in for intermediates. So they want to get as blitz a start as possible. We're about to start this race here. Reese will take us through and let's get going here in Zandvoort. There's a few cars just getting up the top there. So just going to the comments quickly. Says, hello from Devon, says Ben with Jimin. Brisbane, Australia. I'm seeing a whole lot of things. Welcome, Free State. Hello. So yeah, keep it going, guys, and we're very, very much getting ready to start here. Liam Lawson, the last car on the grid, of course. Magnussen starting from the pits. He's coming up to the back. Here we go, Reese.
Yes, just waiting for this last car to get on the grid. We do now finally have Liam Lawson, who is in his grid box. Now, green flag is being waved. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 lights being shown. Lights out, and away we go. Max Verstappen with a good start, but Lando Norris also getting away quite well there. George Russell gaining some traction as well on Lando Norris.
Go on, Alex Albon.
Does Alex Albon get the inside on George Russell? He is at the moment, but just not able to keep that momentum going. Gets alongside him, but everyone clean so far through turn 1, 2, and now 3. Very surprised here to see that. Is that Fernando Alonso making a move on George Russell? Brilliant move into turn 3. Fernando Alonso has made up 2 places on the start. The rain is really starting to come down now. Could we see drivers jumping into the pits at the end of this lap?
Indeed, it's been a fantastic start here for Ferrari as well. He's coming around the outside of Alex Albon. That is Sainz, of course. Sainz has now moved himself into 5th position there ahead of Alex Albon.
As Alex Albon still continues to fight it, he makes a deep lunge down to turn 6. He keeps that position on Carlos Sainz. Brilliant racing. As here comes Sergio Perez, now making that move stick quite easily on Carlos Sainz. Or does he? As Sainz has a better line through the outside there.
Yes, indeed. Max Verstappen got away very well. Lando Norris hot on his heels, but there goes Carlos Sainz, making sure he stays ahead of Perez. I think he'll take the inside line, but it's lots of fighting there.
Very well.
Great start, though, from Alonso, who's made up 2 positions on both Russell and Albon.
Now we have Oscar Piastri going around the outside of Charles Leclerc. It is really wet.
Getting wet. They're going to come in.
Have people coming into the pit.
It's going to be a pit stop race, and you know who's this really going to affect? It's going to be Red Bull, because they're right at the beginning of the pit lane. So if they come in, it's going to be a huge problem, because they're going to get held up.
Charles Leclerc gets past Oscar Piastri in that final corner, turn 14. Here comes Oscar Piastri.
Oh, they're not going to the pits.
They're not going into the pits in the end of this lap.
My
Could
word.
we maybe see this. It's only down the start finish straight by the looks of it.
There's a few
Sergio
in the
Perez
pits.
is in the pits though.
Will he get held up as he's in the pits? Because there will be a few cars coming in as well. So will he get out in time? There comes a Ferrari. There comes a Williams. You see, it's going to take forever to get out. Oh, my word. You see, that's what's going to be a problem with Max Verstappen as he comes around as well. He's going to go very slowly. Maybe
They don't have the cars ready for the Ferrari. The Ferrari's coming into the pits and they don't have the tires ready. That is Charles Leclerc. That is absolutely
Oh, my word. Alonso has made up second place. Look at Alonso go on the soft tire.
Doing so well in this very difficult conditions on the dry tires. He's going to be able to gain now on Max Verstappen. 1.1 seconds is the gap between those two drivers. 1.2 now. Let's see what Albon can do currently in fifth.
The best thing is Alonso could really take advantage of this because Max Verstappen's going to get held up by all the cars behind him in the pits, whereas Alonso gets to miss most of them. So maybe Alonso could come out and be leading the Grand Prix.
Gaining slowly. Verstappen now on the radio. Just being told, I think, to stay out. Maybe this rain is not going to last as long as we think it is.
Well, we don't know, actually. I think everybody's very much just conserving their tyres here, but the rest of them on those intermediate tyres.
So much time now. Max Verstappen, 0.6 is the 0.5 now.
Look at him go!
No, he doesn't. He still stays behind him. This is becoming such an interesting first lap to this Grand Prix.
And those on the intermediate tyres are already catching up to all of those not on the soft tyres there. They're just trying to make use of those soft parts there. Oh my word, they have to come into the pits. This track is way too wet. I'm sure we're going to see them dive in. But look at Perez, who's on the intermediate tyre, overtaking everybody now at the back. There's leading all of those on the intermediate tyres at the back. So could be very beneficial for them.
Now, Fernando Alonso still in second. Will Max dive into the pits?
No.
Yes, he does.
Yes, they will.
Does Fernando Alonso. How much time?
Norris doesn't.
Losing the pits though.
Norris stays out, and so does Russell.
Russell stay out. Will Russell make a move down the inside of Lando Norris? Yes, he does. Brilliant late lunge there by George Russell on Lando Norris.
Although Russell's coming, Norris is coming back. No, he
Russell
won't.
has fended that off very well. Max Verstappen now leaving his pit box.
Oh, come on, Aston. What's happening in the Aston Martin there?
He's right there. He's right behind Max Verstappen. Well, we see them, the race leaders, being overtaken by anyone else. Yes, we do. We have Sergio Perez ahead of Max Verstappen now.
Sergio Perez is surely going to go to the front of this Grand Prix now because those on the soft tyres are really struggling. Perez gaining some massive time on them, though Russell has already built up quite a gap to Norris behind him.
Verstappen will not be very happy that he was left out on this suboptimal strategy, as we see Sergio Perez just making that move so easily on Lando Norris now. And getting even closer to George Russell. Hamilton complaining on the radio that they should have changed strategy earlier, as Sergio Perez is making this look so easy on the inters while everyone's on the way.
I just want to go back to Hamilton's tyre thing. He said we should have come in, man, and he's just been told he has to brave it, which means that I think they're going to stick him out. They reckon that the rain system stopped, so they're going to keep him out there on the softs, and they'll see what happens, trying not to have a pit stop. But Norris and Russell have already been taken so easy. And look at this. It's going to be Guan Yu Zhou who's coming up on those intermediate tyres to go and take some more places.
Verstappen now as well. He's starting to find some good time. As Carlos Sainz is making a move on, I think that is Lance Stroll. Where's Alonso? Alonso now going around the outside of his teammate.
Oh, into the gravel there for Charles Leclerc.
He's got a broken front wing.
Oh dear, so Charles Leclerc not having the greatest start. Zhou Guanyu, meanwhile, is up into 4th position. Look at this, 3 cars alongside each other. Oh my word, almost losing the Williams there of Liam Lawson.
This is getting so close through these banked corners. Does Lando Norris now come into the pits, waiting to see? No, he doesn't. He still sticks it out.
No, I think he's staying out there.
Staying out.
What?
This is really interesting strategy calls for everyone.
No, Norris is in the pits. Piastri's not. Piastri stayed out. Sorry. Ah, dear. So they're sacrificing Piastri's race, though the track is getting a lot drier already. So it's an interesting one because they're coming in now, but the track's starting to get dry already. So the weather really, look at this track. It's looking dry already now.
Max Verstappen all the way up into 4th place already, trying to make a move on Pierre Gasly. He has to be careful. If he wants to continue his race win streak, he does not need to make any stupid decisions. He got a little bit off the power there into turn, I think that's turn 5. Now making his way through turn 6 and 7, getting very close to the back of Gasly, but he needs to keep these moves clean.
Indeed, exactly that. And we're just looking right now. Charles Leclerc has got ahead of Fernando Alonso.
Even with that damage.
Yeah.
Just watching the replay of the race start, Max Verstappen with a good start there. George Russell making a brilliant start there. But Fernando Alonso having the absolute best turn 1 of anyone. Just getting great traction through there and being able to challenge with George Russell and Alex Albon in the Williams. Trying to remember everyone on that start.
What an interesting start we had. Literally the second lap of the race, people start diving into the pits to go and get those intermediate tyres on because rain literally started as we finished up the hot lap.
A bit of contact there in 20th with Lewis Hamilton, I think. And That may have been Liam Lawson. Alex Albon, just watching his start, he's now all the way down on 12th. He's lost a lot of places, but I mean, it's...
Russell stopped on track, I think. Russell has stopped on track. What's happened with George Russell? I think he's got problems here. We might actually have a yellow card.
Coming out the pit lane. That may be what it is. He's coming out the pit lane. That's why.
Yes, George Russell eventually,
when they're in the pit lane block.
eventually comes out of the pits there.
Ooh, just watching there. Is that George Russell just getting super loose in turn 3, trying to get close to the back of Fernando Alonso? Watching this replay though of the absolute.
Where's the tires?
Pit stop from this is another botched pit stop. They've forgotten the tires yet again for another one of their cars.
No, this is just a replay of the original one today already. So I mean, how can you forget the tires? And look at how
his wing twice then today.
Look at how chilled they were about the whole thing as well. Looking at Yuki Tsunoda here in the pits, also waiting for his tires to get there. Yeah, I mean, unbelievable. Max Verstappen still chasing down Pierre Gasly, cannot get past it. But meanwhile, Zhou Guanyu currently sits in second in our Grand Prix right now.
Just watching Yuki Tsunoda, he kept getting the green light and then it went red again, saying that he couldn't go out. But there was no traffic, so very weird glitch from them. Just watching now Fernando Alonso trying to get past
that replay there of him.
It was him getting past Lando Norris. Absolutely brilliant. Now, currently watching who is our race leader. Perez, Zhou, Gasly, Verstappen, Leclerc, Alonso, Sainz. As Verstappen now gets past Gasly down the main straight.
Yes, Verstappen just gets past him going into, I think, turn 3 it is.
Into turn 1.
Into turn 3, I think he'll take him now as he goes there. Ooh, almost touched them there.
Between them on that front wing. Sorry, he does make that move into turn 3. Our feed is a little bit slower than our timing board.
Ooh, he pushes them wide. I think that's borderline penalties. That's very, very, very dangerous for Max Verstappen. Let's actually be honest here. Pierre Gasly just gets forced off the track completely by Max Verstappen. I think that could result in this penalty.
Well, we'll have to wait and see another onboard from maybe Gasly's side, but it is a very tricky corner to make a move in, especially in the wet. So watching Sergio Perez now, his gap to Verstappen is 12.8 seconds.
Alonso making moves here.
Yeah, Alonso is definitely going to want to claw back some of those places that he lost now in the pits. He's currently chasing down Charles Leclerc. He's got some great lines though.
Oh, here we go.
Does he make this lunge work though into turn 8? Yes, he does. Brilliant from Fernando
What a
Alonso.
Driver. We love it. Fernando Alonso. Get on the hype train for Fernando Alonso. But yes, brilliant driving.
Through turns 10 and 11. Liam Lawson has received a penalty.
Yeah, as for impeding in the pits, I think it was
10
seconds.
That's huge for impeding, as you say. Max Verstappen now chasing down Zhou Guanyu. 0.8 seconds is the gap between those two drivers. 0.7 now. Will he make a lunge into turn 1? He's gaining on them very, very quickly down this main straight. He's not close enough to get that move done into turn 1, but he could make that move yet again into turn 3 like he did on Pierre Gasly. Hopefully a little bit cleaner this time.
Yeah, indeed. Let's just follow him on here. I think he does make this move stick.
Make a move.
And let's see him go into turn 3.
Brilliant.
Much better.
Move from Max Verstappen. They're very clean. Just choosing a completely different line to everyone else and having much better traction through there. This track is drying. This track is drying.
I think now that the question is who's going to be brave enough to come back out on those soft tires. We do see at the bottom of the grid, Albon, Piastri, Bottas, Hülkenberg, and Sargent are on those soft tires. So I think we're starting to see soft tire runs already. And how quickly will they make up time? Alex Albon, of course, leading those soft tire runners down in 15th position. Let's see if he can get ahead of some of those ahead of him.
Hamilton should have listened to his engineers.
I think Hamilton definitely should have listened to his engineers. He decided to come in.
He would have been on the best strategy on a set of mediums. He could have gone for a very long way on a set of mediums. Of course, you're going to be struggling in the wet. Lance Stroll now gets past Nico Hülkenberg as Sergio Perez is starting to lap Logan Sargent there, who's all the way down on 20th, his favourite position. Interestingly enough, though, Lawson
up into 11th.
Yeah. Brilliant start of the race for the rookie.
Yeah, indeed. It's all happening right now. Lance Stroll has just dropped down into 19th. I think that's because he's on those intermediate tires. I think the softs are probably the best compound to have again. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see. You see Max Verstappen's having to cool down his tires.
Taking lines to cool down those tires. We're not seeing too much graining just yet, but these tires, even though you can't run on them and, well, they overheat in the dry, you can still run them for a very long time.
So
we've seen it in... yes, I know.
I'm just seeing this like 4 seconds that Max Verstappen made up on Sergio Perez in the last lap. And I can just see maybe is that more rain falling, perhaps?
Possibly. It is still very wet in the middle sector. So this will be the sector where the tyres have started to be screaming because of the temperature that's going through them. And the middle sector will really be a bit of a relief for Max Verstappen and those tyres as well, because they really do need to cool down. He takes very wide lines now. This is Sergio Perez coming through that middle sector to try and cool those tyres down. Max Verstappen though, taking another half a second out of Sergio Perez's gap.
Science on the radio saying Charles has front wing damage. That's
Pretty
what
much
this engineer is
he
saying.
wants him to be let through.
Yeah, says, okay, don't slow me down, please. Basically saying Leclerc needs to move over. So Science
he's going to make this move stick very soon because I think Leclerc is really struggling for grip there. The gap between the two teammates is half a second. Yeah, very, very exciting racing at the moment. Please do be sure to subscribe to this channel. There's a lot more motorsport content being put out on this channel over the next few coming weeks, months, years, whatever. This is now my full-time job, so please do be sure to hit that subscribe button. It does mean a lot, and it really helps when we have more people on a dedicated motorsport community channel.
Indeed, please go and hit that like button right now. I've got more than 1,000 of you watching, yet not even 100 likes. Come on, guys, go and smash that like button right now for the video, and it will give you some good luck. As we do see Charles Leclerc lets his teammate Carlos Sainz through into turn 1 there. So Carlos Sainz gets through, and he will continue his race.
Verstappen now 5.6 seconds behind his teammate Sergio Perez in first place. This gap is closing very quickly. He's already put 5 seconds on Zhou Guanyu, who he only overtook like 2 laps ago.
Yeah, it's exactly that. I mean, he's got 5 seconds up on Zhou Guanyu. He's 5 seconds behind his teammate Sergio Perez. Now, the track is starting to look a lot drier. There's a dry line definitely forming. I think you might see some people risk those soft tires in just a little bit. Not quite just yet.
Interestingly enough, I'm looking at the gap between Russell in 14th and Alex Albon in 15th. Albon is the first of the dry tire runners, and he's still falling behind. So the Inters still seem like the best race tire for now. We could see this this track drying out even more, but right now you want to be on those Inters. Max Verstappen, the fastest man out on track at the moment, 5.2 seconds behind Sergio Perez.
Indeed, exactly that. So Logan Sargent right at the back of the grid. Lance Stroll also all the way down in 18th, and he's on those intermediate tires, but cannot seem to get past those soft tire runners ahead of him. So very interesting that.
Bit of a battle at the moment for third position. Gasly chasing down Zhou Guanyu. Zhou is in third for the first time, I think, in his Formula 1 racing career, and he is really being reeled in at the moment by Pierre Gasly. Great defending moves there, and yeah, Pierre Gasly tries to make a bit of a lunge, but not able to gain enough places and positions on Zhou. 0.6 seconds is the current gap between those two drivers.
Yeah,
Zhou looks quite comfortable where he is.
I just love the fact we've got an Alfa Romeo challenging it out of the top there. That's what that early rain system did. Just completely threw the entire race into complete chaos and madness. As we do see, oh my word, Pierre Gasly getting very, very close to Zhou, but not able to get close enough.
Hamilton's in the pits. Hamilton is in the pits,
yeah,
as well as Kevin Magnussen.
Said, soft tires now.
The softs now.
See, because look at Lance Stroll. Lance Stroll on those intermediate tires is now falling behind those soft tire runners.
Has made up 5 seconds in a lap. That is why.
Oh, here we go. Come on, Alex Albon might be able to make up some moves here on those in the pits. Hamilton's in the pits, which means Russell's probably going to have to stay out there unless they double stack, which means Albon could very much...
Albon sets the fastest lap, then so does Oscar Piastri. The stocks are starting to come to their own now.
What happens with Red Bull? Do they try and double stack? Do they have enough time? It's 4.5 seconds. They have enough time to try and double stack.
They need to, if they're going to do it, they need to get it absolutely perfect because, yeah, you do not want to stuff it up for your drivers. They've got a bit of a gap, at least, to those people who are on softs. Hopefully, they will be able to keep it clean. Sainz, Zhou, and I think Alonso are also in the pits at the moment, Mark.
Yeah, Stroll, quite a slow pit stop, but eventually coming in to get onto those soft tires. There we go. We see Zhou Guanyu dives off into the pits, and so does Alonso.
DRS is now enabled. That means that this track is definitely dry. We should see the race leaders coming in very, very soon.
But
otherwise,
I think
they could come under pressure.
But the interesting thing here is Alonso's come into the pits way earlier than those ahead of him. Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez, of course, still going around.
Very well for him.
So it's not all in favour of Red Bull right now. I know they're leading the race right now, but they're on the Inters for quite a while still.
Sainz had a good stop there, as did Alonso. Just waiting for Sergio Perez and Max Verstappen to come in now, as we also have Russell and Lawson into the pits. I think Bottas should be passing them, but where will they come out?
Yeah, so Alonso could very well come out in a great time here. He's leading Zhou Guanyu, of course, now, which is fantastic to see. And Zhou Guanyu came out on the medium tire. Alonso came out on those softs. So I think Alonso, if he manages to just speed up a bit more, might be able to go...
Alonso's ahead of Zhou, though. That's brilliant. So he's currently in net third place. Max Verstappen is being told now by his team, box.
They're not double stacking. Double stacking.
Well, he is the fastest car out on circuit. He's now 2.2 seconds behind Sergio Perez. He's been able to take out pretty much a 20-second chunk of time. Brilliant by Max Verstappen, just really channeling his inner Dutchman here. taking so much energy as he now is in the pits. What will they do on this pit stop? Will they be fast enough to double stack it? Tyres being put on. Not the greatest pit stop from them, but nothing terrible. 2.5 seconds. As I say, I mean, I thought that was not particularly brilliant, but clearly a very good pit stop from them. As now Gasly comes into the pits. He is racing with Zhou Guanyu, so he'll be wanting to have a very good pit stop here. Where will he come out? Will he come out ahead of Alonso or Zhou? We'll have to see in a few more seconds, as now Leclerc comes into the pits and puts on a new front wing.
Yeah, so the front wing's going to be replaced for Charles Leclerc. It was damaged much earlier in the race, so unfortunate for him to lose all this time. Alonso's now up into third places. He's in the podium positions right now.
10.2 seconds stop there for Leclerc with the wing change. Very, very quick pit stop. Normally we see it being about 15 seconds with the wing change, so very well done from the Ferrari mechanics. Just watching how he broke this front wing, I think it was fighting with Oscar Piastri on the first lap. Yes, it was. And Piastri, Leclerc slid a little bit and slid into the side of Piastri and just took off that end plate on his front wing.
Yeah, indeed. Guys, thank you so much for hitting that like button. I see a whole lot of you have really been supportive of the channel. We've way past 100 likes. Can we get 200?
We're very close now to 400 subscribers. 357 subscribers is how many we have at the moment. Please do be sure to hit that subscribe button as we now see Sergio Perez diving into the pits.
Will
he come
out ahead of Alonso? I think that's going to be the interesting one to note. Will he come out ahead of Alonso, or will he only come out behind his teammate Max Verstappen?
I think he should quite comfortably come out ahead of Alonso, as he now does dive out the pits a little bit slower than Verstappen's pit stop time, 2.6 seconds. I mean, 0.1 seconds is the difference between those two. Max Verstappen does now pass on as Perez leaves the pit lane. It's going to be quite close when Perez does leave, but Max Verstappen is now once again the leader of the Dutch Grand Prix.
So just seeing here, the Zhou Guanyu, interestingly, is the only car out there on medium tyres. He came out on the medium tyre to try and go longer in the race, I think they feel. But everybody else came back out on the softs. I think it's because they know that weather systems are going to play a part again today. So they're going to try and get as many laps done on these soft tyres. Just looking now through the grid, we've got Verstappen, Perez and Alonso. Gasly up and fourth.
Yes, very, very well done from Pierre Gasly, really taking advantage of the mayhem on the first couple of laps. The one who certainly lost out the most is Lando Norris, unfortunately. He's all the way out of the points already. Watching Fernando Alonso leaving the pits here, what does he do? Is he able to get past Zhou Guanyu immediately? I think he does.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened here. We can see that he did get past Zhou Guanyu as he left the pits earlier. So great driving there.
Alonso. He's currently sitting in the podium positions.
Yeah.
First time we've been able to say that for a couple of races. We were hoping that the Aston Martins would be able to bounce back this weekend, and he's 1.5 seconds off the back of Perez.
I will say this though, Carlos Sainz in his Ferrari,
seconds off the back of Perez. He's gaining on Perez.
Yeah, and Carlos Sainz in his Ferrari is going around very, very quickly actually at the moment, which is good for Ferrari fans. He's catching Gasly.
Sainz on the radio being asked, did Max undercut us? Yes, Max undercut us. He had better pace, unfortunately, so the team had to make the executive decision, and I think it was the right one because he is falling off the back of Max Verstappen quite quickly at the moment. Fernando Alonso gaining on him very, very quickly. Now 1.1 seconds. He's going to be in DRS range. As is this Pierre Gasly making a move on Tsunoda? It is Ocon making a move on Tsunoda.
Oh, but Tsunoda comes back at him.
Tsunoda with great pace through turn one.
Oh, yes, beautiful driving. Oh, now can Albon take advantage of it? Albon's now also looking at these two fight. Where's he going to go as they go into turn 3? It's going to be fantastic racing here. Just follows their line. But great little battle here that we have in 9th, 10th and 11th between Tsunoda, Ocon and Albon.
We need to see more of these type of races where we have more traditional tracks with banked corners. It just provides such phenomenal racing for us fans. As we are now watching the battle for 10. Alex Albon chasing down Esteban Ocon for that single point in the championship.
Yes, also just noting that Alonso is getting slowly but surely closer to Sergio Perez ahead of him.
He's actually fallen off a bit now. He was 1.1 seconds, now he's 1.5. Russell on the radio saying, I was forecast for a podium. How did we met? What are you smoking? George Russell.
George,
I know we're in the Netherlands and it's legal, but what is going on? It's starting to rain again in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And Pierre
Gasly
also being noted for just I think speeding in the pit lane there, so it could be something. Oh my word!
That was so close. Carlos Sainz making a move now on Pierre Gasly. Pierre Gasly made a very, very late defensive move there. That could be a penalty for Gasly.
Gasly still on his seat, like, oh my word!
Yes, this is just phenomenal racing all the way up in Where is this? P13.
No. This is right up in 4th and 5th. This is Sainz and Gasly. So great to see the racing here between the two. Piastri, meanwhile, has the fastest lap and is gaining very quickly on those leaders. So the McLarens do have pace. They were just really messed up their strategy calls with regards to the weather. I don't know why Norris didn't come in earlier. I think that was the biggest issue. And yeah, oh well, McLaren needs to try and fight back as quickly as possible. But yes, there is rain in the pit lane.
There is rain in the pit lane. Maybe the system is turning around. Just watching this move from...
Ooh, oh my word!
Is that Yuki Tsunoda or that's Yuki Tsunoda? Yuki needs to be given a penalty for that.
At least
Yuki
Esteban
Tsunoda
Ocon got
was
past
pushing
him.
Esteban Ocon right into the pit wall. That is so dangerous there. Luckily, there was no accident, but that could be a massive move. That's what we've seen from the likes of Mazepin. That's not what we expect from Yuki Tsunoda. That is really disgusting racing there from Tsunoda. He should not be making moves like that.
Yeah, well, I suppose he did leave him the space because Ocon did get past. So barely. So I suppose it's very much on the edge there. But yeah, great racing that we've seen so far. As we're now seeing Sainz make that move on Gasly, though Gasly's weaving a lot there to try and get ahead of him. So yeah, Sainz is going to try and dive down his inside. He's not going to make it stick yet again.
Does not have the pace to get past Gasly at the moment. This Alpine really has some great race pace, as we're seeing Ocon dropping now down to 9th as Albon moves himself all the way up into 8th. Brilliant move from Alex Albon. Yellow flag though, that might be why. There may be an incident. Yellow flag and
Sargent, it's Sargent again. Logan Sargent
is the new...
my word. Are we going to have a safety car? Oh my word.
This is going to be a red flag. This will be a red flag. Sargent is out of the race. He has had a massive shunt into the wall. I think this is Sargent's career over, unfortunately. 2 crashes in the same race weekend. Thankfully, he is okay. That is all we really want to know. Thank goodness he is alright, but he is in the wall again in a really weird position. I don't know how he's lost it there.
They haven't quite decided what they want to do with the track yet, but definitely they're still racing around the rest of it. It's only a yellow flag just in sector 2, so the rest of it still has racing. No, there we go. Safety car has been called. Not a red flag, just a safety car. So there you go. The first stop now. Now, will people go into the pits? Because obviously
they're going to wait and see what happens with this rain. But we'll see. Thank you very much to Shadow, Justin Schultz, and Hans Ho for subscribing to the channel. Please do be sure to subscribe. We are almost at 400 subscribers now. Let's try get to 500 or 600 by the end of the day.
No, let's aim high. Let's aim high.
We've got 1,000 of you all watching alongside with us, but I'm trying to be a little bit realistic, Mark.
I'll tell you what, we're going to come back to Formula 1 right now, but just the same passion and energy you used to get us those 100 likes and hopefully a lot more likes as well. Please use that same energy to go and smash that subscribe button as well. We really do appreciate it. Our other channel, of course, it's got many thousands of subscribers. We've moved all of this stuff across to this channel now, and we're really trying to grow it just back up to that point.
I'm getting the notification, so I'm going to read out some names in a second.
Please do hit that subscribe button. And yeah, we are under safety car conditions. Verstappen leads it with his teammate Sergio Perez right behind. Alonso's up in 3rd, Gasly 4th, Sainz in 5th, Zhou Guanyu and up in 6th. Just watching a replay now. Oh my word.
Watching this, he just went a little bit wide on the curb and then was pretty much a passenger. So that's Sargent definitely out of the race in turn 8. Yeah, not a great incident from him, but hopefully they can recover that car quite quickly.
Just very interesting to see exactly how that all happened there, because he just clipped the curb a bit and he just got completely thrown basically into the wall. He's very dejected with himself. I think he knows that that's his career really on the line now.
There is a lot of Hamilton or
Russell
in the pits on a set of hards. Pierre Gasly
has been given that penalty. Yes, he was speeding in the pit lane, so he's going to get a 5-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Lawson is absolutely beside himself. He's in tears. He is in tears. He knows that his Formula 1 career is really struggling right now. Who's this in the pits? Stroll. Is he? I'm sure going to come also onto the hard tire, maybe medium tire. Medium tire. Very interesting.
A different strategy call for the Aston Martins. Maybe just trying to test some things out. We'll see whether it does come back to help them later on in the race. Max Verstappen, though, currently our leader with Sergio Perez. Alonso in 3rd, Gasly 4th, Sainz 5th, Zhou 6th, Magnussen 7th, Albon 8th, Ocon 9th, and then the last drivers in the top 10 is Tsunoda, who I think should be receiving a penalty quite shortly.
Yeah, it's exactly that. I think he should be receiving a penalty, but oh well. You know, we're gonna.
I've kind of dug myself a little bit of a hole here because some of these people's names I can't say, as in like I can't pronounce them. Lichte Verfeld IP. Thank you for subscribing. Nonetheless, sorry for butchering that name. Yeah, we will at least keep you updated on the subscriber count. It is growing quite quickly. Thank you very much to all of you who are subbing to the channel. We are 4 subscribers away from 400 subscribers on the channel, so please do be sure to just hit that subscribe button. Be sure to hit the bell as well, so you can see how many times, well, you can see whenever we upgrade. I'm reading things on here now. Whenever we upload onto our channel, which is pretty much every day. I do a daily live news show as well as breaking news and all things Formula 1 and motorsports related.
Exactly that. I'm just going to try and sort out that live counter just so that people are aware and they can hopefully help us out, guys. Yeah, very much appreciating. We are in safety car conditions in lap 18 of 72. So, lap 18 of 72. Still got lots of time left. The FIA, of course, have called safety car. Everybody's pretty much being backed up right now, but we're going to be under safety car conditions for a little while whilst they fix that part of the track up, of course. And they still got to remove the car from the track as well.
Yes, they do still need to remove that stricken car from the track. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. We'll see how long that does take. But I mean, with them keeping it behind the safety car, I wouldn't imagine it would take forever.
No, I don't think it'll take forever at all.
Doesn't work, unfortunately. But yes, we will carry on. The safety car, it is now lap 18 of 72. A very, very long Grand Prix ahead of us. Logan Sargent still lying in the grass there. Very, very upset with himself. Yeah, Williams do not seem like they are all that happy with him. I'm sure they'll be a bit worried about Logan Sargent just sitting out there. But yeah, maybe he does just need to sit and have some alone time to think about what has happened, unfortunately. Just watching all of the drivers warm their tyres up now. There is still a bit of a dark cloud over the circuit. Maybe it could come into play a little bit later. But at the moment, the circuit is completely dry, and we'll see what is happening a little bit later in the Grand Prix. Those stands still absolutely chock-a-block full with all of the Dutch fans here, waiting to see if Max Verstappen can win another Grand Prix on the trot here, with hopefully 9 in a row this weekend.
Yeah, that's exactly that. He could go and equal Sebastian Vettel's record. Sorry, I'm going to get there eventually. He could equal Sebastian Vettel's record. So just going to the comments here. Andrew, one of our regulars, is here. They have a big cranes there. Shouldn't be too long indeed. It's exactly that. And Eloquent just saying, evening boys, thank you for the stream and commentary. Well, you're very much welcome, and I hope all of you guys are enjoying the stream. And Godfrey saying a rather ironic comment, saying, Logan, you can't park there. So, indeed.
That's brilliant. We're currently over 400 subscribers, 416 now. As Magnussen, this is interesting to see. As
started from the pit lane.
Yes, he is all the way up into 7th. He has made up 13 positions this race. That is absolutely brilliant for Kevin Magnussen, who hasn't had the greatest luck in the past couple of races. That car has now been removed from the track. We'll just wait for that digger to move out the way, or not the digger, the crane, mobile crane, and then hopefully we should get underway yet again. Max Verstappen's tyres looking quite comfortable out there. They still look relatively new. He's been quite lucky in the fact that he doesn't need to use those tyres all that much right now. Because of the safety car, he's been very lucky, as I say. Mark is now getting a live sub count for you. It is now at 420, pretty apt for the Dutch Grand Prix. Also kind of apt for whatever George Russell was complaining about earlier, because yeah, he's getting very upset with this team because he's not doing all that great. Yeah, I mean, you can make your own decisions there, mate.
It's exactly that. I think he can make his own decisions, so we'll see what happens there with Logan Sargent, with George Russell. He's on the hard tyre though, which is going to be an interesting thing for the restart here.
All the way down at 17th now. So we have one retirement from this race so far, and that is Logan Sargent. Otherwise, yeah, it's been pretty clean so far. Very surprised that we haven't had more incidents so far this race. There's been some really dirty racing from some people, but the majority of the racing has been phenomenal.
Shane, I enjoy this comment here, which is very much appreciative of us, I think it is. Just says, can you guys please add with Mark and Reese to your video title? Had to search through YouTube to try and find us because you couldn't be bothered with everybody else. So very much appreciate that, Roxer. I think I said that right, Roxor. I don't know. So I'm sorry,
into the title
yeah, we'll
so
do that.
You can search specifically for
Yes,
us.
more people also agreeing. Trevor saying the same thing. Yes, I agree. Add with Mark and Reese. We will do that next time.
Thank you very much. We really do appreciate you guys watching alongside with us, and it makes me quite excited because it means that more of you are going to be able to see my content throughout the weekly shows And yeah, it's been a bit of a slow 2 weeks while I've been setting this channel up and starting to get the content out there. But it is now my full-time job, so do be sure to stick around here on the Forever Sports and the Forever Motorsports channel, which you're on right now. Sergio Perez, I think, complaining on the radio yet again as to why his strategy was possibly compromised for Max.
Some infighting once again in Red Bull. We know that that's a bit of a touchy subject, but I think the problem is it doesn't matter which driver's there as the second car in Red Bull. I think there's always going to be infighting because you've got such a strong car and one driver being favoured, obviously, because of his pace. But I think, when you're so close together, they just get a little bit upset that still priority is obviously given to your top driver, which is normal in a team, but I still think it hurts a little bit. It grinds your gears, I think, as Sergio Perez. But Fernando Alonso is up in third. Do you think he can finish on the podium?
We'll have to wait and see what the Alpines are able to do on the restart. They've been quite quick today. I think they could be a bit of a threat to the likes of Fernando Alonso.
Yeah, and also, Sainz was catching Gasly at quite some pace as well. So, maybe Sainz can finally get past him and then he can sort of try to challenge Fernando Alonso. We have just got notified. The safety car is ending, so we're about to continue.
Finally.
Yeah, so guys, you do see that a subscriber counter is there. Let's get up to 1,000 subscribers as quickly as we possibly can. Thank you guys so much for watching, as we say.
Let's go. Let's see how quickly we can get up to 1,000 subs. Yeah, great to have all of you though alongside with us. It's been quite a exciting race weekend here. Always glad to have racing on a weekend again.
Yeah, indeed. So Max Verstappen's going to let the safety car get away from him, and then he'll hold up the rest of the grid so that we can get going again with racing. So just to clarify one more time, Logan Sargent is out of this race after crashing in Sector 2, and yeah, his career is very much looking a bit well, not futuristic, because I think it's going to probably come to a premature end if he's not careful soon. So yeah, let's see what happens there with regards to with Logan Sargent. But now Max Verstappen holding up everybody going into Sector 3, Reese.
Yes, Max Verstappen is slowing down the grid there. We'll see what he's able to do on this race restart. It's going to be quite a difficult one, I think, because Sergio Perez is really going to be wanting that place back. But Max Verstappen will, of course, really hold on to it. Will he release soon, or will he really wait till the last second to get going? He's going super, super slowly. The Dutch fans stand up on the podiums.
Green
to see
flag.
him go. Green flag is now released, and Max Verstappen releases early.
Oh, and Fernando Alonso's got a good start on Sergio Perez. Can he try and take him maybe into the first corner? He's really going
Very
close.
He has to wait until after the safety car line, which is, I think, the pit lane line. There's also, I think, Sainz is really close to the back of Gasly. He is now. Sainz makes a move on Gasly.
Oh, look at Fernando Alonso.
I was going to say, Alonso tries to make a move on Sergio Perez. Sainz on the inside now of Gasly, but Gasly has around the outside line. Will he be able to make a move, stick into turn 3? Let's see what Carlos Sainz is able to do. Gasly now getting really close to the back of Alonso.
Yeah, Alonso still managed to keep just enough of a gap that Sainz is literally on the heels of Pierre Gasly there. Just looking further down the grid, Zhou Guanyu still managed to hold himself in 6th there, ahead of Magnussen, who's up into 7th. Alex Albon, though, chasing them down. I think we're going to see some good points from him scored today. Sainz still struggling to get past that car, Pierre Gasly's.
Hamilton is still in 13th. He hasn't made any positions today. I think he lost a little bit in the first couple of laps with the rain. But then, yeah, he's kind of in the same place where he started. Just watching what Lando Norris can do. He's getting quite close to the back of...
Ooh, Piastri's just gone wide there. Piastri's gone wide and Bottas has taken him. Yeah, Bottas has taken him because Piastri just went wide there, unfortunately, in the third sector there. So, yeah, very unfortunate for Oscar Piastri. But nonetheless, these McLaren still have pace. I just think they've really managed their strategy poorly today, which is unfortunate. Lots of comments coming in, guys. We really do appreciate them. Keep them coming. Keep them coming.
Yeah, lots of people speaking about the fact that, of course, Logan Sargent's crash could put his race seat at a bit of a risk right now because, of course, there's a lot of pressure coming from Mercedes team boss Toto Wolff to James Vowles, the new CEO of the Williams racing team. But we'll wait and see what happens throughout the next couple of months. Maybe Mick Schumacher might be put into that team. Maybe they may still give a few more chances to Logan Sargent, but that was another very costly weekend for the team.
Yeah, RK's asking, who do we think is going to win? Well, I don't think that's too difficult a question. Just watching a replay of Alex Albon taking Kevin Magnussen, or maybe attempting to.
Ooh,
I think
he had a very late move there. That could be a penalty for Magnussen. Still no word on what happened with Tsunoda. I still think he should have been given a penalty for pushing.
Because it's almost the same thing.
Yes, very similar.
Yeah, so we'll see whether or not that happens. I think Albon has now managed to get past Magnussen. Just going to confirm that.
Yes, he has.
Gasly is also still very close to Fernando Alonso. Alonso is dropping ever so slightly off of Perez, though. He's still more or less within that 1 second. And so is Perez, though, to his teammate Verstappen at the top.
Now, 0.997 is the gap from Alonso to Perez. He will get DRS then down the main straight.
Is DRS allowed yet? I don't think it is allowed yet.
No,
it's not been enabled. You still have to wait 3 laps after the safety car before the DRS will be enabled. So they still don't have DRS yet. So Alonso needs to stay there.
Starting to reel in Sergio Perez.
Look at this from Fernando Alonso. I love seeing Alonso do well in a race because it just rolls back the years. That's what it tells you. Lots of comments coming in, you guys. Again, please be
Ocon gets past Magnussen there now. So Ocon is behind Alex Albon. They'll be chasing it out. Albon, his next driver up the road is Zhou Guanyu. Sorry, Mark.
Yes, and Daryl Stedman in the comments saying, "Go Hamilton!" So let's see if Hamilton can get some more places there. Currently sitting in 13th, behind Charles Leclerc and Norris. So some big names there in the bottom half of the grid still.
Yes. For those of you who don't know, Daryl Stedman's my mom, and she said go Hamilton just to annoy me. But nonetheless, just carrying on watching these midfield fights at the moment. Hamilton is chasing down. Is that Charles Leclerc? Yes, it is. Hamilton still in 13th, chasing down Charles Leclerc in 12th.
Just watching now this replay of Alex Albon take Kevin Magnussen, or maybe just watching that replay of when Magnussen got very... Oh, no, this is Ocon, sorry. Ocon, I think, taking Magnussen. Yes, indeed, it is a replay of Ocon.
Move from Ocon.
Goes around the outside into turn 1, where Ocon had gone into the wall previously. Yes, I think it was yesterday in practice session 3, went into the wall ever so slightly. It didn't damage the car,
there
but
was a little bit of carbon flicking up there down the pits.
Yes. Great little move there from Alex Albon as well, just watching that replay of him taking Magnussen. So Albon's up into 6th position, now chasing down the Ferrari of Sainz ahead of race control has noted an incident involving Magnussen and Albon for moving under braking.
Yes,
that, of
we
course.
did say that could be a penalty for Magnussen. As now, who is that trying to make a move on
Bottas on Piastri.
Yeah, Piastri's really struggling here in the race today. He had a great qualifying session, but really starting to struggle here a bit today. We'll ask in the comment section why we're not speaking about Albon as much. I think it's just because there's so much action throughout the rest of the grid. We have been trying to speak about him, but really when he's having some action of his own. He is currently up into 6th position. Not too bad off the race start. He started, I think, in
4th position, yeah.
Yes, not lost too many positions there. But Hamilton is now trying to reel down Charles Leclerc, not getting too successful right now.
The really good news for Alex Albon, though, in terms of his position, is because the cars behind him are not quicker than him. It's an Alfa Romeo, then an Alpine, then a Haas, then an Alfa Tauri. So he's got a big gap there of rather poor constructors behind him. So Albon should be quite secure at that 6th position. So if he can gain time to Sainz, he will get very, very close to him and possibly earn himself some really good points. Charles Leclerc coming under some serious pressure now, though, from Hamilton, who's down in 13th. Piastri's made up that place, of course, into 14th.
Still within touching distance of Sergio Perez, within that DRS range now, as they finish up, going past that start-finish straight. It's going to get quite close, I think, throughout the rest of the... As Hamilton does make a lunge on Charles Leclerc into turn 1. Lots of action, trying to remember all of these drivers' names, but brilliant move from Hamilton.
Well, look, here comes Piastri. Piastri's going to make a move into turn 3 on Charles Leclerc as well. Piastri makes a stick. Great move from Piastri. And
Piastri just saw an opportunity and he decided, I'm going to take this. Race control, note, a black and white flag for Magnussen for moving under braking. If he does that again, he will get a penalty.
Yeah, that's exactly that. So, Verstappen leads this race by 2.5 seconds to Sergio Perez behind him. Alonso still, as Vries says, within touching distance of Perez, just using that DRS to stay with him. Alonso on track for another podium this season. Great fight back for for Aston Martin. And the good news is McLaren's not doing very well today.
100% given to him. He's within DRS range to Perez, but Gasly is 1.1 seconds off the back of him as well. So if he makes any mistakes, Gasly will happily snatch that away from him.
It's exactly that. But I think the more important thing right now is Aston Martin are trying to vie for points, of course, in the Constructors' Championship. The two teams they are desperately trying to get ahead of, Mercedes, McLaren. Of course, those are the two big competitors coming up to them, as well as Ferrari, of course.
Second now between Alonso and Perez, getting ever so slightly closer now.
Yeah, so just noting the fact that both the teams that Aston Martin are fighting with, not in the points right now.
No. Race Control are saying turn 1 incident involving Tsunoda and Ocon noted for forcing another driver off the track. That is, I think, when he was pushing him into the pit wall there. That is what I want to hear, because that is unacceptable racing from Tsunoda that we saw.
Yeah, it's exactly that. We're finally going to get notified about that. But guys, we are so close to 2,000 viewers. Keep it going, please. And be sure to go and subscribe to the channel as well. Let's just go and update that counter. I think we are heading upwards in a good upward trajectory. So let's keep it going, please.
48 subscribers is the number at the moment. Thank you very much for all of you for hitting that sub button. It certainly helps us. We'll hopefully get up to over 500 before the end of the race. Still a
Well
long
over
way to go.
500.
Yes, well, that's the point. We have, though, Sergio Perez getting very, very hot. Well, Alonso getting hot on the heels of Sergio Perez. 0.8 seconds is the gap between those two right now. And DRS should be opened now on this lap.
Yeah, please, Alonso, just do the entire sporting world a favor. Go and split the Red Bulls there. Go and do...
He's gaining on him very, very quickly towards turn 1. Not close enough, though. Maybe in this next lap, he will be able to be close enough. 0.4 seconds is that gap between those two cars now. For now, Lando Norris trying to make a move here on on Nico Hulkenberg, or is it Magnussen? No, it's Magnussen. He makes that move stick into turn 1. Brilliant move there from Lando Norris. Finally showing the true pace of his McLaren, getting it up into the points. He's going to be chasing down next Yuki Tsunoda, who's in 9th position. Zhou Guanyu still having a great race in 8th position on a set of mediums. So he could still go for quite some time on that set of tyres. Hamilton, though, chasing down Magnussen in 11th. Not the greatest race for Hamilton here today, as well as Russell is really kind of stuck where he is in 17th.
Yep, and also noting the new boy Liam Lawson right at the back of the grid, unfortunately. Though he's not too far away from Lance Stroll ahead of him, who's in 18th. Shocking race from Lance Stroll so far. Look, he did get completely messed up by the rain because strategy said Alonso needed to come in, so he couldn't come into the pits. So that was a major factor, but he needs to really try to fight to get more positions. Of course, Russell's right ahead of him, so yeah, he'll try and look to see if he can take him as Verstappen now clocks in the fastest lap of the day.
A 1:15.499, another very fast lap from Max Verstappen. Alonso slowly falling off the back of Sergio Perez now, maybe just trying to cool down his tyres, cool down his brakes. He's been very close to the back of Perez for a long time. Maybe also just charge up. As now, is that Hamilton? Yes, he does. Hamilton makes the move stick on Kevin Magnussen for 11th place. Still no points, though, for Hamilton yet. He has to pass Lando Norris, who is ahead of him. But Lando Norris is also chasing down Yuki Tsunoda right now.
So just looking through the grid, only tyres that we're seeing in the entire top 7 are the soft tyre compounds. Then it's Zhou on the mediums, then some more softs, all the way down to 14th position. Though, from 15th down to 19th, we've got the medium, medium hard, then a medium and a medium again. So very different strategies being run across the whole track. And I think that's certainly going to make it interesting as we get onto the middle of the race, which we're not even into the middle of this Grand Prix yet, which is about 6 laps away from that middle point. And yeah, lots of very interesting things have happened so far. Alonso's in 3rd, Gasly's in 4th, Albon's up into 6th still, and Hamilton's down in 11th, Leclerc in 14th, Russell 17th.
Just watching this battle between, well, the battle that could be between Lando Norris and Hamilton. Hamilton is now within a second to Lando Norris, and Norris has fallen out of that DRS range to Tsunoda. So Lando Norris could really be coming in some trouble in the next few laps.
Yeah, I'm just worrying about Alonso as well, who's almost 2 seconds behind Perez now. He's really lost all that time. That DRS was certainly carrying him along, and he lost that DRS range. And yeah, seeing a move now from Norris on, not Norris, from Piastri on Magnussen. Great move.
Brilliant move through turn 1 there, as Piastri gets ever so closer to the points. His next driver up the road is Lewis Hamilton, but Hamilton is chasing down his teammates, so he still has a little bit of road to make up, though. 1.7 seconds is his gap to Hamilton, and Hamilton's within DRS range to Lando Norris. Norris could really play the team move here and try and get past him, but we'll have to wait and see what happens in the next few laps. We're currently only on lap 30 of 72, so still 42 laps to go of this Dutch Grand Prix.
Yeah, and we're doing very well in the channel right now. I'm very, very grateful to all of you who are tuning in to watch. Again, please hit that subscribe button. We've, of course, got that very basic subscribe counter up. We'll improve it for next time, but nonetheless, we've got that up. So please subscribe, and we'll, of course, get some more people on board with the channel. We're doing so much awesome content. And also, keep those likes coming in. Keep liking the video, guys. We're up to more than 200 likes, which we're very, very much appreciative for. And let's keep it going. Maybe we can get to 300.
Yes, very, very exciting to have so many of you alongside with us and liking and subscribing to the channel. Max Verstappen on the radio now saying darker clouds are coming in, and then being told by race engineers understood. Thank you. As now Yuki Tsunoda makes a move on Zhou Guanyu for 8th position. Zhou Guanyu certainly struggling on those mediums a little bit, but maybe this could come into his own when the soft runners start to struggle with their degradation.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. They're going to struggle with the degradation, so Zhou Guanyu could try and capitalize on that with those drivers ahead of him.
Get past him though now, as Lando Norris is really reeling in. Zhou Guanyu, 0.3 seconds is the gap between those two drivers. He has to make this move stick very, very cleanly because Hamilton is waiting in the sides, in the side curtains to really just snatch it away if Lando or Zhou make any mistakes here.
Well, I just want to make an announcement right now. It's the first time on this channel we have ever hit 2,000 people watching. So thank you so much for tuning in. Again, please keep subscribing and liking to the video. We're so glad to see so many of our old fans coming across from the other channel that we had, of course, coming across and subscribing and continuing on our conversation here.
500 subscribers. 25 of you need to hit that subscribe button and we will be over 500 of you guys all sub to this channel. Thank you very much. It really does mean a lot. It's going to be quite exciting to have a few more of you in the live shows. As now Lando Norris is still chasing down Zhou Guanyu. Zhou Guanyu dives to the inside to try and hold onto that position, but Lando Norris just makes the move stick round the outside with his soft tires compared to Zhou's older mediums.
Yeah, so Lando Norris now moves into 9th position. Verstappen, Perez, and Alonso still at the top there. Alonso really dropping off of Perez now, 3 seconds behind, though he seems to be comfortable with Gasly behind him as well. Sainz really struggling to get past Gasly as well, 1.5 seconds behind him. So that Alpine showing some good pace today.
Yes, the Alpine really having some great race pace. I mean, I didn't expect them to be this fast in the race at all, but it's interesting to see someone else have some good race pace. Leclerc now on the radio. I think he's also spotting those darker clouds that Max Verstappen was speaking about.
Yeah, so the weather's going to play a part again in today's race, and that might suit the likes of those who are still on the soft tires. Those who opted for the medium and hards, like Russell, could really be a bit screwed over by it.
To make a move on Zhou Guanyu, but Zhou just braking a little bit later there than Hamilton. Zhou is really trying his best to hold on to that final points position in 10th. We are 3 people away from 500 subscribers now, so do be sure to hit the subscribe button if you want to follow more content coming from this channel and from me and Mark.
Yes, and GM.
Now, sorry, just chasing down Zhou Guanyu. He dives to the inside and makes that move finally stick on Zhou. The next driver up the road for Zhou Guanyu is Oscar Piastri, who is within DRS range for him now.
I think it's going to be a very difficult one for Zhou Guanyu to try and keep his position. He's dropping so quickly, unfortunately. He had a great little start to the race, though. A whole lot of people in the comments letting us know where they're watching from France. A couple of South Africans I see there. Great to see them all there as well. A couple of Brits as well. Hello from NL. I don't know where that quite is.
Netherlands.
Nederlanden, yeah, it is indeed NL, so Netherlands, we're going to assume. So I'm hoping you're at the Grand Prix. Yeah, cool. And just seeing GM said, so subscribed. Thanks for doing what you do, guys. Well, you're very much welcome, and thank you for letting us know. We're into lap 33 of 72. Verstappen, with the fastest lap, still leads this Grand Prix. Alonso dropping off those 2 Red Bulls up in 1st and 2nd. Sainz still in 5th. Albon still very comfortably in 6th position. And Russell not making up any positions, though. His teammate Hamilton's now up into 10th. Norris also leading that entire troop there. It's Norris, Hamilton, and Piastri very slowly working their way through the grid.
Max Verstappen, just as another show of force, has put in another fastest lap. Just because he can, I guess. But it is going to be still a very long race ahead of him. Still another, how many laps? As Lando Norris tries to get close to the back, I think this is Yuki Tsunoda. Yes, it is. Yuki Tsunoda as now Piastri gets past Zhou Guanyu. His next driver up the road now for Piastri is Hamilton, 1.2 seconds.
Well, he's been following Hamilton for ages. Let's just keep taking, obviously, each driver. So now the next for that pack, Norris, Hamilton, and Piastri, the fighting sharks, I suppose, in the middle of the field. They're just going and finding their next prey. Tsunoda's the next one.
Tsunoda is the next victim up the road for these 3 really fast drivers at the moment. Lando is certainly reeling in Tsunoda ever so slowly, but maybe he can make this move stick this lap.
Yeah, a whole lot of people joining us from all over the world, which is great to see. I see Israel, India again, Pakistan, Colombia, Pakistan, Myanmar, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, Israel, India, Mexico, Barbados, Mexico City, Jamaica, a whole lot of places. Great to see you all here watching from England as well, I see. And yeah, of course, this is the Netherlands Grand Prix in Zandvoort, so I'm hoping we won't see Dutch fans in the comments because they should be there at the race. And they should be, of course, supporting for their home driver who's on track to go and break, well, not break, but equal that wins record that Sebastian Vettel holds right now in Formula 1 for most consecutive victories in a row. Lando Norris not able to get close enough to Yuki Tsunoda quite just yet for that battle for 8th. Hamilton also right on the heels of Norris. Piastri not too far behind Hamilton as well.
Lots of people just saying where they're watching from in the comment section. I see Egypt, I see Malaysia, Pakistan, Dominican Republic, India, Taiwan, Bangladesh, Germany, Philippines, Ghana. As soon as I'm saying it, there's just more people commenting. Thank you very much.
Qatar as well.
Making this a great race weekend for us. Oscar Piastri.
Just watching that replay.
Watching that replay of him getting past Zhou Guanyu. I thought it was another overtake. I'm just so excited. This race has been very exciting so far. Yeah, we could hopefully get another upset with possibly some rain making its way over track again.
Let's talk about two drivers who've really had a bit of a terrible day today. That's been Charles Leclerc and George Russell. Now, George Russell starting right at the top of the table there in the grids and then being completely messed around by strategy calls by the Mercedes there. And he's just got past Charles Leclerc there, who's down at 16th. So I was going to talk about both of them, but Charles Leclerc also had damage to his front wing, which has really caused problems there. Logan Sargent is still very, I think there might be some insider knowledge there, basically being told, if you crash out again this season, you're going to be, I think he knows his career is very much in the balance. I think
it's very hard to see such a young driver knowing that his entire racing career banks on his first rookie season. It's very difficult. He's shown he's got the pace in the junior formulas, but unfortunate, just getting unlucky in Formula 1 so far. Lando Norris still chasing down Yuki Tsunoda for 8th position. 0.4 seconds is the gap between those two, but Yuki Tsunoda ever so slightly being able to hold on. Hamilton, though, is getting impatient and is starting to reel in Lando Norris.
And we have passed 500. Sorry, I just wanted to confirm. We've passed 500 subscribers. Let's keep it going, guys. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel and keep liking the video, etc., etc. Lap 36. We're now exactly halfway through the race.
Yes, finally. It has been quite a long race so far, but been very exciting the whole way through. Lewis Hamilton still chasing down Lando Norris. Max Verstappen again. Is he not bored up there? He's setting another fastest lap.
Yeah, I think Max Verstappen is very much bored. Guys, what we are going to do, because we are getting so many comments at a rate of knots, we are going to turn on subscriber only mode. So please be sure to subscribe. You can continue.
Even more motivation for you guys to all sub to this channel. Yeah, we are currently at 2,187 of you watching alongside with us. Why don't you all just hit subscribe so you can all...
Norris on Tsunoda. Let's see. It doesn't make it stick this time. Will he dive down his inside? Norris is so close to the back of Tsunoda, but Tsunoda's doing very well to defend him.
He's doing some great defending here. This is really going to be hurting Lando's tyres, as well as his brakes are going to be screaming hot. And he's getting reeled in now by Lewis Hamilton, who's really getting tired of having to wait to make this move happen.
Yeah, and let's see what happens here with Piastri as well. He's still not able to make up too much time on Hamilton, who's being held up by Norris, who's being held up by Tsunoda. Watching a replay of George Russell take Charles Leclerc earlier, I did note this, and just watching where he takes him is going into Sector 3, I think it is.
Sector 3 there. He's really not having a great race on these hards. Just watching him making a move on Charles Leclerc. I mean, he's also really... for Charles Leclerc on a set of softs to be overtaken by Mercedes on a set of hards...
It's exactly... I don't quite know why...
He might have floor damage.
Yeah, I was about to say, he did have front wing
damage.
But the problem is, I didn't see any point that he could have got floor damage.
That wing went. I didn't see it getting recovered on track, so maybe it's stuck in his floor. That could be causing him to lose a lot of downforce and a lot of pace, and really explains why he's all the way down in 15th, not able to make any position gains.
Indeed, and we're seeing lots of radio messages coming in. I think weather storms and otherwise weather...
Someone's dived into the pits. Who was that?
I didn't quite see. Zhou Guanyu is finally in the pits. Shame. And I think that's his race a little bit ruined there as well. So not great for Zhou Guanyu. Yeah. But you know what? He had a really good time at the front of the grid there, having some fun. But unfortunately, he's now only moved on to the soft tire. Now, slow pit stop, though. Very slow pit stop. Looks like a 3.6 seconds, so really not great.
A bit slow to get on there. As now we have Valtteri Bottas fighting it out with Charles Leclerc. I mean, what? They're fighting it out with their customer engine, like their customer teams, which is really not what we'd expect for Ferrari in the race. We expect them to be where Sainz is, up in 5th. And Leclerc, as I said, I think he does have some debris stuck in his floor. because that really would explain why he's really struggling.
So at this point,
Bottas got past Leclerc.
At this point, would you not, as Ferrari, just retire Charles Leclerc, because this car has clearly not got the pace to do anything?
What is the point of running the engine for more hours? And
I suppose, though, at the same time, if the rain systems do come back, maybe they could try and take, because obviously, then they can try and leapfrog some people into positions. But otherwise, we are on lap 39 of 72, lots of time left, and as you say, he could lose a lot of time as well. Yuki Tsunoda still managing to hold on to this 8th position with Norris, Hamilton, and Piastri hunting him from behind. Notably, Piastri's getting closer to Hamilton.
Yes, very interesting that Piastri is starting to reel in Hamilton now. I mean, you say that, Mark, but it's 1.9 seconds.
Well, it was 2.5, so we are starting to see the times drop a little bit more. And now also just looking at the weather around Zandvoort, looks clear, but yeah, there definitely seems to be rain in the distance there, so it could affect our race as well. A whole lot of people asking us some questions, and otherwise in the comments, we're not able to get obviously to all of them. There's a lot of them coming in.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of you watching alongside with us, and we're also trying to bring you all the action out on track. Let's see. Question from India. How many seasons do you think Red Bull can dominate the formula with this kind of car?
Until the next change, I think.
Well, possibly until 2026, but you never know. Some teams may be able to make massive gains next season.
McLaren.
Yeah, exactly. We could see McLaren just finding the basis with their car from this year and being able to go onwards from that. Also, they've seen the Red Bull car from this year. They can develop their car in a direction like that, rather, and be quite competitive. Almost up to 600 subscribers now, guys. You have really exceeded my expectations for today. We really only wanted to get up to 400, but super happy we have really gotten over that. Carlos Sainz asking about his tyres.
Ooh.
We don't think we can make it to the end, he says. At the moment, we do not think so, so they will need to come in.
Liam Lawson is about to make a very, very famous overtake for himself here. Down.
Charlotte Leclerc. This is... I mean, I may as well just jump out the window.
Liam Lawson is about to take Charles Leclerc in his Ferrari. Liam Lawson, on his debut Grand Prix, has got DRS wide open on the start-finish straight. He's going to get very close to that Ferrari into turn 1. Will he make a move? He's going to stick behind and maybe make a move into turn 3. He's gone a little bit wider than Charles Leclerc did. Maybe we'll have a bite, as I say, going into turn 3 now.
This is ridiculous. I mean, why are we watching a Ferrari battling it out with an AlphaTauri? I mean...
And the rookie.
I think it sums up Charles Leclerc's season, his career with Ferrari, really. I mean, he's had some great races, but they've just really let him down. But I think this may be due to some floor damage or some debris in his floor. Yeah, disappointing race for him today. I think they may as well retire that car because he is really struggling for pace outs on track.
Oh, Liam Lawson has a bit of a moment there as he tried to look and on the inside of Charles Leclerc.
He's still got better grip here. He might be able to get past him now with the DRS into turn 11. Will he be able to make this lunge on Charles Leclerc? He does dive down the inside and he makes the move stick on the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. The AlphaTauri driver in his rookie race has gotten past the multiple race winner Charles Leclerc. What is going on?
That is Liam Lawson's first genuine overtake in Formula 1. So, well done. And it couldn't have been much of a bigger name. Could have been Charles Leclerc in this Ferrari. He's now got DRS wide open. Will he come back at him? He's gone on his inside. And he's going to get past him very easily. So, Liam Lawson made the overtake very temporarily just to lose that position.
I think they may as well be fighting like this for the rest of the race because Charles Leclerc's struggling on those tyres. And I think he's got a lot of floor damage on his car right now. I mean, nothing else explains why the Ferrari is down in...
Yeah, especially when Sainz is up in 5th position as well and keeping it very, very nicely up there as well. Just noting, though, Albon has just taken Sainz. I think Sainz might be in the pits, maybe. I think Sainz is in the pits. Sainz is indeed in the pits. So, we're going to see what that happens for Ferrari now. So, Charles Leclerc is all the way down at the bottom of the grid, fighting it out with Liam Lawson. And Sainz has dived into the pits.
Yes, we are 20 people away from 300 likes here on our stream. Please do be sure to hit that like button. I think this is the most likes we've ever had on a racing stream. So great to have, breaking all sorts of records here today. Just watching that pit from Carlos Sainz, he will come out in 11th position, just outside of the points. But we do expect people will need to come into the pits yet again. 570 of you are subscribed to this channel now. Do be sure to hit that subscribe button if you want to join our Formula 1 community. Also, I don't know if Mark has put it in the comment section, we do now have a Discord. So if you want to join a massive Formula 1 community, please do be sure to join our Discord link. And we will be posting all of the links for our live videos, for our breaking news, Charles Leclerc is now finally being retired, though,
Yeah.
as Mark is now pasting that Discord link in the comment section.
Well, we did say that Charles Leclerc would need to come into the pits and be retired because this car is clearly not operating. So, retired on lap 41. I think, he might have just got a little bit
43.
embarrassed. He got a little bit embarrassed about the fact that Liam Lawson was the one he was fighting with in that AlphaTauri seat. So really, really poor for Ferrari today. They're losing all points from Leclerc. And Sainz, their only possible points bearer, and he's just come into the pits and has come out in 11th position. So
Norris
this race for
also
Ferrari is
has
not
at
looking
the moment,
good.
But Norris doesn't seem to be moving. There we go. He's
Box,
coming
box,
out now.
yeah.
Box.
Yeah, so Norris came into the pits here. So let's see where Norris comes out.
He should come out behind Sainz, maybe?
No, behind Bottas, it seems.
Okay, not too bad.
Comes out in 14th position, Lando Norris. He's moved on to another set of softs.
Well, I think because they've seen the set of softs last for quite some time, they've only got another 20 laps to go on this race. They maybe have seen the degradation is not as high as they expected it to be, and they think they can go to the end of the race on this set of softs.
So, lap 43 of 72. Max Verstappen leads by 8 seconds to his teammate Sergio Perez. Perez has then got a gap of 4.3 seconds to Alonso, who's also got a gap of 2.4 to Gasly. Notably, though, Albon is 10 seconds behind Gasly. So, the top 4 very much in a different league to the rest of the grid.
Yes, we are just watching a replay of George Russell making a move on, who is this, Kevin Magnussen or Nico Hulkenberg? I think it's Magnussen.
Hulkenberg. It is Hulkenberg, indeed. So he just goes there in the second DRS zone right before, well, the only DRS zone outside of the start-finish straight, and he gets past him with relative ease, coming into those final couple of corners before starting the lap again.
Wow,
So great
there's some
overtake
very,
there.
very dark clouds making their way over the circuit. I see some raindrops on the camera, Mark.
Yes, indeed. I think rain might very much be a problem again. So we're about to get very interesting. Ocon very dangerously coming into the pits right now. I'm not sure I'd make a decision quite just yet. I would stay out on track and wait for this rain to take effect.
Yes, and I mean, it's going to provide some great spectacles for us as we see the Dutch Lion just dancing next to the track as he watches his Formula 1 driver Max Verstappen drive past him into turn 11 and 12. Just going absolutely mad for Max Verstappen. Carlos Sainz now sets the fastest lap of the race with a 1:14.9. He is on new softs. Max Verstappen now coming through turn 14. Will he dive into the pits or will they keep running him to wait and see what happens with this rain?
He's got time to kill. He'll definitely stay out there and wait for everybody else to go into the pits first before he has to go and make that decision. So, Max Verstappen, the nice thing about being at the top of the grid is that you can make those decisions based on everybody else's data. So, meanwhile, everybody's still staying out on the track, but I think you want to stay out on track right now just to see what's happened because this weather is definitely about to start playing a
I
part.
do see more drops of rain on another camera now in a different sector of the track. So I think we could see this rain moving over the track very shortly as I see another drop of rain making its way onto the camera. When we see the rain on the visors of the drivers, that's when we know it is time to get back onto a set of inters.
Hamilton here making a move
wheeling
on
in
Tsunoda.
He doesn't
Oh.
make the move stick. But
Albon's
he
in the
gets
pits.
super close to the back of him. Albon, as you say in my mark, he is in the pits. What will he be able to do on a new set of mediums?
Why would you pit him? I'm just looking at this rain that could potentially come here now, and if anybody going into the pits right now, it's a bit of a dangerous one. I just feel like this weather could definitely play a part in the next couple of laps. Though at the same time, if you're going to make a decision, you got to make it immediately. So they've decided to make an immediate decision for Alex Albon. He's come out on the mediums in 11th position and now is hunting down Hulkenberg.
Yes, 580 of you now subscribe to the channel. Please do be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are so close now to 600. So great to have so many of you joining alongside with us on this channel. Hamilton's still trying to reel in Yuki Tsunoda. He's struggling, I think, a bit on his older soft tires now. Just sliding around there as we now have the race... No, not the race leader. It is Sergio Perez making his way into the pits. The back right was a little bit slow, 2.4 seconds though. Still a great pit stop for the Red Bulls.
Yeah, indeed. And these gaps, of course, are going to be very important. You see, I told you the top four in a very different set, basically, compared to the rest of the grid. So Perez will come out with ease here, not being challenged by anybody, in 4th position, chasing down Gasly and Alonso, and I'm sure we're going to see some more pit stops from them. Hamilton now also goes into the pits. Now, where does he come out? Because, of course, Norris went to the pits first, and he set the fastest lap. So will Hamilton still come out behind Norris, or do they reckon they've found enough pace to get ahead of him? Where does Hamilton come out?
Slow stop for Hamilton though, 3.1 seconds. When every second counts, no, there's Lando. He gets past Lewis Hamilton as well as Bottas as well, just for to put a bit more salt in the wound of Lewis Hamilton.
Notably, though,
unfortunately.
Russell's on the hard tyre, which they opted for much earlier, and he's up into 8th position again. So he started to move up quite quickly because, of course, the hard tyre could probably go to the end of this race.
Watching a move now from Esteban Ocon on...
Pierre Gasly on...
Pierre Gasly. I always get confused with Ocon and Gasly's numbers.
Oh, no. Is it?
That is Ocon.
No, it's Ocon. Sorry.
Ocon. He's got the red
it's
helmet.
on the Alfa Romeo. I'm so sorry. I thought it was... I'm thinking, no, because the Alpine and Sainz was, of course, Gasly
These
and
clouds are
Ocon.
getting closer, and they are very, very dark. I wonder if Max Verstappen, who is 13 seconds ahead of his next driver down the road,
Gasly's... Oh, no.
are they retiring?
Oh, no, it's the penalty. It's the penalty. He's got a service
Pierre
penalty.
Gasly, yes, has to serve a 10-second... Was it a 10-second or 5-second?
5-second penalty, I think it
5
was.
second time penalty. He gets put onto a new set of softs, and he is back out on track. Oscar Piastri will be brought into the pit soon. We do see his team getting ready to put on another set of tyres for his Papaya car.
Yeah, and as everyone is saying, potential driver of the day at the moment seems to be Pierre Gasly, of course, who's just going to come out ahead of Russell. But Gasly doing so well there for the Alpine, of course.
He's going to have a lot more pace, though, on these soft tyres. But George Russell has warmer tyres. He's really getting close to the back of him now. Gasly really defending quite hard on George Russell, but George Russell really all over the back of Gasly's car. Will he be able to make a move on those warmer tyres? No, he won't, because now Gasly's tyres look like they are up to temperature, and he's slowly starting to walk away from George Russell.
I really enjoyed that from Gasly. Some very, very proper defense from him. It was almost like Sergio Perez-like, just saying absolutely no ways you're getting
You're not
past
taking
me.
this place from me. I have got it. I'm on the better tyres. Get out my way.
Yeah, that's exactly that. So great racing there from Pierre Gasly. He's already built up quite a bit of a gap to Russell behind him now. So he continues on the soft tyres, hunting down that Ferrari ahead of him of Carlos Sainz, who he was ahead of. Of course, Carlos Sainz did come into the pits though, and has come out ahead of Pierre Gasly. So
Sergio Perez now sets the fastest lap of the race on his new set of softs. 114.3 set by him as now. Who is this? This is Carlos Sainz. Gets past Yuki Tsunoda for 4th place. He's getting quite close now to those podium positions. We are currently 6 people away from 600 subscribers. Do be sure to hit that subscribe button. We are so close now. Very, very exciting to have all of you subscribe to us. 2 subscribers now away. So do be sure to hit that subscribe button as well as the bell so that you get notified every time I go live and upload a video for you guys.
indeed, and just going back to the comments here, because I feel like we've neglected it a little bit, so we're going to come back to you guys. And Dr. Fazai Mulon, I'm going to assume that's the name, I do apologize, has just asked us a question here saying, who are your favorite drivers? Well, Reese, I'll let you say yours first, and then I'll say mine. Box for Alonso, box for Alonso. Let's see if he comes out ahead of Carlos Sainz. That's going to be the interesting one to watch here. But yeah, who are your favorite drivers?
Well, certainly Max Verstappen, Alonso, Lando Norris, Piastri, Leclerc.
The grid.
So pretty much the rest of the grid, yes. I support everyone. I want everyone to do well. But just watching Alonso now coming into the pits, let's see if this goes all right.
Oh no, what's happening with the front left? No.
All the work that Alonso has done on track is undone. He's still in 3rd position right now. Will he come? No, he won't come out ahead of Sainz.
Oh my word, terrible stop from Fernando
And he's
poor
going to be
Fernando
behind
Alonso.
Tsunoda. No!
Ah.
Terrible pit stop for Fernando Alonso. Those Aston Martin mechanics are really going to be kicking themselves now, unfortunately. Lando Norris gets himself past, I think this is Hulkenberg? Magnussen? I don't know. There's so many Hasses out there.
It's Lando Norris taking...
I know it's Lando Norris. I'm saying, who's he taking?
I have no idea, because I think he dove into the pits, and that's the problem. We're really struggling to see. I'm seeing a replay here of Oscar Piastri get past Zhou.
Another great move for Oscar Piastri, getting himself now ever so closer to the points position.
There you go. The lively library says, Reese, that you can only choose one.
No.
I don't know who's no. I don't know who's no. Max Verstappen in the pits now. 2.2 seconds. A great stop there for Max Verstappen. He'll come out well ahead of his teammate Sergio Perez, who's only coming down to the start-finish straight right now.
Yes.
So, yeah, great stop there for Red Bull. Red Bull, of course, as per usual, dominating this weekend. Sainz on the podium potentially right now. He is, of course. That terrible stop from Aston Martin really didn't allow Alonso to fight. So, at least Sainz for Ferrari is up in the podium positions.
Yes, sorry, just chatting on our work group chat. It's interesting to see how many tyres people have been through today. Max Verstappen has been through 4 sets of tyres. He's gone through a set of softs in the middle, in the beginning, intermediates, another set of softs, and now he's on his 3rd set of softs for the day. What will he be able to do on this new set? I'm sure he'll be able to steal that fastest lap time away from Sergio Perez. The gap is now 5.3 seconds between those two teammates. Sergio Perez ever so slightly reeling in his teammates, but Max Verstappen's tyres are still cold. Gasly, though, is catching his former teammate, Yuki Tsunoda, for fifth. Little bit of Yuki Tsunoda might have to have his heart broken quite shortly by his former teammate. He is reeling him in quite quickly now.
My word, look at Pierre Gasly go. I definitely think he's up there.
3 seconds now between those two. Tsunoda makes the lockup, and Gasly takes that with ease through turn, I think that's turn 9.
Yes, indeed. So a fantastic move there from Pierre Gasly on Yuki Tsunoda to get past him. Made sure that he took advantage of that mistake from the driver ahead of him and will now be chasing down Fernando Alonso, who's not too far away from the Alpine. Pierre Gasly certainly up there as driver of the day. I think Alonso could have possibly been there, but unfortunately a shocking pit stop from his team has probably cost him a couple of positions there, though he is gaining very quickly on Carlos Sainz ahead of him.
Yes, hopefully Fernando Alonso, who set the fastest lap time of the race, yes, with a 1:14.1. Brilliant lap time for him. That is a very, very fast lap. Sergio Perez is setting a 1:14.7, so he could be able to get back up to the back of Sergio Perez. We are seeing a bit of a weather system moving its way towards the track. It does look like it might fizzle out, but it does look like it possibly could make its way over the track.
Yeah, Fernando Alonso's really motoring here to try and get past Sainz as quickly as possible. I think he wants to do that just to conserve his tires. So he's going to just use his tires up a little bit to get past them as quickly as possible, make up for that error from the pit crew there, and get past Carlos Sainz. So will he be able to do it on the start-finish straight here? He's coming around the corner there. They're just coming into the sector 3. Let's see how he fares with DRS wide open.
He's got so much pace in that car at the moment. That gives us a great look at what could happen throughout the rest of the season. Max Verstappen now just sets ablaze the timing board with a 1:13.4, 0.2 seconds faster than
Let's
anyone
follow
else
here now,
on the
Vries.
track. Let's see what he can do.
Alonso coming around that banked curve with Carlos Sainz. Now he's going to have DRS as he comes out of it. DRS is now wide open, and he's gaining very, very quickly on Carlos Sainz in that Ferrari. He's going to go around the inside, I think it is. He's chosen the inside. Will he make it stick? Yes, he does. Carlos Sainz out of the way.
For Fernando Alonso, gets himself back into the podium positions there. Phenomenal from the very, very experienced racing driver, Fernando Alonso.
Yeah, so Fernando Alonso makes up for that mistake from his team and now gets ahead of Carlos Sainz. And he will try to get that gap up, of course, as quickly as possible to more than a second so that he can then relax his tyres a little bit so that Sainz falls out of DRS range. Great racing, though, from Alonso, getting that podium position back for himself.
Yes, very, very good lap there from himself to get past Carlos Sainz for third position. We just see George Russell getting past, I think that is, who is that? Liam Lawson now. Yeah.
Tsunoda.
Sorry, it is Tsunoda. I'm just trying to find where people are on the boards right now.
Look, I mean, for all that Russell was moaning and having a big complaint to his...
Albon getting a move done on Tsunoda. Yes, it is. Albon gets past Tsunoda. He's
both DRS wide open.
Will he be able to hold on to this position? He's trying around the outside. He doesn't make that move stick. He's on a set of medium. Tsunoda's on a set of soft. What will they be able to do, though, down the main start-finish straight?
Yeah, and just notably, Russell on those hard tyres, for all that he was moaning to the team about not being able to get onto podium positions, he's up into 6th again on those hard tyres. Doesn't have to pit, of course. So
Albon's gaining so quickly on Tsunoda. He does make that move stick before even the finish line, and he does make it stick before the braking zone even. Brilliant move from Albon, who gets himself up now into 7th position. His next driver up the road is George Russell, who he should be able to catch with relative ease on a set of mediums.
Sorry. As I was about to speak, I suddenly decided to swallow something. I don't quite know what that was. We're in lap 53 of 72, and of course, we will, of course, do our driver of the day poll with just 10 laps left of the race. So let's see what happens right now with AlphaTauri, Alpine, and
that is
Tsunoda, Ocon, and Norris. All three of them in 8th, 9th, and 10th position, buying it out. Tsunoda on the radio saying front wing got damaged. Check the wing. Oh dear, so a little bit of damage for Tsunoda.
That's not great news for Yuki Tsunoda. Hopefully he doesn't have front wing damage because he's been providing us some great entertainment this afternoon.
Yeah, and in case you guys are looking for times and otherwise, we do see that you've got lap times up on the top left of the screen. And it's got all of the different laps there and tells you how many laps we've also had. And we've only got 45 minutes left pretty much of the session that will be allowed pretty much for racing. Can't take over more than that. So
that's the light curfew. Max Verstappen on the radio. being told about a threat of rain possibly coming in near the end of the race. This could be very, very exciting. When you think everything starts to fizzle out, the rain decides, I'm going to throw some spice into the end of this race here.
That's exactly that. Now, just going back to our live subscriber count, let's just go see how many we've now managed to hit. I think we've managed to get up to 623. Let's get to 700, guys, as quickly as possible.
Just watching
Norris is getting so close to Tsunoda. My word, look at him go. Tsunoda seems to be having damage in his front wing. So let's see if Lando Norris can take advantage of that as he's coming round now into Sector 3. Will Tsunoda manage to keep his position here, or will...
He's been told his car is okay. There is no damage. He has been told by the engineers that everything is alright. He should be able to carry on going. He is inking ahead of...
Look at this!
Of Lando Norris. Now, who is this?
It's George Russell! No, it's not Hamilton.
Hamilton is now trying to reel in Lando Norris. He is going to make that move stick now down this long DRS straight. He's going to make it very, very difficult for Yuki Tsunoda very shortly, I'm sure. This battle has been coming for quite some time between these three drivers. Will Lando Norris be able to hold out ahead? Lando Norris with great pace now down this DRS straight. Gets past Tsunoda. Will Hamilton also make the move on Tsunoda? He does. He tries around the outside.
Great racing.
Brilliant from Lewis Hamilton getting past Yuki Tsunoda right there at the end. Yuki Tsunoda, though, drops 2 places in 1 DRS straight.
Yeah, now unfortunately for Tsunoda, down into 11th position now, out of the points. He was in it, now he's out of it. Norris moves into 9th, Hamilton in 10th. Alonso on the radio. Rain is coming. That's what it sounds like. Rain is coming. So this could be a very interesting end to the race. We've got just 17 laps remaining, and rain could play a part here. So everyone's going to come in for those intermediate tires. At some point here, you can see those clouds right close to the track here. So rain is definitely going to be a big problem here.
We can't see any rain on the camera just yet, so it may not have started to hit over the track, but it could start at any second. That's really what this race is so interesting for, because it is right next to the ocean, and we do get rain affecting this track quite often. Alonso now sets the fastest lap of the race with a 1:13.8. Brilliant from Fernando Alonso in 3rd place. Currently 10.6 seconds behind Perez.
Alex Albon on George Russell.
Brilliant move from Albon. I did say he was going to be able to catch George Russell with relative ease on his hit to mediums, and he does now make that move stick for 6th position.
Fantastic move there from Alex Albon. Great to see him racing today. Unfortunately, though, he's still not quite up to where he was where he started the race, but still staying high up in the points. So doing very, very well for that Williams car.
Well, he has 1 more place to make up, and then he has pretty much stayed where he was the entire race.
I think Gasly's going to take Sainz very soon. He's within DRS range. Sorry.
Brilliant recovery, though, for Alex Albon, who did drop quite a few places there and was able to hold out. As we do see Hamilton getting past Lando Norris. I think he may have touched his front wing there, though.
Or does Norris maybe come back at him? I think that's the replay we're watching here. No, Hamilton does get past Norris, indeed. So Hamilton ahead of Norris now in 9th position. Norris now in 10th position. Piastri in 11th.
These teams are really monitoring these cloud systems now that are getting so close to the edge of this track.
Here comes Pierre Gasly. As I said, Pierre Gasly's going to try and take Carlos Sainz here on the start-finish straight. The DRS is wide open. Look at the movement on the track there from Carlos Sainz to try and show defense, and
also
maybe
just trying to break the toe a little bit there from Gasly behind, who is chasing down. Will Gasly have the pace, though, to get past?
Will he go in turn 3? Will he try it? Will he try the turn 3 miracle move? It's been tried a few times today. No, he won't.
Verstappen asking if it's going to be full wet conditions with this rain or intermediate. I don't know if they're going to be able to make that right decision immediately, because we don't know what's going to happen with how much rain gets put over.
It sounds like a lot of rain, but of course there's a lot of dry line on the track, so maybe the intermediate tires will be the immediate option, but you can't afford to come into the pits twice.
It just depends how many laps there's going to be left before the end of the race by the time this rain hits. Because if you do put on a set of full wets, you might get caught out by the drier line near the end of the race.
It's exactly that. And guys, please keep hitting that subscriber button. Let's try and somehow get to 700 ASAP. We're really close to that already. We've grown so many subscribers today. And keep liking the video, keep sharing it with all your friends and otherwise, and keep asking some questions in the comments as well.
Yes, just watching still this fight between Pierre Gasly and Carlos Sainz. Will Gasly have the pace to chase him down yet again? He's half a second with him as Carlos Sainz weaves all around to try and break that toe. But Gasly getting so close to the back of him. Will he be able to get close enough though? No.
Oh, I'm on the outside.
On the outside though. He does.
Oh my word. Gets just
so
a little bit
close, but
forced
gets
off.
Forced a bit.
Very good driving there from Sainz to defend, actually. He does make it work quite well, just within the rules, of course. He almost forces him off the track, but just gives him enough space to be there and says, you can go there if you want, but you're going to start hitting grass. So he pretty much forces Gasly to back off, and now Gasly's fallen 0.8 seconds behind Sainz. So Gasly was probably trying to come back at him ASAP.
Rania Sanchez a bit upset there in the comment section, saying he hoped that Yuki Tsunoda would have finished in the points. We are watching that move from Lewis Hamilton on Esteban Ocon for 7th place, 8th place. Brilliant move there from him. He does have a bit of a tear off, or he did have a tear off stuck in his halo. He does still have that tear off stuck there.
One more time, we're going to watch now Gasly as he comes into that DRS zone again.
He's a lot closer this time round. 0.6 seconds now. Will he be able to get a little bit closer in this next braking zone? Yeah, very, very close between these two drivers. Will he be able to make that move stick? Carlos Sainz will try and break that toe again, but will he be able to fend off Gasly for another lap?
Gasly's on the radio. Rain is 2 minutes.
Rain is
2 minutes away. That's what it sounds like. 2 minutes away from rain. So that's probably going to be the next 2 laps. We're going to see some big dives into the pits from all the teams to get those intermediate or wet tires. It sounds like rain's going to be quite heavy. So big decisions for all these teams to make. So do not go anywhere. This is about to get very, very interesting.
Hamilton is now getting very close to the back of his teammates. But it does look like maybe this rain will move over here in the next 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah. 2 minutes looks like it's going to be here. So
just watching now.
Oh, Russell makes big mistakes.
Big mistake from Russell. Really almost took out his teammates. I think they need to just tell him, get out the way for Hamilton. We can't risk these two cars crashing into each other.
Yeah, Hamilton on the softs and George Russell on the hards there. George Russell still desperately trying to stay ahead of his teammate there. George Russell in 7th, Hamilton in 8th. But Hamilton getting so close to his teammate now. Lando Norris and Piastri have dropped off of Hamilton quite significantly, which is quite upsetting. There you go.
They do let the faster car of Hamilton move past George Russell now. Hamilton will be chasing up the road for Alex Albon, who is 4.2 seconds up there. So it will be a bit of a difficult chase there. Now 12 laps to go as Ocon gets, as Gasly gets even closer to the back of Sainz. He does now finally make that move stick. And that took so many laps to set up, but glad to see he finally got that move stuck on Carlos Sainz. His next drive up the road is Fernando Alonso, but Fernando Alonso way ahead of Gasly. 9.5 seconds is how far up the road he is.
Now, very interesting to also note the fact that Alonso still has that fastest lap time of the race. So I think he's going to keep that if the rain is about to hit as well, because of course we'll move on to the intermediate tires much slower. So will Verstappen try to push on his softs right now to get that fastest lap right before the rain is going to hit? You can see that rainstorm is huge, and it's going to be lots of rain.
It's getting super close, and that looks very heavy. Some people just asking, what mistake did Russell make? He was going through, I think this is turn 6, and he just had a big oversteer moment, touched the grass a little bit. Very lucky to keep it on the track. But I think his heart rate certainly would have elevated.
Hamilton also on the radio just noting that.
Yeah, pretty much just saying, I'm on a different tire strategy to him. Let me pass. Max,
oh my word!
No!
They've missed Perez. They've messed up!
Sergio Perez in the pits.
They've messed up!
The tires ready for him. He has asked for a set of intermediates. He is now on the pits, and they are sending him out there on those inters as the rain is starting to fall.
Oh no, Alonso didn't come in, so he's going to be...
But neither has Max Verstappen.
Look at the rain. It's now starting to hit, and you can see all the cars diving into the pits. Perez, Gasly, Sainz, Hamilton in the pits as well. And great pit there for Carlos Sainz. He comes out just behind Pierre Gasly. So Gasly's done enough. But now, Verstappen, of course, has to go around again before coming into the pits. And not only that, but I worry about Alonso.
Double stack for Mercedes. Now George Russell leaves the pits very quick there for those two Mercedes. 3.9 seconds for Hamilton, 3.3 seconds for Russell. This is going to be difficult for those front 3 runners of Verstappen, Alonso, and Albon. Will they be able to get around fast enough not to lose positions, Mark?
Yeah, I just worry more about Alonso, of course.
Verstappen is now coming into the pits.
Will Alonso come out ahead of Perez? I don't think he will, but he could well do, maybe because they've messed up that pit so badly. So could Alonso take advantage of this, as we now do see the race leader in the pits here, Max Verstappen, for a much better pit stop than Sergio Perez. Perez will be very upset. Stroll, 3.6. Alonso is going to come out ahead of Perez. So shocking from Red Bull. Alonso is going to come out ahead of Perez, I think.
That's incredible. I mean, Fernando Alonso is going to get a second place after the summer break. This is so
Oh, no, wait. Wait, does he? He's going to come out now, just watching here. Oh, it's going to get very close. Oh, no, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Oh.
But this could be a great fight between Alonso and Perez, who come out ever so slightly behind each other. Verstappen, though, in the pits, has come out of the pits and is out on track, still in the lead of this race.
Just watching, about to start watching a replay here of Alonso and Perez as they come into the pits here.
Max Verstappen is fighting it out with Liam Lawson. Lawson should get out of the way here for the race leader.
Go on, Lawson.
That's and he does now. He just goes, oh, is that Max? I should probably get out the way. Otherwise, I might get an earful from Helmut Marko later.
No, did they mess up? They messed up.
Did they? 3.9, not too bad. It's not amazing, but not horrific there. Where will Albon come out, though? He may come out behind Norris. He will come out behind Norris.
Yeah, not a great pit stop there. And also now
Will he
George
come
Russell.
behind? No, he gets ahead of George Russell, so he still holds on to 8th position. But Russell has the warmer tyres now. Will he be able to make a move on Alex Albon? He has a better line out of turn 3, and he does now make that move stick around the outside of Alex Albon.
I borderline would have put on full wets, by the way, because everyone's on inters except for Ocon, who's on the full wet tyre. I think the full wet tyre might be a better tyre
I
coming.
don't think it's that wet out here, to be honest. The spray isn't huge being kicked up by these cars, but who knows what is going to happen with 10 laps to go. Let's get our driver of the day poll up there, Mark.
Yes, indeed. We've got 10 laps to go, so now we will have the drive of the day poll coming up for you guys. So be sure to go and participate in that. Let me go and change it right now.
We are 45 subscribers away from 700 of you being subscribed to this channel. Do be sure to hit that subscribe button, and let's get a great Formula 1 community going here. Ocon on the radio saying this is the worst decision, guys. Beep, beep. Yellow flag in Sector 1.
Oh my word, it's
Sergio
Sergio Perez.
I thought it was the race leader.
There goes Alonso.
Alonso going in second place, though. This is going to... It's torrential. It is absolutely torrential down into turn 1. Ocon might just be praising his team in the next few minutes. This is absolutely torrential down
This
here.
is really, really coming down. That's why I was saying I think it might be full wet conditions in just a couple of minutes. Look at how wet it is. Ocon and the full wet should surely start to take some places here. Do you risk staying on those intermediate tyres?
I think you just have to wait for a few more laps and see what happens. Just watching this mistake from Sergio Perez. He locks up into turn 1. Ooh, spins around. Does he hit the barriers though? No, he doesn't. He's very, very lucky there. He loses 1 position to Alonso and then gets back out onto track. Very, very unfortunate for Sergio Perez, just getting caught out with that torrential rain. He does hit the barriers. He does with his rear wing. He doesn't cause damage though, luckily. But yeah, still a yellow flag there. As I think Alonso... No, who's this now? This is Valtteri Bottas. Is Max Verstappen's in the pits. He's going to put on...
Virtual safety car. Why?
Because there's a car in the barriers there. There is Alonso. Is that Alonso? No, it's Zhou. Gosh.
Oh no, is Alonso going to come out ahead of Perez? Yes, he will, I think, because they're going to have to come into the pits immediately. It's full wet conditions. Definitely Alonso's going to come out in second place still. Alonso has moved to second.
This is absolutely torrential at the moment. The rain is really coming down. We have about 8 laps left of the session. But could this rain really affect it here? How many more people are going to lose the car? Zhou is still stuck in the barriers there.
Yeah, so disappointed for Zhou Guanyu, who had quite a decent start earlier, but now fallen victim to the rain. So we've got a virtual safety car now, so no overtaking.
Red flag. Red flag has now been called out.
Red flag, my word, look at that. That's the conditions of the rain right now. Red flag, the first red flag we've seen, I think this entire season, borderline. Red flag. Wowza. What a race. What a race we've had.
I think that red flag, though, is for...
The rain.
No, it's not for the rain. It's for the car at the end of turn 1. Because that is a very high-risk sector. Because we've seen a lot of people going off there into turn 1. Just watching the amount of spray being kicked up by Max Verstappen's car. He's looking around and going, why is there a red flag? I didn't see anyone off the track.
The only thing that this is irritating for is Alonso, who's now going to have to fight it out again with Sergio Perez when they should restart the race.
Verstappen, Alonso, Gasly, Sainz, Hamilton, and Perez.
Perez only came out in 6th.
He didn't need to pit there because of the red flag. If he had stayed out, he would have been able to change his tyres during red flag conditions.
They've just ruined Perez's race.
Big mistake.
Perez's race has just been completely ruined. And now we're going to have Gasly potentially on the podium.
This has been such an exciting race. Just when you think things are pretty much all wrapped up nice and neatly in a bow, what happens? The rain comes and just throws a massive spanner in the works. Fernando Alonso making his way around the track to get back into the pits there. Just so much rain now falling down on the circuit. We are seeing, though, the struck driver of Zhou Guanyu, who crashed his car out into that turn 1. He is now unfortunately done. Lando Norris in the pits, though. He is currently under his umbrella, not wanting to get more wet than he already is there. Yeah, it is torrential at the moment. Hopefully they can get that car of Zhou Guanyu's out the way very quickly, and we can get underway for the last 7 laps of this race. Just checking our subscriber count at the moment. 668 of you are subscribed to the channel. So close now to 700 subs. Please do be sure to hit that subscribe button and hit the bell to be notified when we do go live and upload here. Yuki Tsunoda is also off the track. I think that, oh my word,
That's just watching the replay.
That was a massive moment for Zhou Guanyu, who really was not able to slow that car down at all. Thank goodness he's alright.
He's getting quite used to having crashes in the opening corner of racetracks these days.
Well, to be fair, neither of them have been his fault, because these conditions are just so tricky right now.
Yeah, the tires just lock up and you just cannot stop it. Just watch the wall come up.
Intermediates in full wet conditions, pretty much. I'm glad that he's alright, though. He was able to move his hands off the steering wheel, so he won't have a hurt hand, hopefully. But yeah, very difficult conditions out here on track. As Lewis Hamilton also lost it into turn 1 there on these tricky conditions. Where has he come out?
Sorry, I've just come off that track there. Lewis Hamilton has come out in 5th position.
That's not bad, though. Even with his mistake, he is finished now. Well, not finished, but he is up into 5th. 25 subscribers now away from 700. This has been such a great day for our channel. Max Verstappen looking absolutely soaked in his car.
Yeah, Max Verstappen just noting how much rain there is here. We still got 7 laps remaining.
As you say, still 7 laps remaining of this race. All the gazebos are now set up in the pit lane to keep their cars a little bit drier. I think it's a little bit useless, though, because you're going to go out on track and it will get drenched yet again. The medical car does pick up now. Zhou Guanyu, glad to see him walking around and being alright after that high energy impact into the barriers.
Now, the race is not over for those asking. They've currently got a red flag for the conditions, as well as Zhou Guanyu's car right in a very dangerous part of the track. So red flag has been called. They're going to remove that car from the track, and we'll probably get going again for the last 7 laps of this race. Though, of course, we do have a time limit for the race, but I'm sure we will be absolutely fine. We've still got a lot of time left, so we'll be absolutely fine.
Just waiting now for the session to be resumed. Just waiting for that car to be recovered first, though, as we're seeing Pierre Gasly being unbelted from his vehicle. Hopefully he can go and maybe put on a dry set of overalls, because it's going to be very wet and uncomfortable in that car.
Yeah, exactly that. And I just think it's so interesting. Of course, we put up our Driver of the Day poll before Gasly even moved on to the podium positions because of Red Bull's, well, I'd say mistake. They were just really unlucky. They pulled in Perez in for the full wets because it was actually full wet conditions. And yeah, Ocon still not very happy with the team for the decision made. I'm not quite sure why, because he said, it's the wrong tire, but they made the right decision.
He's still fighting with them about it. Why is he fighting? He knows it's full wet conditions. They saw that it was coming.
Engineer's making a very good point here.
And he's really fighting it out with them, and Ocon's just having to listen. Good. His engineer knows what's happening. They're really fighting it out right now.
Ocon, I think, is conceding now. I think Ocon's sort of somewhat conceding. The Alpine engineer is not having it from Ocon, and Ocon's just going to have to concede this point. Oh, just it's really going at each other.
They're really fighting. I think they're also chatting to GP now on the radio, just to kind of put him in his place, because Ocon really doesn't understand why they put him on a set of full wets. Can you not see why? These conditions are torrential. They made the correct decision over everyone else, and he's up into 11th.
I cannot believe we've just seen like a proper full-on shouting match between the engineer there and Ocon. So good to see, though, the engineer not backing down, just letting Ocon have it. It's fantastic.
They saw the data on their side. They saw that it was going to be full wet conditions, and they made the right call, in my opinion.
So we're going to have Alonso and Gasly potentially on the podium. Of course, when we restart the race, we might see some overtakes happen, and maybe Gasly might get taken by Sainz. behind him. But Perez is going to have to try and get some more points back after finishing, after coming out there in 6th position. Logan Sargent looking a little bit better about life now on his lounger out of the rain. But
he still hasn't made it back to the pits.
No, I don't think he's going to. I think the team said, no, don't bother coming back if you crash again. So, that's not great. Yeah, I know you do.
It's a stipulation, usually, that you have to come back into the pits and do interviews after you've crashed out. Is that some damage? Whose car is that?
Looks to be a Red Bull, yeah. That's Max
Perez.
Verstappen. It's not Max Verstappen.
That's Perez. Perez is at the front of the pit lane right now.
Indeed.
He's got damage on his gurney wing or his beam wing of his car. I wonder what that was caused by.
Now, if you are Ferrari with Leclerc having been retired ages ago, are you ruining the chance now?
To leave Leclerc out there? No, I don't think he was going to do anything, to be very honest. He was really struggling in terms of pace. I think he would have been struggling even more in the wet because I think he does have some damage under his floor or some debris stuck in there. We are currently 16 subscribers away from 700 of you being subscribed to this channel. Please, come on, just hit that subscribe button. As I say that now, it's 15 people to go until we do hit that 700 subscriber mark.
We are so close to the 700 subscriber mark, as we said, and there are more than 2,000 of you watching. Every single person right now, go and subscribe to the channel. Please, it really helps us all. And trust me, it's beneficial for you. We bring so much content to you about Formula One, and you'll be very much the better for it. So please do.
14 more to get to 700. Yeah. This Dutch crowd, they don't care. They are absolutely soaking wet, and they're really loving it. We're now 10 people away from 700. Thank you to those of you who just hit that button. Race Control have said that the order for the start will be cars 1, 14, 11, 10, 55, 44, 6. So it's what? Max, Alonso, 705. Thank you to all of you now who have subbed to the channel. So the order will be Max, Alonso, Perez, Gasly. So Gasly will be ahead of Perez. No, Gasly will be behind Perez. 55, which is Sainz, then Stroll, then Hamilton, then Lando Norris, then George Russell, Albon, Ocon. Who's 81? No, gosh, this is terrible. Please find it for me, Mark. So
the order will be Verstappen, Alonso, Gasly.
No,
Sainz, Hamilton will be.
No, it said there, Verstappen, Alonso, Perez. There it says there, Verstappen, Alonso, Perez is going to be the starting order.
So
Gasly's...
Gasly's...
They've called that before. They've decided what the order was before they called the red flag, and that is what they've decided to go with. So it's going to be Verstappen, Alonso, Perez, Gasly, Sainz, Hamilton, Norris, Russell, Albon, Piastri, Ocon, Tsunoda.
This is impressive, but just so you understand exactly how Vries is figuring this out.
I'm just seeing race numbers. I'm not seeing any names. I'm just seeing their car numbers. So it's quite difficult here. But yes, we are almost hopefully underway because they are
just fixing up that barrier
now. So it does look like it is almost completely finished. And hopefully we can get another green flag for the session.
Indeed, guys, you can see the subscriber count is motoring forward. So let's get to 800 as quickly as we can, guys. We're not actually that far away. Just go and hit that subscriber button right now. You can see how it's immediately changing as and when you do so. So please keep hitting that subscribe button. Let's keep going here. Red flag is still being shown in lap 65. We've got just 7 laps remaining. And the cars are right now being wheeled to their correct positions as the red flag was called, so that we will have the correct positions on the grid. The safety cars at the end of the pit lane, ready to take them all out as well.
Yes, just getting back into their correct positions before they get underway for this safety car restart. I'm actually quite glad we did get this rain system moving over the track because it's really given us some great action, and I think it's going to be super exciting before the end of this race. Still 7 racing laps in the wet conditions, and I'm seeing that subscriber count jump up even more. We're now at 740 subs, so thank you very much for joining us.
Yes, indeed. Keep it coming, guys, and keep liking the video as well. Let us know in the comments, what are your thoughts of today's race as well? And also, drive of the day stats right now looking very, very interesting. Very, very even across the lot of them as well.
Also, don't forget that we do have a Discord server that you guys can jump into if you want to join even more like-minded Formula One fans. And we have a great community growing there, and we're going to be doing some exciting things there as well. And hopefully picking a few of you to join us in our fan cams. Maybe we might even get some of you in our fan reaction tomorrow evening. For 749 of you now all subbed to the channel.
A fantastic stream we've had so far. Let's keep it going. Just watching that replay of Yuki Tsunoda go into that gravel right before Zhou Guanyu motored into those barriers. We'll see now just here.
That was a very high impact crash there, but luckily he was alright. Thank goodness for those Tech Pro barriers who really, that really do slow down the drivers there. Just watching Sergio Perez where he got, oh no, this is when I think the red flag was called. Was it? Because, no, it's the VSC. When the VSC was called. He gets very close to the back of Fernando Alonso there. Just showing the visibility, though, in this car. It's absolutely horrific. Max Verstappen still outside of his car, just waiting to see what's happening here. The session is really taking its time to get underway again. We are just sorting out those issues where we were freezing, but we should be back with you guys now. Yeah, looks like... Roxor just saying it seems like Formula 1 just wants Red Bull to win, and then Mark just kind of moved away from the comment section.
Sorry, I think we are back now. Sorry about that. We are back.
Just watching a replay of Sergio Perez's pit stop here in the wet, you can see just how torrential that rain is that is falling around the circuit. Yeah, just absolutely torrential there as they get that wheel off of his car.
Yes, apologies for the break in coverage. We have no idea what caused that issue, but we are back. So please be sure to keep coming back to the channel, and let's keep it going, guys. Yeah, very much apologies about that, but we're all back. Apologies, and yeah, carry on asking us the questions. Let us know in the comments. We're back. We are back. Is everyone saying we are back? And I have other programs opening for some reason in the background, but I'll get those closed as soon as they come up for some reason. Anyway, sorry about that. We are very much back, and we still got red flag conditions here. We do not have an estimate of when we will start the race up again.
Yes, still no indication of when the session will get resumed. Hopefully shortly, because, yeah, we don't want to wait around for too long, because, of course, the light does start to become an issue then if it goes on for too long in these red flag conditions. Hopefully we do get that green flag getting waved quite shortly. We are so close now to 800 subscribers. I didn't even think we'd get to 400 subscribers today, and we're almost already at double that. So please do be sure to hit that subscribe button so we can make it to that next goal. It's so exciting to have all of you alongside with us. We're now at 767 subs, so yeah, just keep that momentum going and just keep waiting alongside with us. It should be quite short. The good thing about this, though, is that the rain has subsided a little bit. It's more intermediate conditions in the way that I'm seeing right now.
But the thing is, I think there's so much standing water on the track that surely the wets will be used still. So the wet tyres will probably finish off this race, which is a little bit disappointing, of course, because the wet tyres do not find any pace whatsoever.
I say it's died down, but it is still torrential in certain sectors of this track. And that line is just drenched. I would not want to be that Max Verstappen fan sitting there in a drenched lion costume.
That's exactly that. I think the lion is trying to keep spirits high, but I mean, that must be a heavy costume to wear now. Guys, please, we are aiming to get 1,000 subscribers. That's the reason why we keep harping on about it. We won't harp on too much after that. We're trying to get to that 1,000 subscriber mark. Let's keep it going, guys. Get those subscribers up. I don't think we'll get there today, but let's get there as quickly as possible. As I say, lots of live streams and otherwise news shows will be coming your way this week from Vries, and we'll be, of course, reviewing on a fan forum tomorrow in the evening all of the things that happened in this race. Lando Norris now also looking at the stats there in that McLaren garage. McLaren's not at the greatest race day today, but not too bad either, I suppose.
Yes, not the greatest race day, unfortunately, but hopefully in the rain he can make up a few more positions. Yes, as Mark said, we do have that live fan forum coming to you tomorrow evening. Even on my day off, I'm still going to be bringing you a Formula 1 daily live news video. So I'll bring you all the latest news. We'll be wrapping up a little bit about the race that we have today. Just talking about some more news, maybe trying to bring you some updates on Daniel Ricciardo as well, but we will get that to you guys tomorrow afternoon at 10 a.m. Well, not afternoon, 10 a.m. in the morning is when we do it. This looks like Oscar Piastri is just working on his helmet right now to get a little bit more comfortable for himself.
I think he's replacing the shoulder guards to get some dry ones, or maybe just repositioning it around a little bit to get more comfortable there. So, yeah, Oscar Piastri's not had too bad at race day there, but doesn't look particularly impressed, although he is quite a bored character. He always looks a little bit out of it. So yeah, that's just Oscar Piastri there, unfortunately.
So Andrew Crazier just asking, are we waiting for it to stop raining or for the car to be removed from the track? The car's already been removed from the track. They're currently working on the barriers. The barriers took a bit of damage from that high energy impact from Zhou Guanyu. So just waiting for those to be completely repaired, and then hopefully we should get a time for the green flag yet again for this Dutch Grand Prix. Yeah, going great at the moment right now in terms of all of you joining back alongside with us. We've got 1,300 of you back with us on our stream. Thank you. Sorry for the drop in coverage, but still glad to be alongside with all of you. Red flag conditions are still being waved. The sun is starting to come out again, so hopefully we will get some...
Yeah, it looks like the rain's starting to subside a little bit, yeah.
Yes. Just waiting for that T0 for the... Just looking at the amount of tires used in this race, it is incredible. Max Verstappen has used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sets of tires this race.
Yeah, we've got, just going through the grid, we've got 6, 5, 5, 5, 5, a lot of 5s, 3 for Russell only, 6 and then 6 again, 5 and 4. So, I mean, really, lots and lots of pit stops today. So lots of pit stop practice for the pit crews. So,
for sure.
Yeah, they've been busy today.
Practice for the crews. Of course, a lot of intermediate running as well as, and now some wet running. So we've pretty much used every set of tires that is available to us today. I mean, Max Verstappen has only used soft, intermediate, soft, intermediate, wet. George Russell's the only one that's gone into the hards today. Then a couple of the runners have been on the mediums, but nowhere near as much as those soft tires, which have been the preferred tires here today.
That's exactly that. The softs have been used for most of the race. But yeah, we're going to have to end the race on probably full wets, if not into likely full wets. It's still raining there in Zandvoort. I was hoping it was starting to subside, but it's still raining quite heavily. Mechanics are working quite desperately around Perez's car just to get that in tip-top shape ready. Of course, he went a little bit into the gravel, so trying to remove some gravel parts as well as just fix that rear wing, which took a bit of damage after that incident there.
Yeah, Mario Lizio saying, maybe change your internet provider. Yeah. Quite difficult in South Africa. There's not much to choose from, but we will keep the coverage coming towards you guys. 1,300 of you watching with us. We currently have 777 subscribers now. Great number. Valtteri Bottas would like that number, but we are just waiting for that subscriber count to tick up to about 800 now. It's so close. Just 12 of you need to hit that subscribe. Well, 12 or 22?
22.
22, sorry.
Maths.
Yeah, I don't math. Sorry, guys.
Yes,
definitely not an engineer.
It looks like a new front wing is getting prepared for Sergio Perez's car.
Max Verstappen's car.
Is it?
Yeah.
Indeed. So Max Verstappen's car is going to get a new front wing. So that's very interesting to note. Carlos Sainz is looking very chilled and relaxed in the Ferrari garage. Of course, the only Ferrari driver left.
Hayden Ashton asking if we are both South African. Yes, we are. Both currently streaming from
Johannesburg.
Little bit sunny Johannesburg. I had to look out the window there to see if it was sunny or still overcast. But yeah, it's been so exciting to bring you this coverage of the Dutch Grand Prix. Ticking ever so closer now to 800 subs. Thank you very much for all of you who are hitting that subscribe button. It really does mean a lot to all of us. Just waiting still to hear of this T0 for this red flag. Hopefully they are still working on those barriers. A lot of damage was done to them, unfortunately, as we are seeing the Dutch, I think this is the Dutch host, just dancing around with the lion there on stage, just keeping those Dutch fans entertained while we wait for the session to be resumed again.
That's exactly it. Waiting for the session to get resumed. Just trying to make some background activity with regards to the team as to why things went wrong and otherwise. So just sorting all of that out. So we should be fine. Yes, indeed, Reese. Let's just go and that one there. So perfect, exactly that. Let's go and just take away that. Do not spam in the comments
because we will remove it.
Do not spam in the comments. Please, thank you. So just going here, looking at the race right now, we see Pierre Gasly's having some chats with his race engineer. Certainly up there in our poll for driver of the day. If you go look at that poll right now, it's actually very interesting. We've got Alonso, Verstappen, Gasly, and of course anybody else that you happen to decide to pick. And it's very evenly spread across the 4 drivers.
Yes, it is very evenly spread across those 4 drivers. I think it could be a really exciting race restart here. It is looking more like intermediate running that is going to be for this race restart, just taking its sweet time to get underway again. but it doesn't look like the rain is falling anymore over this track.
Look, it's pure blood. I haven't seen pure blood in a while. As you're back, I can see. What happened to Russell? Well, got a bit ruined by that early start in the race there. Just really, he was one of the few drivers that...
He had a good race start, but unfortunately he got caught out a little bit with the rain. Mercedes decided to lead their drivers on the slicks, which wasn't the right decision, and then eventually rued their decision when they did have to come in and put on a set of intermediates.
Yeah, so George Russell got a little bit screwed over by that point, but he went on the hard tyre for a long time, so managed to fight his way all the way back there without having to make pit stops, so that was good. We can see, look at this, the stewards are also having some fun with the crowd as well, so love the marshals having some fun with them. So
I think it just shows everyone is absolutely loving what is happening out here on track right now. I mean, even though there's no on-track action, they still keep dancing and having an absolutely great time. It's been a very exciting race, and I think they're all just waiting for it to get underway again, as we have now 793 of you subbed to the channel. 794, as I say that, ever so close to that 800 subscriber mark.
Indeed. Let's keep it going, guys. Keep it going. And yeah, we've still got red flag conditions. We're really hoping it's going to subside very, very soon. But you know, at the same time, this is good for our watch hours, I suppose.
Yes.
You guys are going to staying on for a little bit longer, so just keep having some chats here. Let's keep some questions coming in here. Somebody's saying, "Let's go, Lewis." Yeah, who's your favorite driver? Let us know in the comments as well.
Currently, the driver of the day poll, Mark, if you can just pull that up again as you go back to our subboard. Just pull up who is on that at the moment. Alonso with 30% of that poll. 33% going for Verstappen, very close between Alonso and Verstappen. Then Gasly with 17%, he's had a phenomenal day out there. And then other with 20%. I wonder who you are voting for. Maybe for Lewis Hamilton, maybe for Alex Albon. I mean, it's been a great day out there today. There is still a little bit of water moving over the track. What does that plane have on it behind it?
No idea, but there is a plane just circling Zandvoort there with a banner. But either way, I think we should be close to the start of this race again, because the rain has subsided. We fixed those barriers, and I'm sure we're going to see a safety car go out and assess conditions or otherwise and getting ready. Though all of the gazebos are still out in the pit lane, so yeah, I don't quite know why it was taking so long, but surely we must be getting information about the fact that we're going to restart the session ASAP.
Salma Hamdi just asking how long until the race time limit is reached. I don't think we necessarily need to worry about that. There is a specified broadcast time limit, but they have paused that now because they do know that there is still more than enough daylight time in terms of light over the track, so that they can still run for quite some time. I mean, I think sunset is only really about 6 or 7 o'clock there in Zandvoort. We have now hit 800 subscribers. Thank you to all of those of you who have been hitting that subscribe button. It's been such a whirlwind of a day. Been very, very exciting though to be here alongside all of you.
Indeed. So thank you guys so much for that. And again, you're not going to be disappointed with having done so. Lots of good content coming your way, and high quality content too. So keep it coming, guys. Let's get up to the next milestone, of course.
Pure Blood just saying that Nando is a certified GOAT. Yes, he is. I agree.
It's Goat Nando.
Yeah. Nando Alonso.
Goat Nando Alonso. Love it. Piastri's just looking very tired almost. He's like over this day, I think. He's just
I think he just wants to be able to go home now. It's been a long day. Not been doing as well as he wanted to, but yeah. Hopefully he'll be able to make up a few positions after the race restart. Lando also not looking very amused that he has had to wait for so long.
Yeah, it's very confusing as to why we're not getting a confirmation of when the race will restart here, because the rain is mostly subsided, the barriers have been fixed, and there's no reason why we can't get out onto track, I don't feel.
I agree. I mean, the rain isn't anywhere near as much as it was early on. You would think that things would be alright now for another race restart. Still waiting for a confirmation from the FIA as to what is going on with this barrier being fixed. Hopefully they'll get that fixed quite shortly, because it is taking its sweet time right now to let us know what is going on.
And it looks like there might be another little bit of a system moving in on Zandvoort, so they need to really try and get this red flag conditions out the way, and so we can get back to racing. Aston Martin engineer here just trying to get warm with the blankets on the tires, of course. Just having a bit of a laugh with the cameraman there. And look at the marshals here. They've formed a little train here.
Moving down
the pit lane.
So this is the most action we've had in about 10 minutes. Just watching this train of marshals making their way down the start finish.
I love it. I do love the fans and everybody involved with Zandvoort. They've made this such a great day for us to watch. So fantastic to see them just enjoying life.
Endless amounts of energy coming from the Dutch fans, the marshals, everyone around the circuit. It is absolutely phenomenal to see. Just watching another replay of this moment from Zhou Guanyu as he slides into the barriers. That's very painful. Glad to hear, though, that he is all right.
CHAN55 is asking, I'm new to F1. Where should I learn about everything? Well, I'll tell you where you can. Stay here. On this channel, subscribe. Make sure that you are joining and watching and turning on notifications for the channel to watch Reese give you all the information and knowledge you need to know.
Let's get that sub board, though, to that 1,000 mark. We're 200 people away from 1,000 subscribers. Ever so closer than I thought we'd get today. But we're climbing quickly. So thank you very much for joining us here today. Still waiting for this session and this race to be finished up. We have 7 laps left on the board, though, for the remainder of the session. Just waiting for this red flag to be removed.
Yeah, it's really, really worrying as to why... Well, not worrying, but confusing as to why we're taking forever to get this race back underway.
Yes, it really is taking its time here now. I mean, I wonder why they've just taken so long. I'm actually going to jump on Formula 1 Twitter quickly to check out what is going on here.
What is going on? That's what we search on Twitter. That's a bit like the world and everything else that goes on. And Zhou Guanyu is currently being interviewed about that crash there. I suppose it's not much really to talk about other than the fact that, he was going down the main straight. He aquaplaned quite badly. The tyres then just locked up so badly because of the wrong tyres for the conditions. And just went into the wall there. It could have happened to any driver because it did happen to a few drivers. Just they managed to somehow not lock up for as long as Zhou Guanyu did. So, unfortunately, into the barriers, lots of work for the car and the engineers to be done. Dutch fans still having a lacquer party here in Zandvoort. They've got the DJ station there. It literally says, and it's very, very true, it says fans like no other there in the big, big banner there in front of all them.
I mean,
and
that's
the DJ
a
banner.
very, very true banner there. Just still waiting for the session to be resumed. Max Verstappen's car currently up on jacks. Yeah, just waiting for any news from the FIA here.
Yeah, and I do enjoy a whole lot of people giving some tips for how they can learn about F1. I love the community that we've got here. I love the community of helpful people. I do enjoy Ricky Maru's comment, though. It says that if you want to cry every weekend, just support Ferrari.
Yes,
so,
about right. Strip waffles all over the place here. Seeing one of the fans eating one of those right now. Shame. It was so lovely from the Dutch marshals after Daniel Ricciardo's car crashed out in FP2 on Friday afternoon. And they knew he had broken his hand, unfortunately, because he was in so much pain when he got out the car. One of the marshals duct taped a little note for Daniel Ricciardo as well as a packet of strip waffles for him, which has apparently made it into the hands of Daniel Ricciardo. And we are really hoping Daniel Rick has a speedy recovery and we should hopefully see him in the pit lane or in a race car. I'm really hoping within the end of the month. So hopefully the Singapore Grand Prix.
Yeah, exactly that. Hopefully that's a speedy recovery for Danny Rick. We want to see him back on the grid. And not to say that Lawson's been bad, but I don't think Lawson's going to break any records or do much. Oh, there we go. Finally.
10 minutes until we get resumption here.
It's a long time,
though. A very long time.
Oh, that's suppose they have to prepare everything else to you have to give a minimum time warning.
Yeah, you have to give a minimum 10 minutes warning. But this has taken a really long time.
Look at the fans. Now they're chuffed. They know the race is about to get back on. The whole crowd is bumping their fists into the air. Sergio Perez is making his way back to the car. And now there's a lot of movement in the pit lane, getting ready to resume the session in just 9 minutes' time now.
That's a really weird crossover that I never thought would happen. Steve Carell from The Office is currently here in Zandvoort for the Dutch Grand Prix. Matty from P1 has met him there in the grid. Just reading through F1 Twitter, I think that the memes are going to be crazy from this race weekend. I'm going to have to do a meme review from this race weekend because there's just so much to talk about, and I'm sure all of you will be providing some incredible memes online. I do have a Twitter, so if you want to catch me on Twitter, my username is @ReeseFM1. Do be sure to go and follow me there as well if you want to see what I'm up to throughout the week, as well as to follow for some memes there that I do throw out for you guys. So Max Verstappen is putting on his race helmet now. He is currently getting ready to get back into his car. Yeah, just taking some time here for the session to get underway. Reeves FM1 is the username. Mark is trying to find it on Twitter. I don't think he's subscribed to me or following me, but now he can. There we go. Hit that. No, hit the follow. No, Mark, not that. Follow. Hit the. There we go. That's the one. Race control has said the use of intermediate tires is mandatory for this race restart.
Of intermediate tires.
Very,
very interesting.
Still work going on Sergio Perez's car. They're trying to fix that beam wing that took a bit of damage, and yeah, that's good. Post that there. Mark has now posted a link for my Twitter in the comment section. Do be sure to go and check that out if you want to follow me on Twitter and see when I upload. I do post links for all of our uploads. And yeah, unfortunately, Uliana, I agree with you. This is taking forever. But we do have now how many minutes left? I think it is about 8 minutes left until the session does get resumed. Finally. Also, do be sure to go and check our Discord link as MD has asked there. Mark is about to post it in the chat there for you. Do be sure to go and check that out if you want to join our Formula One community in the Discord. We will be surely posting a lot for you up there. And we are seeing quite a few of you joining that channel. It's great to see so many that are interested in joining our Discord here. So our race restart order will be Max Verstappen, Fernando Alonso, Sergio Perez, then I think it's Pierre Gasly, and I can't remember from then onwards, but we will let you know as soon as that is up on our timing board.
But yeah, so just to confirm that Donald's just asking, Perez is apparently going to be promoted back to position 3. Well, that was where he was
before the red flag was called out.
Correct. So that's how it works. So before that red flag was called out, that's how it will work. So it doesn't matter that you managed to overtake people under the red flag conditions or just before that. So they go back to assume your position that would have been. So therefore, it will be Max Verstappen, then Fernando Alonso, and then Sergio Perez. Now, can Fernando Alonso manage to keep Perez behind him?
I think it's going to be difficult on the race restart. Max Verstappen, of course, has great pace in the wet, but Fernando Alonso is going to be wanting to get that podium.
Also, what's really going to help is it's a rolling start procedure.
Interesting. So it's not going to be a full stop. It's going to be pretty much a safety car restart.
Yeah, which is good for Alonso because it means that he can try to gain a bit of time on Perez behind him.
Close to the back of Sergio,
and he can defend hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Max Verstappen is currently getting into his challenger with, I think, Fernando Alonso is behind him now. Yes, they have moved his car into the correct position. So race will resume at 17:14, which is in 8, 9, 10...
6 minutes.
Yeah, that one. Thanks.
6 minutes time. Yeah, we will have a rolling start procedure, which means that we will get taken around by the safety car, and then the safety car will just divert early, and Max Verstappen will restart the race for all of us. Gasly saying, Trevor saying Gasly is the most likely driver of the day. Thomas saying, thanks guys for putting South Africa on the map. Yes, well, you're more than welcome to.
It on the map, I guess. But yes, we're just waiting for the session to get underway. Charles Leclerc currently speaking to the press. He has not had a great day out there, unfortunately. Yeah, not very easy for him, unfortunately. I think with that broken wing quite early on. I think it was on the first lap, actually. So he did take damage quite early on, and then yeah, that was pretty much his day over. I think he got some debris under his car, and that may have been why he was so slow and got lapped. Well, not lapped, he got overtaken by the rookie Liam Lawson.
Yeah, exactly that. And there's lots of movement in the pit lane here, of course, as we're getting ready for this restart in just 5 minutes time.
Just waiting, as you say, for this restart to get underway. We have 4 minutes left to go. Just waiting and waiting and waiting for this to get going. But yeah, we should have a very exciting race restart when it does get underway. Just watching this moment from when Charles Leclerc was retired from the race. It was still sunny back then. Not sunny right now. There's still a lot of water on this track. Even though it isn't raining anymore, it is going to be a last 7-lap shootout for the podium positions here. Fernando Alonso challenging for first, maybe. Race control says the safety car will stay out for 2 laps.
2 laps?
Yes, to get the track drier, I guess.
But does that mean now that we're going to have only 5 laps at the end?
Yes, I think so.
Oh dear, so that's going to make it even tougher for those trying to make positions up right in the end of this race here. There's supposed to be 7 laps remaining. 2 of them will be done under safety car conditions, which means that we'll only have 5 laps of actual racing, which makes it much better for Fernando Alonso, who's going to try and hold on to that second place. Maybe he even makes a dive to try and take first, and could be very, very interesting. I doubt it, unfortunately, under rolling restart conditions, Max Verstappen will get away from Fernando Alonso, but can Alonso keep Perez behind him? It's going to be very, very tough going into turn 1. I'm sure Perez is going to get very close to him and utilize that following speed, I suppose.
Sergio Perez will definitely want to make up that position again. He lost it there when he made a mistake, and he'll certainly be regretting that. But Fernando Alonso was close behind him and was able to just benefit from it. Looking at Esteban Ocon still fighting with his engineers. They are still having a heated argument there.
No, I think they're relaxed now. There's lots of nodding, and I think they're just pretty much relaxed as to what's going to happen.
Well,
so I think it's been
argument
resolved because it was quite interesting. But this is going to be a fantastic restart here, of course. I think they're about to get going. Just 3 minutes time, we can see that a lot of the things on the TV here are changing. The crowd is very much all on their feet, getting ready to watch this restart here. Just confirming, race will resume with a rolling restart at 17:14 local time. Just 2 minutes away from the restart.
Yes, very, very close now to this restart. We've been waiting for it for quite some time. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, though. It is ticking over slowly now after 800 subscribers. It's at 821. Do be sure to hit it, and let's try our best to get it up to 1,000 subs before the end of the stream. It would be absolutely incredible to get it to 1,000 subs. That would really be absolutely exceeding our expectations here today. All of the drivers are now starting to leave the pits. Max Verstappen has left the pits, and then the safety car will pick them up after this lap, I think.
Yes, I think this is
This is Max Verstappen.
Yeah, why is only Max Verstappen making his way
No,
up?
it's Sergio Perez.
Oh, I think he's unlapping himself.
Yes.
Yeah, so Sergio Perez is going to come around and unlap himself, so he's going to have to come around. A few cars will follow, of course, to get into the correct order for the restart.
Yes, so they're all unlapping themselves so that they are all on the same race lap, as we are now seeing those other unlapped cars leaving the pits. Then we'll get the safety car leaving, and everyone else will follow up behind that who are in their correct positions. It is looking a lot more favourable in terms of weather. There isn't as much water on the track anymore, and they are starting to clear that now as they make their way through the grid.
Yeah, so we'll stay on the intermediate tyres until the end of this race. 2 laps under safety car conditions. Do we back Fernando Alonso to stay in second?
Yes, I certainly hope to see him stay in second place. It would be one of his top finishes for the season. And, I mean, he certainly deserves it. He's been having a great slew of races recently. Just waiting for the rest of these drivers to make their way around the circuit so that they can pick up with Max Verstappen and the rest of the drivers sitting in the pits right now. George Russell making his way through that final sector now, so we should have the rest of these drivers all forming up behind the safety car and Max Verstappen in the first position there. The race control has noted the order for the restart will be Max Verstappen, Fernando Alonso, Sergio Perez, then it is Pierre Gasly, Carlos Sainz, Hamilton, Norris, Russell, Albon, Piastri, Ocon, Tsunoda, Stroll, and then I don't know who number 27 is. 77 though is Bottas. Yeah, whatever.
It's at the end of the grid. We don't have to worry too much about that. So we have now got that safety car restart underway. Max Verstappen in the safety car are leading them out to restart the Zandvoort Grand Prix.
So they will now do 2 laps under the safety car, and then they will be able to get going for the restart. What's happening here with this? The stewards.
That's the head of the FIA just saying that we need to go. Let's go.
Cars going. He doesn't want them to take too much longer to get this race restarted. We want to get action back out on track now.
Now, Fernando Alonso, I think he's found himself in a very, very good position here for Aston Martin. His teammate Stroll's all the way down in 13th. So let's see if Stroll can somehow make up 3 positions to get points right at the end of this race. I very much doubt it, but his teammate Fernando Alonso could be on to the second most points, because of course Fernando Alonso will get the fastest lap point because he got that in before all of the rain and the weather system. So he's already got a point behind his name. Can he finish second and get all those points as well?
Well, let's see, because I think he certainly has the pace in hand to do it, especially on the wet. He loves wet conditions. And he will be wanting to maybe steal this race win away from Max Verstappen. Verstappen is really going to want to be careful. You have to be very careful there into turn 6. There's a massive puddle there. If you hit that, you will aquaplane and go into the barriers. Could we see another crash though before the end of this race, Mark?
I would not be surprised at all. As a couple of the comments have been saying, it's going to be quite a rough and messy restart here. I think you might well see some people not get as much grip as they need to, as there's quite a bit of standing water still on the track in some parts here. So it could very much be quite an interesting restart here, but as long as our favorite drivers don't end up in the wall, it'll be fantastic. I do think, though, if we have another driver in the wall of serious nature, they might well call the race early and just say, you know what, let's not finish up that last lap. Let's just stop it right then and there.
Thomas Matlangu just asking, are you not allowed to show us replays whilst we're waiting for a restart? No, we cannot show you any action of the actual cars because that is illegal and we will get sued or get our channel taken down.
If you're looking for a way to watch Formula 1 for free, go and check the description of our video there. You can see exactly how it's given a 3-step process. Very, very simple. Go and click on that link with one of our partners there and go and do that for a free trial, and then you'll get to watch it for free following the steps. So be sure to go and check that out in the description.
Alonso just on the radio there trying to hear what he was saying. I didn't quite catch it, unfortunately, but it is looking like it is still quite wet out on track. The spray is being kicked up quite a lot by all of these drivers making their way down. But I think it's going to be perfect for this restart. It is the correct tyre decision for sure by the FIA. We are on the final safety car lap. The safety car will come in hopefully at the end of this lap, and then we should get underway for racing yet again at the circuit Zandvoort. We're on lap 66 of 72.
So again, vote for the driver of the day in our poll. Of course, right now, let's go and see who's doing well there. We've got Alonso and Verstappen right neck and neck for driver of the day. Gasly's also there in the shout, and as well as the other category. So we're going to finish off this now, next lap under the safety car, and then we will resume racing.
Yes, so Chetran asking, how did Perez jump from P6 to P3? They took Okay, safety car is going to enter the pits now for that rolling restart. Max Verstappen is starting to back up the rest of the grid. And actually, I say that, but he isn't. He's decided to warm up his tyres a little bit more, and then he will start to back the grid up. Just carrying on, what was I saying there before? Oh, why did Sergio Perez jump from P6 to P3? P6 was where he came out after he decided to put on a new set of hards, but then P3 is where he will start from. Wet. And then P3 is where he will start though, because when he came into the pits, the red flag did come out, and then they decided he will start from P. Is Max Verstappen fixing something with his helmet?
I think so. They're just watching some replays there.
Hand system, it has. His hand system is stuck. He's trying to fix something with his hand system. Hopefully they won't call him into the pits for that.
Oh dear, this could be huge. Verstappen, he has got issues inside his cockpit. He's trying to sort it out. He's holding up the rest of the grid. I'm sure he should be fine. But, I mean, we're coming onto the final couple of corners here. Max Verstappen's trying to sort something out in the cockpit there. So, a bit worrying there for Max Verstappen as everybody's making their way here. Max Verstappen has started. He started it.
Releases. And Sergio Perez gets a better restart than Fernando Alonso. But Fernando Alonso now gaining good amount
Look how quickly he's gaining Max Verstappen. I think Fernando Alonso here could actually try and make a move on Max Verstappen. Look at him go, Fernando Alonso.
He's had great pace off the restart here. He does try to dive down the inside, but Max Verstappen has a better line through.
Go on, Alonso.
Really chasing Verstappen down, though. Perez needs to do the team game here and start fighting off the back of Alonso to give that pressure. A bit of a break off the back of Max Verstappen. Other people down further on the grid trying to make some moves. Hamilton trying to make a move on Carlos Sainz there for 5th position.
Norris has managed to get ahead of Russell, but now Russell moves ahead of Norris. Alonso, though, has now dropped off quite a bit from Max Verstappen, so it's not going to happen there. But can Alonso hold on to that second place position? Seeing so many cars going through the spray now, you can see it's definitely intermediate conditions here. My word, you can't see at all there.
Spray being picked up in the middle sector. Max Verstappen, though, losing a little bit of time to Alonso behind him. 0.9 seconds is that gap now. Alonso getting even closer now through this next sector. Stewards are noting incidents involving 11 for
Perez.
For what?
Perez was speeding in the pit lane. He could get a 5-second penalty, which could drop him further back. If Gasly stays within 5 seconds of Perez, he will finish on the podium.
Fernando Alonso is so close to the back of Max Verstappen,
Oh!
0.7 seconds. Could Max Verstappen lose out on this race in the final few laps? That would be absolute heartbreak for him in front of his home crowd. He is now 0.8 seconds. Sergio Perez receives a penalty. Sergio Perez does now receive a 5-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
So now Gasly, of course, if he can stay within 5 seconds of Perez, will get a podium position.
That's brilliant for Pierre Gasly. He is currently within 3 seconds of Sergio Perez. He really needs to stay on his tail right now.
And
A bit of a scrap going on between Sainz, Hamilton, and Norris right now. Russell's
saying I'm out.
Where's
Russell's out. Russell is indeed out. He's on the start-finish straight. He's coming back in.
I wonder if he just had a spin there and has decided, unfortunately, I'm not going to catch these people in 4 laps.
No, I think there might be problems.
Sergio Perez is upping the pace a little bit now. He's behind Alonso, just 0.5 seconds now, 0.6 seconds now, trying to reel him back in. But he has quite a lot of damage limitation to do now because of that 5-second time penalty he will be receiving.
Yeah, and Gasly's been told to push. You can see Gasly getting much closer to Perez now. Perez trying to catch Alonso, but Alonso doing very well to keep him behind. Alonso's still very close to Verstappen, so don't keep your eyes off of this at all. Verstappen could, if he makes a small mistake, Alonso could try to capitalize, and you might see a new race winner here. Right down to the wire this race is going.
Yes, as you say, no mistakes are able to be made from anyone in the top 10, really. If you make any mistakes, you're going to be out of this race, as we've seen from George Russell. I don't know if it was necessarily a mistake that he made, or
he's been sent back out, by the way.
Has he? Interesting. Yeah. He's really running far behind. Race control, turn 11 incident involving cars 4, Lando Norris, and 63, George Russell noted.
So that's probably why he went in.
Yes, so George Russell could be getting some retribution with Lando Norris maybe receiving a penalty. Let's see this moment from these two drivers though. Lando Norris side by side with George Russell as they come down that back straight, approaching that turn 11 and 12 chicane. George Russell...
Ooh,
I think it's...
it's racing incident. They're right alongside each other.
George Russell was left more than enough space by Lando Norris. He just got a little bit unlucky, unfortunately, there. Hamilton still chasing down Carlos Sainz now for that 5th position. Sainz on the radio, I think, complaining a little bit about the amount of pressure that he's getting from Hamilton behind him. Max Verstappen, though, still not able to run away from Fernando Alonso. 1.06 seconds is that gap between them now.
Fernando Alonso doing very well to stay within touching distance of Verstappen, as well as keeping away from Sergio Perez behind him. Gasly also doing very well to stay within Perez's 5-second gap. Of course, Gasly could get a podium here. It's actually technically right now Verstappen, Alonso, Gasly, because Gasly just needs to make sure he stays within 5 seconds of Sergio Perez. And crucially, Alonso's ahead of Perez.
Hamilton is going to get a good run down now, though. From turn 14 to that turn 1, he is really close to the back of Carlos Sainz. Will he be able to make a move in this long straight? No, he is not able to reel him in enough here. But Lando Norris is getting close to the back.
Alonso's dropped off a lot here from Verstappen. Alonso's dropped off a lot. But I was going to say, crucially for Gasly, Alonso's going to hold up Perez quite a bit, I think. Which means that Gasly could very much take that 3rd position. And Sainz as well could also potentially get 4th position. Hamilton maybe in 5th. Sergio Perez might drop down into 6th, maybe even 7th, depending on how close the drivers are. Because it's so close behind Gasly.
Yes, it is really close at the moment. I think he should be fine because I think that gap from Gasly to Sainz is 3 seconds. But it should still be very, very close by the end. Hamilton still trying to chase down Carlos Sainz. He gets a great line through turn 6 now. But he is going through, turn 9 that was. Now through turn 10, he's got a great line right the outside. Oh. Will he have enough pace though to challenge him into turn 11? Stewards noting another incident involving cars. Norris and...
no further investigation.
Russell, no further investigation. That's what we thought there. It looked like a racing incident. Hamilton all over the back of Sainz though. Will he get a better run down the turn, the banked turn of 13 and 14 and get a good amount of slipstream down the long main start finish straight?
Indeed, and Alonso still managed to stay ahead of Perez, but it doesn't matter too much. He just needs to make it to the end of the race because then he will secure 2nd. Perez, crucially, has got a 5-second time penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So Perez could lose not only his podium position, but of course a lot of points. So Alonso and Gasly could be the other two on the podium with Max Verstappen. Could be an incredible finish here as we're going into the last 2 laps of Zandvoort.
Yes, Hamilton's still trying to chase down Carlos Sainz. He's getting so close to the back of him, but that Ferrari just has better pace down the long start-finish straight and is able to eke it out ahead of Lewis Hamilton's Mercedes. But if either of those drivers make a mistake, Lando Norris is waiting in the wings to pick up any pieces that they leave for him.
Yeah, Alonso's already 3 seconds behind Verstappen. But
Lewis Hamilton getting so close to the back of Carlos Sainz. Will he try and make a move now down into turn 10? Still not able to get close enough to the back of Sainz. It is so close between these two drivers, though.
Of course, we are under wet track conditions, no DRS, so that's not going to help Lewis Hamilton, of course. So he's got to get round him naturally. And Lando Norris is now right on the hot heels of Hamilton as well. Look at Lando Norris go.
Great amounts of grip from Lando. Will he be able to challenge Lewis Hamilton now down the start-finish straight? We are also very close now to 900 subs. We're at about 830. Please do be sure to hit that subscribe button. We'd love to hit 1,000 subscribers before the end of the stream. We are, as Mark says, on the final lap of this race. Lewis Hamilton, once again, will he make this move? He gets so close. I think he actually hits his wing on Carlos Sainz's rear end there, but not able to make that move stick. He's getting quite desperate now. Really trying different lines to try and get ahead of Carlos Sainz, but nothing is working for Hamilton. Sainz just having a great race out there. Speaking of great races though, Pierre Gasly, super happy for him right now. He could be getting his first podium in an Alpine.
Indeed, Pierre Gasly, of course, crucially within 5 seconds of Perez. Still can't believe Perez getting a penalty, a 5-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So Alonso's going to come second again with the fastest lap as well. Great day for Fernando Alonso, and Pierre Gasly is going to go into that third position as now Max Verstappen is coming into that final sector and will finish up the Zandvoort Grand Prix. He will equal Sebastian Vettel's consecutive win record of 9 wins in a row.
And just absolutely incredible for Max Verstappen to do that here at his home Grand Prix. He does come now to cross the line in front of his home fans and in front of his home crowd. Max Verstappen takes 3 triple Dutch wins in Zandvoort. 3 years in a row, 3 Max Verstappen race wins. Amazing to see Max Verstappen just taking a brilliant race win in front of his home crowd. It certainly was not given to him. It was difficult right down to the wire here today, as we see his good friend Martin Garrix waving that checkered flag for the Dutch Grand Prix finish.
And Alonso finishes second. Gasly moves into third position as a result of Perez's time penalty. Perez will only finish in fourth. So we've got Max Verstappen 1, Alonso 2, Pierre Gasly in third, Perez in fourth, Sainz in fifth, Hamilton 6, Norris 7, Albon also crucially up at 8th, Piastri 9th, and Ocon, the last point sparer for Alpine, in 10th position. Drivers we lost today, Sargent, Leclerc and Zhou. May as well have lost Russell at the end there as well.
Yes, it was quite an exciting race though, Mark. What was certainly one of your best moments from that race?
Oh, absolutely no doubt about it. It has to be the fact that Gasly motored through the grid and got into third position at the end of this. I mean, I know it's not an exact moment specifically, but I mean, it's been incredible to see how they've managed him this race, and fantastic result for him.
Yes, it was really a fantastic result for Alpine. On top of them having major managerial issues for their team, it just shows that they have a good race car. So once they get that managerial problem that they have at their team solved, then I'm sure they can be a very competitive team to watch for the rest of the future.
Exactly that, guys. Thank you so much for joining us on Forever Motorsports. We're going to do a review right now on the same video, so don't go anyway. We're going to do that right now. So what a Grand Prix that we have just watched, I tell you.
Do be sure though to hit that subscribe button. We are so close to 900 subs now. It costs you nothing. Just hit that subscribe button and then you can catch all of our Formula 1 content that we upload for you. It is going to be a very exciting couple of months while we finish this very exciting Formula 1 season. Do be sure to stick it out along with us on Forever Motorsports and Forever Sports. I have been Reeves.
No, we're staying here.
We're staying here. Okay, I didn't know. I thought we were going to another.
No, we're staying here. So what we're going to do is in 3, 2, 1, and welcome to Forever Motorsports for this, the Dutch Grand Prix. Oh, it says review. It should say, no, it's review. It's correct. Review is correct. Exactly that. And
yes, so welcome to the Dutch Grand Prix review here, right after the race, where we'll be taking you through all of the action that happened through this very busy Dutch Grand Prix. Driver of the day from Formula 1 goes to Fernando Alonso, certainly very deserving, off the back of a very struggle of a first half of the season. I mean, after Monaco, they started to lose momentum there. But now Fernando Alonso back on the podium. He seems super, super chuffed with himself. Our poll, though, gives the driver of the day to Max Verstappen by 2% to Fernando Alonso. 32% going to Verstappen, 30% to Fernando Alonso. Gasly with 17%. Brilliant day from Pierre Gasly. Of course, just getting himself onto the podium for the first time in Alpine. Phenomenal for Gasly as he goes absolutely mad on the radio, as per usual.
Exactly that. So we had a very, very weather-stricken Zandvoort Grand Prix today. Made it very exciting. We started almost all of us on the soft tyre compound with the exception of Lewis Hamilton. And we're literally within 3 laps, rain had come in and they were all of them moving on to intermediate tyres. And in so doing, we had major shake-ups across the grid, mainly that, of course, of Pierre Gasly, who took advantage of that, and Fernando Alonso also making sure he capitalized during that situation there. Russell and Hamilton were not, Russell very much affected by that in a rather poor manner, as we do see Max Verstappen now waves to his home crowd for that win there. But we had such a massive amount of strategy. We had 6 pit stops on average.
It was incredible. I mean, it was just such a difficult day for the drivers in terms of the track conditions. We had interchanging from the start. I mean, I think in lap 1 it started to rain, if I'm not mistaken myself. Fernando Alonso absolutely so over the moon with his current position, hugging all of his mechanics and engineers there. I'm so happy for him. So
and
glad to see him.
Crucial that Alonso came second in this first Grand Prix back after the break, because
to keep their points.
Because not just Aston Martin needs the points, but Alonso, of course, is currently vying for that second place in the in the drivers' championships.
And they're also trying to keep their current position in the constructors' championship. I think they are fighting it out with Mercedes for second or third at the moment.
Yeah, so fantastic day for Aston Martin. His teammate Stroll only finishes off in 11th. So let's just go through the grid from the back there. Logan Sargent, first casualty of the day, and so was Charles Leclerc as well. Picked up damage and he retired around lap 41-43. Zhou Guanyu also went into the barriers right near the end of the race. That's what caused the red flag.
Yes, with 8 laps to go there, he went into the barriers because there was just so much standing water. He was on a set of intermediates and was not able to get that car stopped. Max Verstappen, though, chatting with all of his race engineers now as he sees the... Yes, sorry, we'll carry on.
And so we'll go through on and the whole thing. So Russell then finished off in 17th. Unfortunately, picked up a little bit of damage in the last couple of laps there with Lando Norris. And we move through the grid then. Sonoda in 16th, Bottas 15, Magnussen 14, Liam Lawson on his debut.
Not too bad. Very, very good result for him in his debut race. Of course, not getting any points, but nonetheless, not that bad. Nico Hülkenberg then in 12th, Stroll 11th, and Ocon in 10th, the first of the point scorers.
Yes, then we got Piastri in 9th, Albon in 8th, Norris 7, Hamilton in 6th, did very well to fight back from 13th position, almost took Sainz at the end there. Sainz then finishes in 5th, Perez 4th, Gasly 3rd, Alonso 2nd, and of course Max Verstappen in 1st place. Gasly is so chuffed with himself, and I'm so chuffed for him.
Yes, and I mean, they must all be absolutely exhausted now. It's been a very long race. As I said earlier, with interchanging conditions, it makes it so tricky for the drivers out there to keep their concentration up, especially in the wet. I'm surprised we only had 2 DNFs from crashes. So, yeah, only Leclerc was the DNF for reliability or issues that he was having. But nonetheless, a very, very exciting Grand Prix that we had here today.
Yeah.
I'm very excited for next year's Zandvoort Grand Prix as well.
Yes, be sure to go and subscribe to the channel, guys. We're so close to 1,000 subscribers. And yeah, we'll see you again very, very soon. Tune on all those notifications as well. We'll be doing live fan forums tomorrow. We'll be doing videos throughout the week as well. And yeah, Reese will be doing most of those. And this channel's growing.
Yes. Well, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We are so close now to...
I did say that, yeah,
sorry,
but we'll do it again.
I'll say it again.
It's 100% that. Just keep doing it. We'll just keep doing the subscribe. So, yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining Reese and myself, Mark, of course. We've really enjoyed having you guys here. And, well, let's end off the stream here. So, thank you so much for watching. Good.